Hey guys, picture this. You're crouched in a damp cellar, the stale scent of mildew mixing with the metallic tang of fresh blood. And the only thing louder than your racing heart is the distant clank of a guard's armor. Yeah, that's the glamorous weekend of a medieval assassin. And it sucked worse than a leaky cauldron. Before we dive into the grimy details, smash that like button if you love history with a side of sarcasm, and drop a comment telling us which medieval profession you'd survive better than a hitman. Now dim the lights, grab a mug of something strong, and imagine the ache in your back from crawling through narrow stone passages while trying not to step on rats the size of your doubts. You'll quickly learn that stealth back then meant swallowing a piece of raw garlic, praying the scent didn't give you away while you stalk a target who probably used a better Wi-Fi than you. We'll compare the sleek, gadget-laden assassins of video games to those rag-clad, plague-dodging killers who'd rather be stuck in rush hour traffic today. So, stay with me, ask yourself, would you trade your coffee habit for a dagger in the dark? Or is the modern commute already a personal hell? Let's get into why the medieval murder business was more horror movie than heroic legend. The first frost bit the fields of Frostbrook like a silent blade, silvering the barley stubble and frosting the thatch with a brittle lace. Farmers and women spilled from cottages onto the green, breath steaming in the air, while boots hissed across rime-crusted mud. The smell of smoke and wet wool hung heavy, and a dog barked somewhere. A small alarm against the long dark, the old wives muttered about. Children stamped their feet and dared one another to touch the iron gate. The metal gave a sound like an old man's cough. By the well, bundles were counted, and murmurs turned to plans, as if the village had been roused not by trumpets, but by a whispered warning. Mara sat at her crooked loom, fingers raw and knuckled like gnarly roots, weaving blankets with the speed of someone who'd learned not to waste heat. Wool steamed under her palms, smelling of lanolin and damp sheep, while the loom's clack became the heartbeat of the hamlet. She mended a fur collar with stitches so neat you could swear a noble would pay, if nobles came this far, which they did not, and muttered a curse at a stubborn knot. Her humor was dry, the sort that kept people alive. We're all one bad stew away from crouching in the church like it's a Netflix binge, she joked, and the laugh was tight as a drawn bow. Mara's eyes flicked to the dark line of the woods where old Tom's lantern bobbed, and she set an extra blanket aside, because in Frostbrook the spare is always a small, practical prayer. Old Tom shuffled onto the green with a stick scarred by years and stories, his voice a gravel road that everyone knew how to follow. He spoke of the longest night in a voice that made the word a living thing, saying it would sweep down from the mountains and linger like a cold guest that eats the corners of sleep. His breath smelled of peat and old tobacco, and his hands trembled when he pointed at the horizon, as if directing an invisible army of frost. He barked orders, seal shutters, tuck fowl into hay, light extra lamps, and the villagers moved like sheep taught by a wiser wolf, quick and obedient. There was irony in his warnings. Tom could tell tales of dragons and saints, yet his most frightening prophecy was simple and domestic, lack of warmth. And that stung harder than any myth. Hearths were stoked with peat and damp wood that spat and hissed, filling noses with thick, honest smoke that made eyes smart and faces look carved in soot. Men hauled sacks of potatoes into the communal cellar, while women boiled bones for broth that tasted like salvation, fat glistening on the surface like a promise. They plastered cracks with clay mixed from cow dung, a recipe as old as hunger. And children were paid in crusts to shove straw into every gap, which was gloriously gross and effective. A smith bolted iron bands on the barn door, and someone strummed a cracked lute because even terror wants a tune, notes wobbling like breath on a window pane. Rats grew bold in the corners, and the smell of wet fur and spilled grain made the work urgent. Laughter and curses braided together as readily as the ropes they coiled. By nightfall, the village hummed with a different life, lamps wobbling like fireflies, and people clustered in kitchens, as if closeness could be measured by the number of elbows sharing a wooden bench. Mara arranged the blankets in a neat stack. Old Tom dozed, but kept one eye open, and the youngest children were tucked under fur like eggs under a hen. They shared stories, practical ones about cured meat, and ridiculous ones about frost giants with terrible breath. And in the nonsense lay a real tactic, distraction of fear. There was humor, too. Someone compared their preparations to a clumsy medieval version of a disaster movie. And everyone liked that, because if they couldn't beat the longest night, they'd at least mock it. When the whispering wind began to claw at the eaves, Frostbrook did not stiffen, but leaned into each other. A small village awake and defiant, proving that sometimes survival is less about warmth and more about who'll hand you the last bit of bread. The villagers scramble for fuel, hauling damp logs and rotten branches from the forest edge, with breath steaming in the air like an angry ghost. They toss slimy, moss-streaked rounds into wheelbarrows and curse the weight, wet wood hissing when it hits the ground, as if the trees themselves leak cold. Old Bram, who smells of tallow and yesterday's stew, teaches younger hands to stack fuel like a fort, while others level lumps of clay for new earthen ovens. The ovens rise from mud and straw, palms patting them into domes that promise warmth so fierce it could roast a boar, or at least save a babe from blue lips. Mara discovers a forgotten technique scratched into a roof timber, and her eyes light like someone who found a map to treasure rather than a scrap of advice. She layers damp straw, sheep's wool, and a thin smear of clay like a crude lasagna, each layer trapping warm air and the smell of lanolin, and hay in a tight, itchy embrace. The wool clings to her palms and pricks her knuckles, while straw crackles under her fingers, sounding like dry bones applauding the work. Children giggle and call it a mummy blanket, and someone mutters that it's medieval IKEA, which makes Mara grin despite the cold rapping at her lungs. When the oven first exhales heat, it feels like a small dragon sighing into the yard. And for a moment, everyone's numb cheeks thaw into astonished color as the pile of usable timber shrinks to sad splinters. Talk sharpens into barbs, and old favors smell worse than damp hair. Husbands argue with hunters about pushing deeper into the woods or hoarding for unborn mouths. Voices cracking like brittle branches. Then the sky goes cruel fast, clouds dropping a blinding whiteness, and wind that knocks like a fist on every shutter. And the hunters come home late, with faces carved by frost. The blizzard pins them to the ridge like a lid, dogs' barks gulped by the white roar. And the village counts rations by candlelight like miserly kings, while someone cracks a joke about the gods releasing a winter DLC and gets a grim laugh. The earthen ovens hum with stubborn heat, baked smooth inside and lined with Mara's straw and wool trick that traps warmth like a small, secret fire. Steam hisses when a pot of watery porridge hits stone, and the scent of burnt barley and bone marrow smothers the stink of damp fur and human sweat into a gritty, comforting stew. Kids press soot-smudged cheeks to the clay and imagine dragons, because if there's a medieval show on their minds, it's Game of Thrones, which they swear is just history with better wigs. Iron pans sing and blacken, hands blister and go streaked with soot, but everyone prefers a scorched thumb to numb fingers. By week's end, the village smells of ash and cured meat, and even the dogs accept the ovens as altars to survival, curling at their rims like worshippers. People barter knitted mittens and boiled turnips for a single chunk of dry wood and laugh at themselves for hoarding spice as if it were gold. Mara sits with soot under her nails and a strand of wool between her teeth, thinking how odd that heat comes from so much small, grubby labor, no fireworks, just patient, filthy craft. The blizzard thins into brittle quiet, and the hunters, alive and limping, bring tales of bent trees and a fox that stared them dead in the eye, which the children swear sounds like myth, but really happened yesterday. They learn the hard truth. To survive the cold, you need fuel, cunning, and the willingness to turn straw and wool into something that keeps your bones from becoming icicles. It's not glamorous, but it's life. And sometimes that's the best kind of victory. The freeze came in the night like a thief with an axe. One long, bone-deep groan, and the village's feed trough and river lip split open with a sound like an old man breaking a wooden chair. By dawn, the main watercourse lay sealed in glass, jagged teeth of ice protruding from the bed like cheap cathedral spires. And the air smelled of wet wool and the sour iron of spilled ale. Children stamped their feet and sneezed steam. Dogs nosed at cold breath fogging above the cracks. And someone muttered that even the frogs had given up their chorus. Nobody had a well deep enough, and the village's only hope turned to a narrow span of the river, where the ice thinned to slush, and a trickle of meltwater ran, promising life and hypothermia in equal measure. Old Tom stepped forward, knee crooked from a plow accident, and face mapped with the year's snows, and took the lead without the ceremonial drama of a lord. Only a grunt and a greasy hand wrapped around a knotted staff. His boots had hobnails, little iron studs that sounded like a smith's teeth on stone, and his breath came out in white ropes while he tested the ice with the toe of his boot. He lashed together a line of ropes and belts, explained in a voice like dry leaves how to pass a loop round a waist, hobnails being the tiny medieval equivalent of grip tape. He joked, and the men and women set to forming a shaky human chain. The ice shrieked under weight. A thin, treacherous music. Potbellies and sullen teenagers pressed forward, smelling smoke and fear, tasting river metal on their tongues. At one point, a slab sheared and sent up a spray of black water that soaked the hem of Tom's tunic and tasted of mud and old bones. But he only spat, muttered an oath, and crawled onward to where the melt pooled. Halfway across, the human chain became a tangle. Someone slid, boots flailed, and a woman in a patched green mantle pitched toward the maw of a newly opened hole. Tom lunged with the end of the rope, fingers numb and nails white, and hauled her up as if lifting a sack of grain, while others braced with knees buckling like brittle roots. Ice cracked under the strain. The sound punched the air and sent birds scattering like loose coins, while tiny beads of water hammered their faces and froze on lashes into glittering, furious moons. The worst smells rose then, stale breath, wet wool turning sour, and the metallic tang of pooled river. Yet someone found a ridiculous laugh and said we might star in a miracle or a tragedy, which broke the tension like a bone thrown to a dog. They reached a shallow eddy where water ran freer, scooped it into skins and wooden bowls, and watched the steam rise from palms to mingle with the sighs of relief. A small victory that tasted like copper and warm marrow. On the bank, Mara took charge with the blunt authority of a woman who chopped more wood than any reeve. She hauled a cast-iron pot, thin as a poor man's promise, and piled in turnips, a sliver of salted pork, and an old knucklebone for broth. The stew smelled like salvation and misrule, fat bubbling, grit warming. A whisper of burnt oat where the fire caught the pot's rim, and people edged closer, hands red and trembling, the steam fogging their faces into ghostly masks. As spoons clinked, old rivalries surfaced. Hilda of the North refused to pass the ladle to Tomas the brewer, who had insulted her cow at the fair, and that small pettiness looked ridiculous against the ridiculous and very present danger of freezing to death. Mara fed first the smallest children, then the old men who'd guided plows for decades, and when she finally offered a chunk to Hilda, Hilda huffed like a dog and took it. The gesture wound tight with pride and apology. A younger woman, thinking of stories she'd heard. "This is our own version of Survivor," she joked, invoking some future show they'd never see, brushed away a tear, and passed the pot around until laughter, grudging or genuine, began to knit them back into a village. The crossing had marked out courage in odd places. A sullen youth who'd mocked Tom now held a child's hand with unexpected care, and Tomas the brewer, who'd been mocked for his weak arms, waded in to break a slab and rescue a trapped goose, earning a chorus of surprised whoops. Tom's face was pale and cracked from the cold, but he grinned when a boy offered him the last greasy crust, saying he had more scars than sense and would need that bread to buy his next foolishness. Steam from the stew hung over the river like a promise, and as night fell the ice gleamed with a blue so deep it might have been borrowed from some impossible painting. The village, though shivering, hummed with a rough, pleased exhaustion. They had no inns, no warm baths, and not a single soft mattress worthy of a lord. But they had each other, mud on their boots, and a pot that kept giving. And that was the geometry of survival here, unelegant, stubborn, human. When they finally dispersed, lanterns sputtering, dogs nosing for scraps, someone sang a crooked tune, and the note stuck in the air like a splinter of heat. Old Tom limped home under a sky that promised more cold, but with the comfort of knowing he had not only led the crossing, but had rewritten a few people's notions of who mattered. The longest night fell like a lid across the valley, and when the stars hid the air, turned into a hard white thing that cracked in your teeth. Hearths sputtered as if embarrassed to burn, coughing sparks and thin smoke that smelled of wet wood and old lard. Children pressed their faces to cold window panes, leaving ghostly handprints, while parents cupped raw fingers over stones warmed at the forge. Every breath made a tiny drum of frost in the throat, and the village dogs walked like old men, tails tucked, jowls rhymed with ice. There's a cruel kind of humor to it. People joked about winter's Netflix queue, then spat blood on the snow and got back to work. Then the granary, that battered god of grain, took a dive. A mountain of snow rolled up like a white tide and buried the wood and that year's bread. We could hear rats fuming under the boards, muffled and furious, and the sound made the women gag because hunger smells like mice. Shovels bit metal and hands went raw. Folks scraping at ice with knuckles turned blue and nails packed with black snow. Mara kept her wits. She had built insulated shelters, crusted nests of reeds, felt, and animal grease that smelled of smoked wool and old soup, and seemed almost obscene in their comfort. They were ridiculous and brilliant. Half poems, half spacesuit, like a medieval prototype nobody in court would have approved. But they kept people from turning into icicles. Tom arrived with a voice like gravel polished by river, and a back full of songs older than the parish bell. He sang ragged stanzas that made the cold seem like a thing you could cheek and slap, and the village answered with claps, coughs, and the odd swear that tasted of soot. Firelight snagged in his teeth, and the tune stitched warm air between bodies. For a while, you could feel the room breathe as one animal. Children hummed under blankets. Mothers beat rhythm on wooden spoons, and even the farmer who'd sworn off music since his cow ran away hummed along. An ancient Spotify playlist, only cheaper and smellier. The songs didn't melt snow, but they turned fear into heat you could pass from hand to hand. We made a plan that would have unnerved any lord. A human chain to the granary, a relay of embers, and a hasty auction of woolen garments that had no business being fashionable. Lines of villagers threaded through the white like ants, passing kettles of scalding broth that steamed and smelled of bone and rosemary until it tasted like luxury. Embers traveled in brass and tin, cupped in rough hands, tiny suns that blistered skin and kept frost from claiming noses and earlobes. Mara stuffed people into her shelters 3 at a time, tucking in fur and stale bread, while Tom's voice kept the empty spaces between breaths from becoming holes. It was messy and a little heroic. Someone peed in a bucket and swore it medicinal, and the whole place laughed until their faces ached. At the worst hour, the cold came like an invading army, silent, patient, and as merciless as a taxman, and we fought with kettles, song, and stubborn flesh. Men used doors as shields against the wind. Women wrapped bones in cloth and roasted marrow for sweetness, and children pressed against bellies for heat like small, desperate mammals. When dawn finally bled pale into the blue, we stood as ragged survivors, hands split open hair crusted with rime, but eyes that still managed to laugh. The granary lay under a smooth white grave, a bitter joke, but Mara's shelters and Tom's old songs had kept more than bellies full. They stitched a village together you could not find on any map. We carried on, trading stories that improved with each telling of a night, so long it felt like a plot twist. And somewhere, a scribe decided this would make fine entertainment at the next winter feast. Dawn climbed like a living thing, pale and slow, and the snow sighed back from the roofs to reveal stout Wattle and Daub still standing. Men and women blinked in the light, wiping salt crust from their beards and the black of soot from their cheeks, and a smell of wet wool and smoke rose like benediction. They cheered not from relief alone, but because they had outsmarted the worst night with shovels, shared fires, and a stubborn refusal to waste a blade of bread. Someone joked that the chill had been more dramatic than Game of Thrones, but far less entertaining, and laughter trailed the words like steam. They gathered in the village square, bedraggled and bright-eyed, promising the lessons to children who still wore last night's frost in their hair. Work began as naturally as breathing. Teams hauled collapsed beams, dragged sod, and righted carts that had rolled like sleepwalkers through drifts. Hands bled and were bound, nails bent and hammered straight, and a chorus of grunts mixed with shouts and old jokes until the air tasted of iron and wood smoke. Women assigned watch shifts by turning a broken spindle into a clock. Men and children formed human chains to pass bundles of thatch, moving like a single, gritty organism. There was pride in blunt tools and calloused palms, an ugly beauty that made even the priest laugh and call them craftsmen in God's stubborn school. They traded tasks with the ease of people who had kept one another fed in worse winters, and that shared labor made the village more than a collection of roofs. It made it a living thing. Clothes, not commanders, won the night. Layered shirts, rough-smelling wool gambesons, thick padded jackets, fur collars stuffed with dried grass, even strips of old sail wrapped round the legs. You could still smell lanolin and damp wool from 100 yards off, and the scratch on a child's neck where a badly mended collar had chafed like a lesson. They laughed about undergarments like medieval Patagonia gear, a joke that would have bewildered their grandmothers, but fit their stubborn pride, and swapped scarves and patched cloaks until no one stood naked to the wind. Mothers checked frozen toes and wrapped fingers in oiled leather. Fathers taught a quick trick of heating stones and wrapping them in cloth for beds that felt like a small, hot sun. Those layers were not fashion, but armor, an intimate, smelly, very human technology they swore to teach the next generation. When dusk fell, they gathered again, not to sleep, but to tell what they'd done. to turn practical fixes into stories that young ears could carry through lifetimes. The hearth spat and popped, embers punctuating a tale where a widow's clever rope ladder beat a fallen rafter, and a pig's bladder kept a baby's feet from freezing. Old men used mock heroic voices, children hissed and shivered with delight, and the air filled with the tang of broth and the sharp sweetness of roasted turnips. Storytelling served as a memory bank, a living how-to manual, and each jest or curse anchored knowledge deeper than any chalked list. They finished with a bawdy song, half prayer and half punchline, and in the laughter you could hear the vow to keep teaching these crude survival tricks. Rebuilding became a rite. They measured not for perfection, but for endurance, burying a small token, a broken comb, a coin in the new foundation like a promise to the ground. Young apprentices learned to thatch before they learned to read, tasting straw dust and feeling their palms blister with honest work, while elders kept careful watch and corrected a bad stitch with a grunt. There was a sour, ironic humor in their vows. They swore to pass on these ways, even though someday folks would mock them for lacking central heating or Wi-Fi. Still, when warm air finally moved through a repaired house and the smell of clean bread rose, you could see hope stitch itself into faces raw from wind and work. Dawn's promise, they agreed, was not simply the end of a night, but a covenant. The village would live, teach, and laugh its way through winters yet to come. In the remote valley of Alderwick, the first hard frost arrived like a brass knuckle to the throat, frosting the thatch and stiffening the reeds into brittle teeth. Edric stood at his yard gate with his breath clouding out, and his hands already red with work, listening to the crows squabble over a frozen beet. The morning smelled of wet earth, tallow, and the sour sweetness of last night's ale gone sour by a good margin. And every footstep rang with a sharp crunch, as if someone had scattered glass. The children rubbed sleep from their eyes and chased each other with a rough joy that made Edric smile even as his jaw set. Winter sharpened them. It felt like the world had switched to a harsher channel, the kind of season that in tale and tanner's song earns a scornful mention in every hearthside story, and a cameo in winter shows, like a very low-budget Game of Thrones. Brita moved like a cat with purpose, hauling wet straw and mud to mend the roof, while Edric held ladders and cursed at the wind that wanted every new patch to fly off like a hat. They daubed the walls with the damp loam that stuck to their palms and smelled faintly of cow dung and nettle, a smell that meant shelter more than it meant filth. Inside the byre, the oxen stamped and blew warm breath that fogged the air, and the children tugged sacks of sun-beaten grain toward the granary, as if playing a brutal game of Tetris. They tied knots tight and checked seams twice, because a loose stitch meant a wet winter and a hungry spring. Brita joked that if the thatch passed inspection, she would reward herself with a slice of cheese so hard it could be used as a hammer, and the others laughed through the ache in their limbs. The last grain of summer lived in a wicker basket lined with old linen and the smell of chaff, and storing it felt like tucking away the village's beating heart. They scooped and sifted, coughing from the dust, and fed a steady stream of smaller handfuls into clay jars, while the children kept watch for mice, who had narrowed their eyes at human habits ever since memory. The elders recited rules as if they were spells. Never mix the new with the old, because rot travels like gossip. Seal cracks with lime or spare rags, and mark jars clearly so no one eats the seed meant for spring. It was practical magic. Each command a stitch in the cloak that would keep them alive. The rules sounded harsh, but tasted like common sense with a dash of iron. Edric tasted a spoon of porridge after a long morning, and swore it was the finest meal in the king's hall, which is to say, very humble indeed. At dusk, the village gathered by the communal fire, and the elder, whose voice rasped like dry straw, taught the children the mnemonic rhymes that carried the old laws. How to ration, how to nurse a fever, and which roots would not kill you if boiled thrice. He tapped his pipe on a stone and reminded them never to sleep with boots on, because frost bites the flesh closest to the cold. A rule that sounds silly until you wake with toes like frozen pebbles. Brita hummed a tune that made the rules stick, a catchy ditty that folded stern instruction into a lullaby. And even the teenagers rolled their eyes and learned anyway. The talk smelled of smoke and stew, and the faint, ridiculous perfume of hope. Night settled like wool over Alderwick, and the valley held its breath. Every cottage a small fortress of patched thatch and smoldering coals that kept wolves and wanted bay. Edric lay with his children, pressed close, and felt their tiny chests rise and fall like the promise of spring. And he knew the elder rules wrote themselves into his bones now, as natural as muscle and scar. There was irony in their lot. They lived on the edge of hunger and in the shadow of frost, yet they joked and shared the tiniest luxuries, like a spoonful of honey split 3 ways, as if it were treasure enough to start a war. Even the smallest triumphs glittered. A repaired roof, a mouse outwitted, a porridge without grit victories that would not trend on any modern screen, but meant everything to them. So they learned, labored, and kept the laws of survival. The village humming with a fierce, human noise that winter could bruise, but not break. At the first whisper of frost, the village explodes into motion. Women and men scooping roots and tubers into rough barrels, as if the cellar or a lowly Amazon warehouse with no returns. The earth smell of the root cellar rises up damp loam, a hint of apple rot, and the stickiness of beet juice staining palms, while children jam turnips into every crevice and giggle like bandits. Old Tomas, who guards the coop like a miser guarding gold, boasts that his potatoes will outlast the king's patience, and everyone laughs, though their teeth chatter. They wrap greens in straw and sheep bones in oilcloth, learning to tuck food into cool corners where the cold will keep it honest. Down by the frozen river, the fish smokehouses hiss and breathe, racks groaning under oil-rich salmon that drip like candles and perfume the air with tar and smoke. Men poke embers with iron spears, and the whole place smells of bacon, seaweed, and the sweet sour of old nets. Flies buzz like tiny, disgruntled sailors. They press salt into the flesh with the same focused grief they use to mend a broken plow. It's a slow, patient alchemy that turns slick flesh into preserved providence. A gossip compares the racks to a backyard barbecue for giants. And someone else mutters that if Instagram had existed, these fish would have more followers than the Lord. The taste of smoked fish later chewy, oily, with grit between the teeth, is a rude, necessary joy that makes you slap your palm on your knee. Wood parties form at dawn, villagers coupling into chains to drag trunks down from the lower slopes, axes biting and bark flying like confetti in a rude celebration. The rhythm of felling thunk, scrape, snap fills the valley, and the air tastes of resin and sweat. A splinter of pine finds its way into a child's heel, and she screams, then laughs, because she was taught to laugh at pain. They share jokes about the Lord's boisterous steward, who once tried to take a wagonful for himself, and came away with nothing but a sour face and a bruise the size of a cheese wheel. Still, the mood frays as the mountain pass narrows under new snow, and men eye the road with a sharp, hungry kind of worry. Then the storm arrives like a flat hand, smacking the sky white, relentless. A hungry cloth that stitches the pass closed overnight, and the timber caravans stall where the mountain swallows them. The village wakes to a silence so full of snow, it sounds like cotton stuffed into a mouth. Only the crack of distant ice and the low barking of worried dogs break it. Fears bloom sharp and fast, the feel of empty bellies, the smell of a hearth that burns too quick, the knowledge that our supply lines, those creaky ancient Amazon routes of sled and mule, can be choked by a single gust. Tempers flare at the longhouse. Neighbors who shared bread now count each other's spoons and hiss about hoarding like pirates over a chest of salt pork. The irony hangs heavy. How a people who know how to endure can be undone by a single, ordinary snowfall. Still, the villagers knot themselves together with grim humor and craftier plans. They ration stew to a tablespoon of hope. They burn off old boards and rotten shingles, and they barter the last jar of honey for a bundle of kindling. At night, they gather around a single leaping hearth, faces lit like icons and soot-smeared cheeks making everyone look younger and a shade saintlier, swapping tales that swell courage like ale. They lash sledges to oxen, send a handful of nimble scouts over ridge trails that look like they belong in a grim adventure tale. Think fellowship with mud. And someone sings a bawdy chorus to keep the wolves at bay. The smell of wet wool and smoked meat, the sting of frozen breath, and the sight of coals held between shaking fingers become a church. And the people find a kind of stubborn, ridiculous joy in surviving together. In the end, the village survives not because of stores alone, but because hands are willing, jokes are cheap, and courage is the coziest fuel of all. By the time the stream froze to glass and the geese stopped squawking, the village wore winter like a second skin, hard, tight, and full of rips. Frost laced the shutters and made the thatch sing when the wind hit it. Every breath hung in the air like a pale ghost, and the hearths coughed up more smoke than comfort. Men and women moved with the slow, careful gait of people who knew the cold could pry your joints loose, and children pinched their noses against the sour, fermented smell of long-kept cabbage and onion stew. Even the dogs sat lower, tucking their paws into bellies as if trying to hide from the weather. We called it the Icebound Trials, and the name fit because trials are meant to be endured with gritted teeth and a joke later, if you're lucky. Then the other storm came, a wet, sucking sickness that made bellies cramp and privies run like leaky barrels, dysentery, foul and fast. The midwife barked orders. The old herb woman ground yarrow and oak bark and blackberry leaves into bitter, astringent teas that tasted like old leather, but steadied the gut for some. People spat and swore and drank because there was no better choice. Linen changed more often than a lord's shirt, because filth makes a home of anything left to fester. And someone was always up at night with a bowl, a candle, and trembling hands. There was humor in the horror. A man joked he'd rather face a dragon than what lurked in the privy. And it felt, for a ridiculous second, like a grim episode of Game of Thrones without the dragons. No medieval WebMD could help them, only boiled water, bitter herbs, and the stubbornness of neighbors kept the worst from taking the whole house down. Edric found the answer tucked under a loose stone in the old barn, a memory more than a book, a way to fit bales of straw into framed panels, and so line the walls as though dressing the house in layered petticoats. He worked with a crooked knife and borrowed twine, cutting and binding and sweating, until his palms smelled of hay and iron, and the skin on his knuckles went white from the rope. The straw scratched like a cat, and made the air smell suddenly of summer, a grotesque, glorious smell next to the reek of sickness. And the first panel made the cottage seem less like it might be inhaled by winter. He taught the others by showing, not preaching, because showing keeps attention better than sermonizing, and because no one wanted another lecture while their guts lurched. By dusk, they had a stack of panels, and for the first time since the frost came, the work warmed more than their hands. They fitted the panels into the gaps, jamming straw tight and sealing joints with warm clay mixed from the yard, the wet earth smelling of loam and old potatoes. Each slap and tamp sounded like a small victory against the wind. Children handed twine and nails like a chaotic assembly line, laughter and curses mingling as wood creaked and tiles shifted and the thatch sighed out cold drafts. The new lining stopped the wind from sneaking under the eaves and made the small hearth do the job of a dozen. So the fire stayed alive into the late hours without guzzling all the day's wood. A woman who'd spent a winter in the Lord's manor smirked and said it was better than any featherbed she'd known, a medieval IKEA hack, if you will, and the whole idea felt deliciously modern in its practicality. Irony sat with them at the table, a handful of straw, the cheapest thing in the barn, bought hours of warmth worth more than many of their prayers. In the weeks that followed, some of the fevered bent up straight, and some did not, which the village marked with a silence that smelled of rosemary and ash and thinning candles. The herbal brews kept many from weakening further. The shared labor kept the weak fed and the fires tended, and Edric's straw panels kept the cottage from bleeding heat into the cold like a bad wound. Fingers once numb from hauling would found their grip again, and women could knead bread in warm light instead of clinging to dough like a shield. The taste of that first warm loaf was holy enough to make them swear, briefly, to a different God, the God of good, hot bread. They told the story with added flourish, as all survivors do, trading grim details for a laugh so the memory would hurt less. The smell of hay, the wet scrape of clay, the sound of privy doors banging in the night. When the thaw finally came, they stepped out blinking into bright air, wrapped in straw, stubbornness, and a new rule. Never underestimate a man with a knife and a shed full of hay. The blizzard hit Alderwick like the sky itself had ripped open, throwing white knives against the thatch and turning familiar lanes into a single, howling wall. Roofs peeled and chimneys coughed up soot as hearths slumped into cold, angry mouths. Half the village woke to the smell of wet ash and the sudden, absurd darkness, like someone had switched off the sun. Wind licked through the cracks and tasted of iron and old ale, and the snow bit noses raw so quickly that children learned the language of pain before they learned to complain. The barn cat screamed like a banshee and then went silent, and someone joked gritted teeth, and all that even the saints would have checked the weather app before setting foot outside. We moved fast, not with the grace of soldiers, but with the stubborn, comic efficiency of people who had learned to survive by stealing warmth. Men tore straw panels from lean-tos, stuffing the yellowed rushes into every gap around doors, beneath shutters, into shirts when the kids shivered so hard their teeth clacked like tiny stones. The straw smelled of old hay and mice, and it stuck to damp hair and skin until hands looked like they'd been painting with straw glue. Women laughed and swore in the same breath, rolling children into the panels like awkward burritos and tucking them under fur-lined cloaks, while the eldest boys formed a human chain to haul sacks of grain from roofs. That slapdash insulation kept the worst of the wind out long enough to buy us time, which in Alderwick has always been the difference between a story and a funeral. The communal oven, old, black-bellied, and stubborn as a mule, became the village's heart. When you can't trust a roof, you trust a pile of hot stones. We fed it with beams scavenged from collapsed sheds and the last of the dry peat, and the flames roared like a beast fed on despair. Bread came out smelling of smoke and salvation, crusted with soot and still warm enough to burn. And mothers broke loaves into impossible, generous pieces for kids who had not eaten since dawn. The smell of barley, burnt sugar, and human sweat braided together into a perfume no hedge of lilies could rival. And every mouth closed to eat like it was a sacrament. A drunken apprentice tried to christen the oven Mount Harthmore. I told him we had no time for epics or song titles, only heat, though his joke earned him a clap on the back and an extra crust. Beneath old widow Hargreaves' crooked kitchen lay a secret no taxman would believe. An underground storage dug generations ago, smelling of onion peels, pickled turnips, and the sweet, preserved stink of survival. We opened the trapdoor with frozen fingers, and the cellar exhaled centuries, damp earth, lamp oil, and the faint metallic tang of buried apples. Children tumbled down like a flock of nervous birds, cheeks red and hands raw, and the adults followed, grateful for the humid hush that wrapped us like a borrowed cloak. It wasn't comfy. Rats rustled at the edges, and someone's cloak went black with grime. But the cold there kept us alive, rather than stealing our warmth to sharpen its teeth. We lay there counting breaths and listening to the snow thud above, all of us thinking the same unspoken thing: keep the children warm at any cost. The math of survival is ugly and practical, sermon mentions it. At 2 bells, a shout old Tomas's roof had pancaked into his kitchen, and he lay trapped like a bad idea beneath broken beams and snow. We dug with bare hands, the feel of cold wood splinters and wet wool under our fingernails, and someone's daughter kept laying hot stones against Tomas's jaw to sting life back into him. The lamp oil sputtered, throwing shadows that looked like wild things, and we laughed because if we didn't, we'd have to cry. At last, he slid free, coughing up a mouthful of snow and soot, smelling of earth and beer, and the particular stink of someone who'd seen death, and decided to keep being stubborn. We pulled him into the cellars, wrapped him in straw and shame, because heroes here are gossiped into heaven. But he grinned, barked that he'd seen worse winters, which he hadn't. And we all drank the soup like it was wine, and like the world still owed us a favor. When the thaw begins, the village peels itself out of winter like bandages off a wound, and the first thaw-sloshed feet slap the earth with a wet applause. Steam rises from wool and breath, mixing with the sweet rot of thawing hay and the sour tang of ox piss where the droves stood all winter. Men and women blink into the harsh, pale sun, squinting against a sky that used to be a clean sheet of white and now is a patchwork of mud and blackened straw. Children stand on tufts of frozen dung, daring each other to jump in the first puddles, while old women laugh and warn them they'll catch not only colds but stories, which is worse. The elders gather at the long table and begin to pin down what kept them alive, their voices a mix of bragging and bitter truth, as if narrating a bad adventure tale for future bards. Ink from a homemade quill blots onto rough parchment, the black flecks like mosquitoes squashed into the margins, and the candle wax smells of smoke and tallow, not at all like the incense of a scholar. They name the tricks peat smoking, salt saved in barley husks, the secret of thawing meat without turning it into a frozen brick, and argue with the same stubbornness they'd argued over which child's cough mattered most. Someone jokes that if they had a roof full of screens, they'd binge-watch their own survival saga, which gets a round of laughter so loud it slaps the rafters. They set down the hard lessons with blunt strokes. How to split frozen cartaxles without losing fingers. How to coax broth from bones stripped of every scrap. And how to tuck seeds into straw so they don't sleep to death in the ground. Each entry carries the smell of last winter's smoke, damp wool, the metallic tang of scurvy, and the scratch of quill on hide sounds, like a tally of wounds survived. There are crude drawings of snares that saved the grain from mice, a diagram of a coal-warmed chest that kept seed from becoming a block of ice, and a body aside about using urine to de-ice a boot when honor and souls are at stake. The tone veers from stern to sly, practical to ribald, because people who have stared at frost and lost a finger tend to laugh in odd places. When spring finally takes its turn, the village stages a noisy, messy festival that smells of burnt bread, damp wool, and wet dogs, and sounds like pots banged to celebrate a miracle. They haul the codex from under the baker's kneading board, read aloud the choicest entries, and toast the lessons with watered ale while the children muddle about in the stream, wringing socks and grinning like survivors of a slapstick film. There's irony in their vows. They swear never to eat rotten root again, and then laugh because they already promised that last year. Yet each promise is a stitch in the future cloth. The bonfire spits and throws up sparks like 1,000 tiny stories, and someone compares their winter to a Game of Thrones episode, which gets more eye rolls and nods than the Lord's latest proclamation. The codex is bound in oiled hide and smells of smoke and ink, its pages greasy with fingerprints and a smear of something that might be jam or might be blood. And nobody fusses to know which. They set it on the church bench, not as scripture, but as a hand future hands can take, a messy human manual written by those who had all the answers, none of the timing. Mothers teach the knots that saved a child and the broth that kept scurvy from taking the baker, speaking in jokes and curses, so the young will remember better than any sermon. As the ice drips from the eaves like slow applause, the village feels wiser, and the codex sits patient and squirming with its own small life, ready to be thumbed and cursed at by the next spring. In the mist-shrouded valley of Eldenford, the villagers drifted toward the square like moths to a lantern, their breaths steaming in the cold dawn. The newly built communal hearth sat in the center, low and squat, a ring of dark stones blackened with older fires that weren't there yet, smoke braided with the sweet rot of wet wool and river mud, and the smell of iron and yeast made mouths water and noses twitch. Master Rowan, hammer-smudged and smelling of coal, stood with his apprentice Lysa, who had a smudge on her cheek that made her look like a half-hearted rebel in a terrible portrait. They spoke in short sentences, commands and jokes, as if rehearsing the small, dangerous liturgy that would make the hearth the village's true heart. Villagers had hauled stone and clay from the riverbank, cursing and laughing, arms slick with river slime and sweat that stung like cold wine. Men shoved rocks, women tamped mud, children chased sparks, and screamed when soot rained into their hair like some smoky confetti. Rowan taught Lysa where to lay the cold stones so heat would sit and not run away, and he explained the mortar the way a grumpy tutor explains why taxes exist. She listened with a grin, her palms blistering from hoisting bellows, thinking this felt a little like assembling a cursed IKEA table by candlelight. Even the old crone who smelled of onions and old coins offered advice, and everyone argued like a choir of cats until the hearth looked proud enough to host a king. The first fires were practical and uselessly theatrical. Pots clattered, bones popped, and a bacon drip brought a tiny scream and a roar of delighted hunger from the crowd. Cobbled benches around the hearth bore the patina of elbows and calluses, and people brought their troubles like plates, leftover porridge, newborns wailing, petition rolls, and the occasional 3-day-old love note, stories unrolled with the smoke, simple law, the naming of dogs, the memory of floods, and jokes that smelled of old cheese and courage. The hearth cooked, mendied, and judged in equal measure, turning sheep fat into supper and quarrels into songs before the embers cooled. If medieval villages had a social network, it would have been this black-edged flame, offering warmth, gossip, and the occasional toasted ear. Rowan showed Lysa the rights in the blunt way of a man who has seen too many winters and too few good fires. How to coax coals awake with a bellows breath that smelled of hot leather. How to press a salted knife into the hearth's rim for luck. And how to keep ashes from swallowing flame. Lysa learned to test embers with a bare finger until she yelped and spat, tasting wood smoke and the iron tang of singed skin. No hero's initiation more glamorous than a blister. They laughed at old superstitions, tossing a scrap of bread to the hearth spirit, naming the first spark. But they also watched the way the village bent toward that fire like a sleepwalker's magnet. The rite bound people with things as small as a shared crust and as big as a sworn promise. It required hands, mouths, and the willingness to get soot under your nails. There was something funny and fierce in the way a simple ember could make a community feel less like a scattering of houses and more like a single, warm animal. When at last Lysa coaxed a stubborn heart of embers into a steady blaze, the valley seemed to inhale and exhale together. Breathless faces lit up in orange chiaroscuro. People slapped each other's backs so hard the sound competed with the crackle, and a dog stole a half-charred hunk of bread and was cheered like a gladiator. Babies hiccuped. An old man coughed soot into his beard with an embarrassed grin, and someone started a song that sounded suspiciously like a sea shanty about taxes. The hearth's first sparks sealed pacts and healed old, small cuts of hurt, and the kind of approval the villagers traded was elbow-rubbed warmth, not likes or shares. Though if Eldenford had an internet, the feed would have exploded. In that smoky, sticky light, the communal fire did its blunt work. It fed them, warmed them, and reminded them that surviving together beats solo heroics every time. By the time the first hard frosts come, the village hearth no longer belongs to any one household, but to everyone who can stand the smoke. People crowd the stone belly of the hall like migratory birds, their breath fogging in the low light, soot kissing their cheeks, and they trade gossip with the same casual intimacy as hands swap kindling. The embers throw up a red, restless heartbeat that everyone listens to. It spits, pops, and smells of pine sap, and last night's stew gone a little sharp. Even the dogs curl in, greedy for warmth, and the air tastes of metal and hot fat beneath a thin sweetness of yeast. The baker rules a corner of the hearth like a small, flowery monarch, kneading dough rhythm out of his forearms, while his apprentice rubs sleep from his eyes. Steam ghosts from the oven mouth, and the air fills with the honest, yeasty perfume of bread, warm, and a little tangy where yesterday's loaf sat too long. Children shiver at the threshold, bare feet muddy, and they fetch water in cracked pails, sloshing cold like lake silver into the mixing trough, with fingers numb and giggles turned to teeth-chattering sighs. When the baker lifts a loaf, steam hisses, and the crust snaps like a laugh, and you can tell by the smell who will have salt for supper. In the same ring of heat, the village healer crouches over a black iron pot, stirring handfuls of herbs until the brew smells of camphor and something pleasantly rotten, like boiled nettles and old lemon. She hums as she skims foam and talks to plants as if they were old lovers, melting poultices and teases into sludgy salves that will be smeared on splints and scabby knees. The steam carries a medicinal tang up into the rafters, and children wrinkle their noses, daring one another to stick a finger in and taste the bitter soup that promises to stop fevers in their tracks. If this were a modern drama, someone would yell, "This is my empire," and throw a cloak. But here the healer rules by smell and bruises and the occasional well-aimed insult. Then, when the woodpile dwindled and the wind sharpened, tempers sharpened with it, and the council called an assembly that smelled of wet wool and old grudges. Voices snapped like small fires. A widow accused the smith of hoarding oak. The smith spat that his children were smaller and colder, and the youngest of the council barked like a dog defending crumbs. Smoke in their eyes made everyone squint and lie, and old jokes became accusations. Someone even compared the dispute to Game of Thrones, which got a grim laugh because the stakes were strip and shiver, not crowns. The argument left the hall smelling of ink and burnt fat, and everyone left with a crackle of fear beneath their boots. In the end, the council hammered a rule onto a plank. Rations for firewood, shared shifts at the pile, a bell to call forth those who shirked their turn, written in charcoal, and signed with a thumb smeared in soot because no one had silver for ink. They set penalties that were practical and oddly tender. 3 missed turns means you lend a spare cloak. 2 hoarded logs becomes village kindling for the baker. And elders get first embers at dawn to ward off the worst of their arthritis. There was grumbling, a few dramatic stomps, and then the whole thing settled into the village like a second skin. People felt the rules as warmth and restraint at once, a small civic religion of responsibility. Around that codified hearth, the children learned that warmth is not a right you can snatch, but a trust you keep with your hands. And the embers hummed approval like an old, contented dog. Winter arrived like a creditor demanding payment, and the snow sat heavy on thatch and fence posts, as if weighing every promise down. The communal hearth sat in the longhouse center like a stubborn beating heart, ringed with soot-dark stones and pewter mugs, and the eternal ember that tasted of ancestors and smoke. A strange blight had come in on the wind, curling through root cellars and turning cabbages to mush, so that even the dogs nosed their bowls with disgust. Inside, the fire gave off a soot-and-ash perfume, a warmth that smelled of burnt bread and tallow, and the villagers clustered around it as if heat were medicine. Old Lem, his fingers blackened and knuckled, kept the embers, as if guarding a sleeping beast, while he muttered a litany that sounded like bad advice from a beloved uncle. Then word came that the rival village on the far ridge eyed the sacred ember like a raven eyeing a shiny coin. The messenger slid into the longhouse with the drip of thawing cloak and the squeak of boots on packed snow, and an ugly, hungry sound rose behind throats as people imagined their light stolen. Fear smelled of wet leather and sour ale, and suspicion settled on doorways. Someone joked that the other village wanted the ember to start their own reality show. But the joke was thin as broth. Old bargains and unspoken pacts felt fragile now, and several villagers counted fuel in their heads as if it were coin. The thought of the ember taken wrapped through the room like cold fog, making neighbors glance at neighbors, as if seeing their faces for the first time. They did not only sharpen spears, they mended bellows, braided ropes, and taught the children how to feed the coals without starving them out. A practical liturgy performed with sticky fingers and blunt knives. Hands were grubby with soot and split by cold, tongues joked, and mouths tasted only thin stew and the metallic trace of worry. Mistrust threaded through the work. A woman accused another of hiding peat. A father worried his son's clumsy swing would send sparks to the thatch, and grudges simmered as surely as broth. Yet at the hearth, the same hands that argued also passed around a torn loaf. And in the same breath, people traded rumors and recipes. The domestic and the desperate braided together. By dusk, the wall of bodies around the fire resembled an awkward, furious family portrait, full of shared grief and small, necessary cruelties. When the thieves from the ridge finally came, they crept like wolves on frozen paws, their approach marked by the crunch of ice and the sudden flare of torchlight against snow. The first clashes smelled of wet leather and copper as blades rang, but it was often more a test than a siege, a probing of hunger and courage rather than a cinematic sack scene, less Game of Thrones, more tired men slipping on ice. Sparks flew up and hung like tiny stars before winking out, and a boy's misstep sent a would-be thief sprawling into a puddle that smelled of urine and old beer, prompting a laugh brittle enough to break tension. In the middle of the scuffle, Lem thrust the sacred ember forward and said something blunt and childish and terribly true. The flame belonged to everyone who kept it alive, not to the cleverest raider. That simple, absurd claim, equal parts sermon and insult, stopped a blade for a heartbeat and forced both sides to look at the winter that had gnawed at them equally. By morning, they had a truce stitched together with scowls and thin smiles, and two villages huddled around a singed flag and a shared pot, trading not only soup, but seed knowledge about rot and smarter ways to store turnips. The blight had been the uninvited guest that taught them their only defense was one another, and the irony bit like a rotten apple. The crisis that could burn them down made them hotter, brighter when pooled. They fashioned a new custom of passing the ember from hand to hand, fingers black with soot, each person whispering the name of someone they had wronged as if that were kindling for forgiveness. The smell of charred bread and repaired bellows mixed with the softer perfume of reconciliation, and laughter, a little wry, a little hysterical, began to replace the constant ache of fear. In the end, the sacred ember glowed stronger, not because a single guardian held it tight, but because many hands fed it, and the flame became a story they would tell with the happy cruelty of survivors until spring. The feast had run late, bones scraped, and ale gone cloudy, and the whole village sat hunched around the great communal hearth like moths around a lantern. Laughter flared, fiddles shrieked, and someone set a cup too close to the roaring embers. A stray spark leapt up like a mischievous imp and kissed the dry thatch. At first, it was a curious orange wink, a thing to point at between mouthfuls of stew, but the thatch had been sleeping for months and woke with a dry hiss. That single spark smelled faintly of burnt hay and iron, and tasted of the salt from too many hands clasped together, and nobody yet knew how close they had come to losing everything that night. Within minutes, the thatch began to drink itself up, and the rafters groaned like an old wagon wheel under too much weight. showering embers into the crowd like a cheap fireworks show gone violent. People snatched blankets. Wet wool smelled of sheep and sweat, and something worse. Buckets were passed in a human river, everyone slapping at sparks as if you could clap out a future. The hearth, stubborn and orange in the middle of the hall, burned steady and stubborn like the village's stubborn heart. Its coals were both the reason the room had been warm all winter, and the one thing everyone turned toward for a plan. Heat slapped faces raw, smoke clawed at throats, and the sound of timber cracking made even the boldest men swallow hard. It was simultaneously absurd and apocalyptic, like watching a dragon in a nursery rhyme and thinking, mischievous or deadly. They formed a chain from the well to the bonfire of the roof, passing pails with the precision of people who'd hauled manure and newborns for decades. Not knights in shining armor, but the village's true sort of hero. Old Marek coughed and spat ash. His fingers blistered, but his voice steady as he barked where to aim the water, while children trembled and clutched singed dolls that smelled of smoke and lard. There was humor, too. Aldra flung a skillet like a discus and joked that the gods must be bored, possibly watching a medieval sitcom. Because if you don't laugh while your world smolders, you might simply curl under the table and be eaten by your own fear. No capes, no miraculous blue beams, just elbows, blood, the metallic taste of terror, and a rhythm of passing buckets that somehow did not stop until dawn, when the flames leapt from eave to eave, cutting the roof into a serrated skyline. Someone had to choose between running and staying. The choice landed on Merwin, who moved like flame itself, fast, hot, and without hesitation. She climbed where the beams were weakest, tearing at the thatch with raw hands that smelled of smoke and soap, and hauled down a burning ridge so it would fall away from the hearth and the sleeping barns beyond. Each pull took skin and breath, and the heat blistered her hair to charcoal. She did not sing, she hissed and spat and grinned in that small, grim way of people who have always known what must be given up. And when the roof folded, she slipped and did not rise, her body a warm stone in the ash. The irony felt like bitter ale Merwin, who had roasted chestnuts for every Christmas, became the ember that saved them. A sacrifice messy and human and entirely heroic. By morning, the village smelled of wet earth and the sharp, sweet wrinkle of burnt straw, and the hearth stood half naked but proud, its stones blackened but full of coals like a survivor with a crooked grin. They dug Merwin's name into the new smoke hood with whiskey and tears. And when they relit the hearth, it was with her ember, held between two trembling hands, a literal passing of the flame that made everyone blink as if waking from a fever dream. The rebuilding began with jokes. Someone promised that next year the festival would come with a fire brigade and a manual on how not to singe your village. And with hard, stubborn hands they thatched anew, planted grain, and baked bread, because the hearth had always been more than heat. It was a center of stories, quarrels, jokes, and the odd heroic sacrifice. In that burned-out, soot-streaked dawn the village found a strange, fierce joy. They had lost a roof and gained a story worth telling, the kind of tale that keeps people coming back to the fire, recounting it like a beloved, slightly terrifying TV reboot. Eldenford's hearth rose from rubble like a stubborn beast coaxed back to life, stones black with soot, and the air thick with smoked meat and old rain. They cradled a single ember in a clay bowl, rubbing palms to wake it until it spit sparks like tiny golden thieves. Someone joked that the village had staged a medieval reboot. Less Marvel, more home improvement with ashes. And the laugh sounded like the first clean thing in days. You could taste iron on the air, hear the rasp of bellows, and feel the first honest warmth slide down to aching bones. At dusk they gathered, not for gossip, but to name the names of those who'd been lost, speaking each one into the smoke, until the wind seemed to carry their voices to the hills. They laid out ragged cloaks and a child's crooked toy by the fire as offerings, the wool smelling of sweat and river mud. And someone passed around bitter ale to steady trembling hands, tears mixed with ash on cheeks, and tasted of salt and coal. It was both ugly and holy, the way memory often is. An old woman hummed a tune that settled the crowd like a blanket, while children leaned in, fascinated by the ugly, holy ritual. The council turned grief into instruction, carving rules into wood and virtue into practice. A watch roster, a keeper's oath, a rule about how long a kettle could boil so stew wouldn't char into sad, smoky leather. They wrote it on a scroll and nailed a copy to the hall like patch notes. Yes, think of the little updates for a game, but with quills and bloodless ink, because mistakes that singe a roof deserve record and ridicule. The new traditions smelled of tar and fresh-cut ink, and were taught at harvest and births, repeated until muscle memory took over. And even the teenagers who pretended not to care mumbled the words. In time, the rules became as familiar as sunup, practical as bread, and carried the quiet authority of survival. The hearth became more than heat. It became a stage for life's small rehearsals. A blacksmith hammering out a hinge while sparks pattered like fireworks. A midwife warming her hands. Children crisping flatbread to a golden bruise. You could watch faces glow orange and see soot fingerprint every laugh. Smell singed hair and the sweet, sickly tang of burnt porridge when someone's greed outran patience. Cooperation turned into ritual, hands passing bellows, elbows nudging pans, an old joke whispered to cut tension. And the fire answered with a steady, economical roar. There was no Wi-Fi. But in a world where your survival depended on your neighbor's breath, that human warmth was better than any trending feed. By winter, Eldenford felt stitched together, not by law, but by the shared labor of keeping that ember alive. The town moved through days with the small, sure rhythm of people who had seen too much to waste anything. Morning light slid over thatch, and the hearth's crackle met the dawn like a promise. You could feel it in the way hands reached more quickly to steady a ladder or hand over a steaming bowl. They honored the fallen each season, not with distant monuments, but with the smell of spices on the fire and the clumsy, honest songs that left everyone choking on laughter and grief at once. In the end, the communal flame was both lamp and ledger. It burned bright enough to see by, and close enough to teach that resilience, cooperation, and a shared destiny are kept always by plain work and stubborn love. In the ragged bowl of a Bohemian valley, frost arrives like a thief at dawn, silvering thatch and stitching white veins across the fields where wheat should have swayed. Peasants press lantern light against the panes, breath fogging in the cold, while the smell of wet wool and wood smoke hangs heavy and comforting. Merk, the steward with knuckles like old rope, and a mind that measures by use not by title, walks the yards tallying sacks with a grim mouth. He opens a sack and finds kernels hard as gravel and a faint sting of mildew that makes the women curse and the children gag. The Lord's granaries, the villagers whisper, hang empty like a nobleman who forgot how to be useful. Merk orders men to haul the remaining straw into the longhouse and set a row of smoldering pitch to try to dry the grain without cooking it to charcoal. The work smells of sweat and smoke and old grain, and the sound of wood on wood echoes like a drumbeat for survival. Children stumble in mud, their fingers numb and red as beets, while old wives pinch their noses against the wet, sour stench of a sack that has turned to slop at the bottom. When Merk climbs to the Lord's empty loft and finds dust curled like dead moths, a hot, bitter laugh escapes him. The Lord off chasing hares while the people chew straw for bread. Irony tastes like tin on the tongue, and the village jokes that the Lord has as much food as a prince on a diet. At dusk the elder, whose teeth rattle like coins, and whose story breath smells of boiled cabbage and hemp, gathers the folk around the fire and tells of monks who carried seeds that could shrug off frost. He speaks of barley with a backbone, a stubborn grain that bent with the cold and did not break, and how a traveling brother hid it in his robe like contraband. The monks, he says with a wink, were the medieval equivalent of wandering seed scientists and sometimes smugglers of good sense. Imagine a friar with Wi-Fi for weather. People lean in, the smoke stings their eyes, and a dog licks muddy boots, while the tail wraps around them like a blanket too thin for the night. The story tastes of hope and damp straw, and even the skeptical smoke of the baker's pipe seems to listen. They try every trick they know, stacking grain near the hearth to warm it, laying rye ash between sacks to draw out damp, and parching kernels over fat coals until they rattle like little drumheads. The granary fills with acrid smoke some mornings, and with the sweet, scorched smell of parched grain at others. And the men come back with faces blackened and hands blistered, looking half like coalmen and half like farmers. Someone mentions pickling, a simple brine that keeps grain from spoiling, crude and sour as fermented turnips. And for a week, the village eats porridge that tastes like vinegar and hope. They bury small stores in peat-lined pits, crawling into the earth to tuck the harvest away like a horde of sleeping mice. And the damp, earthy smell of peat becomes part of the winter's breath. It is messy, sometimes revolting, often absurd, like a low-budget survival show where the prize is a loaf and the host has lice. Merck sends a small party at first light with the elder and a pair of lads who can read a road compass of stars. They go to find those traveling monks, and the stubborn Barley, the elder, remembers. The village shuts doors, churns out thin broth, and shares the last of the smoked cheese while the wind gnaws at the shutters. And the cold makes the kettles sing a higher, thinner note. They practice old household rites too, thumping cloths to drive out moths, hanging bunches of herbs in doorways that smell faintly of time and desperation, and stomping in time to keep the blood moving and the breath warm. The Lord may return with empty pockets and a list of excuses, but Merck and his people hold a different ledger. Who shares, who carries, who will kneel at the mill when spring comes? The chapter closes on a note of stubborn hope, a bushel of seeds promised rather than certain, and the sound of boots crunching away down the lane like a thin, reluctant drum. Merck's cart sighed through a road of frozen ruts, each wheel spitting up a spray of black mud that smelled of old barns and wet fur. He had come for the monastery of St. Hildemar like a man chasing a rumor, climbing lanes that pinched his ears with cold and rattled his teeth until they complained. The stone cloisters crouched on a ledge above the valley like a tooth in a jaw. Smoke from its chimneys cutting blue lines into a silver sky. Monks moved along the walls with the slow certainty of sheepdogs. And when the gate opened, Merck felt the smell of peat, boiled cabbage, and something else. The dry, seed-sweet perfume of grain kept under lock. It was not the cathedral grandeur he expected, but a place of work and grime, where miracles looked more like stubborn practice than holy lightning. Brother Anselm met him in a patchwork robe, hands chapped and smelling faintly of manure and vinegar, and led him to a lean shed where jars clinked and bundles of straw leaned like sleepy soldiers. He lifted a sheaf of rye that was shorter and knuckled like a fisherman's hand, the kernels small and iron gray, awns like bristles ready to prick, and told Merck this seed came from crossings with wild mountain grass. The monk's voice was a half whisper, half boast. He had been crossbreeding for years, swapping strains like monks swap gossip. And the shed smelled of old parchment, boiled roots, and the metallic tang of dried blood from blighted trials. There was humor in Anselm's patience, a wink that said he knew miracles when they smelled faintly of sweat. And he confessed he felt like a medieval geneticist. Think Gandalf with a sack of seeds, minus the fireworks. When he poured a handful of the kernels into Merck's palm, they clinked like tiny coins and felt reassuringly heavy, as if the future had weight. Anselm then taught the villagers how to build a cold frame, a low wooden box glazed not with glass, but with thin horn shaven to translucence. In plain talk, a little greenhouse for babies that cost less than a monk's sandals. They worked with their breath, fogging the horn as they fitted panes and stuffed straw, the rasp of wood on wood sounding like someone sharpening an argument. He explained, with a grin, that cold frame was a fancy word for keep the frost from stealing the plant's childhood, and showed how the trapped daylight made a tepid microclimate where frost could be kept at bay. The first time they opened the cover, steam rose like a ghost, and the smell of warm soil hit them. A wet, loamy slap that made some of the women laugh, and one man nearly cry. It was a simple trick of physics and stubbornness, but like a spell, it promised a season where the ground wouldn't be a graveyard for tender shoots. When they planted the seedlings, Merck's fingers went cold and filthy, mud packed under his nails, and a worm writhing loose like a small, offended thing. They worked in a crouch, breath puffing white, sharing jokes to keep their hands moving and the cold from settling into their bones. An old woman spat and muttered that hope was expensive, then pressed a seed into the soil and straightened as if surprised at the ease of it. The rye roots took like rumor in a tavern, quick and greedy, and the villagers could almost feel the future tugging at the tips of the plants. A tiny, stubborn insistence. When the last clod was smoothed, they stood in a ragged line, shivering not just from weather, but from a new kind of fear, the delicious, dangerous kind that tastes like possibility. They named the patch the Seed of Hope, with a smile that was half joke and half prayer. knowing a name could be armor against sour luck. Merck imagined winter tables, heavy with dark, nutty bread, the smell of it making the damp houses seem suddenly less like caves and more like ovens of comfort. Brother Anselm joked it wouldn't make him a saint, but would stop people from starving, which, in any century, even one without streaming services or dragons, is a miracle. In the months that followed, the frames steamed in sun and hissed in frost, and tiny green fingers pushed up like promises from the dirt. When the first loaf baked in a hut that winter, crust crackling like old leather, and the house filling with warm, weedy perfume, they passed slices like treasure and laughed at the memory of their old hunger. The first green tips broke the dark earth like a promise, little, trembling, and wholly unready for betrayal. Before the villagers could cheer, a blizzard rolled down the valley with the rude speed of an uninvited guest, and blanketed the new shoots in sugar-white cruelty. Wind screamed through the hedges. Sleet hammered roof tiles like nails, and the sound of hooves and shouting became a slapstick chorus as men and women fought to keep the seedlings from becoming frozen footprints. Air tasted of iron and cold, and children pinched noses at the smell of wet wool and horses that reeked of breath and hay. Fingers went numb as if somebody had borrowed their warmth. It felt, with a rueful laugh, like winter had discovered the village on its recommended list and binge-watched every season, no spoilers, just savage cliffhangers. They battled the frozen fields like a play staged by people who'd never read the script, shoveling snow, heaping straw, and rubbing handfuls of hot ashes into furrow lips. Plows groaned and stuck. A team of oxen complained in low, soft curses, while young Tomas jammed a hot stone into the ground with his bare hands until his palm blistered like cheap bread. The seedlings crouched under rime, translucent and glassy, and every farmer's jaw clenched at the sight, because a sprout that looks like a crystal angel usually dies like one too. Old wives muttered recipes of protection, blankets, dung, boiled wool, and the humor of it all came free. Here were people trying to outwit a storm with the medieval equivalent of duct tape and emergency ramen. Someone joked that this was a Game of Thrones cameo. The wind agreed by slamming the barn door and stealing the punchline. Inside the smoke-smeared hall of the Preservation Guild, the air was thick with soot and experiment. Hanging beans steamed in the drift of oak smoke, while apprentices stamped jars until their knuckles bled little black confetti. The guild tinkered like kitchen wizards, testing smoke-cured legumes for toughness and flavor, explaining, wryly, that smoke-cured was simply food given a suntan by fire, which kept rot and marauding microbes at bay. They smeared honey over lip-sealed pots like sticky armor, the viscous gold catching the torchlight and dripping down tablets of wood, until an apprentice licked his finger and cursed in a voice both pleased and alarmed. Soot cracked under thumbs, jars clinked like distant bells, and the room smelled of charred wood, wet earth, and something sweet that promised many mornings of porridge without the surprise of mold. Every failed batch taught a lesson in the blunt way of trial and error. Some legumes took dinner like champs. Others smelled suspiciously like old cloaks and were quietly sent to the dogs. Trials multiplied. Burying jars under straw mattresses of hay to let the earth's borrowed warmth cradle them. Stacking pots in root cellars that smelled of potato and mouse, and brining a few batches in coarse salt until they looked like relics. They tasted and spat and tasted again, grimaces and hallelujahs in quick succession, as the guild searched for a formula that could stand the endless teeth of frost. One batch fermented into something acidic enough to make a monk giggle, and another soured spectacularly, producing a smell like old socks left in a priest's boots, and prompting a ritual disposal that involved fire and much dramatic hissing. The humor kept them sane. Someone compared their preservation attempts to slow cooking a time capsule for a future celebrity chef, and another muttered that if the world's end arrived, at least they'd have smoky beans to argue over. Each experiment left the hall greasy-fingered and hopeful, proof that stubborn human hands and a vat of honey could sometimes cheat the cold for another season. In the end, the valley didn't triumph in the noble, sweeping way of legends, but it collected enough small victories to keep bellies and spirits from emptying. A patch of hardy peas surprised them by shrugging off the ice and poking through a crust like a defiant thumb. The guild's best jars held sweet, smoky legumes that glistened when they were opened and smelled like camping trips and cleverness. They threw a supper that night, stew bubbling with charred beans, honey-glazed root slices, and bread so crusty it could be used as a doorstop. And the laughter tasted as warm as the food. Grimy hands clinked cups. Old men swapped tall tales, and new women stoked the ovens. And even the children pretended to be frost-resistant heroes, capes of straw flapping under the battered sign that read Trials of the Cold. The villagers learned the peculiar comfort that comes when you survive by wit, smoke, and a little too much honey, knowing the next winter would have to work harder if it wanted their crops and their jokes. Against the odds, the rye ripened early, a low tide of gold that bent its heads like weary soldiers, but did not break them, and the shire swelled with a sound as small and grand as one long exhale. I could see the stalks shimmer in the pale sun, hear the brittle whisper of chaff, and smell the sweet, cold earth where frost had kissed and left no bruise. The cold frame shelters, simple wooden frames with oiled cloth, stood like tiny fortresses along the furrows, fog curling from their mouths each morning. Villagers pointed, laughed, and crossed themselves in equal measure. Because when a crop defied winter, everyone felt the miracle in their ribs. It looked like a low, stubborn rebellion against the sky, like something out of a folk song that would make a bard feel smug for a fortnight. Everyone worked as if the frost had given them a second wind. Carpenters hammered, women stitched oilcloth, children handed pegs, and swore with the serious language of the useful. The new preservation tricks, smoking over green wood, salt cures, jars sealed with rendered fat, and a curious bit of souring they called lactic fermentation. Fancy talk for clever pickling that keeps things from rotting. Moved from experiment to law of the kitchen, the smoke stung the eyes and left a tarry tang in the beard. Salt flaked on tongues like promises, and the brine smelled of old pennies and sea. It was a messy, glorious laboratory of pantry science, and even the skeptical miller admitted that his nose had never known such healthy smells. There was humor in it too, honest as a saw. Men who once laughed at kitchen witchery now sniffed jars like monks tasting relics. When the sickles rose at dawn, the field turned into a river of bent wheat, and the work sounded like a chorus of scythes, sharp, steady, relentless, punctuated by the occasional cuss, and a child's delighted scream when a lark startled up. The rye came in fast, grain thudding into sacks, heads leaving a dusting of pale chaff that stuck in beards and teeth, and made every mouth grit like an old grindstone. Hands blistered, palms blackened with sap and straw, and someone always managed to nick a thumb, which got a bawdy round of jokes, and a plaster of bread and egg that tasted faintly of beer. There was grit under fingernails, and the sweat of purpose on brow. It felt more satisfying than any season finale. Yes, even if you prefer the kind with dragons and much poor wardrobe. By noon, the carts creaked full, and the route back to the storehouse smelled of hot grain and cold hope. They stacked the sacks like stones in a wall, layered jars in straw like eggs, and shut the doors on a treasure trove that smelled of hearth and summer sun bottled up. Mice sat on rafters and plotted, but the keepers were clever, and the fat seals sent them scattering. The cold frames had done their job, nursing spare shoots and seed stock, and the root cellars breathed cool and dry, full of turnips wrapped in moss and cabbages that had fermented into something tart and marvelous. There were less pretty things beneath the eaves, maggots turned to compost, odd clots of mold scraped away, hands that smelled of smoke for a week. But the Shire accepted the mess as the price of tomorrow. Old women who had once said prayers over the first loaf now tested loaves with thumbs and wagged approvingly. And the miller's grin split his face like a well-worn sack. Everyone knew the stores would feed the winter. The knowledge tasted like salt and beer and made folk laugh until they wept. So the feast came, not as a promised royal display, but as something far richer. Tables heaved with dark rye bread, smoky joints, pots of sauced root and cabbage, and pottages that steamed like miniature thunderstorms. The air filled with clatter, the slap of palms on hunks of bread, the curious perfume of rendered fat and singed rosemary, and the stupid, honest joy of men and women who had kept their children fed. Old quarrels dissolved into toasts, some sincere, some bawdy, and a boy at the head of the table joked that they had beaten winter itself. Take that, White Walkers, which sent the ale spraying and most of the crowd into fits. It was small and human and miraculous, not a miracle from heaven, but one of soil, sweat, and stubborn cunning. And when the dusk closed like a lid over the feasting, the Shire slept full and hot with the satisfied ache of people who had turned fear into bread. The harvest's miracle, the bards would call it later, and they'd be right enough for once. Word of the hardy seed and the clever ways of keeping food alive sailed out of Bohemia on carts and gossip. And before long neighboring, lords were sending men to buy a sack or steal a cutting. I watched a caravan arrive at dawn, wheels clattering, oxen snorting, a wet, earthy smell of thawed mud, while men in chainmail peered at rows of frost-bright stalks as if they were an alchemist's secret. Kitchens filled with smoke, and salt as cooks learned to hang meat from rafters and braid garlic into every cord, the air tasting of iron and ember. Pride and panic mixed at the Lord's table when the first frost-resistant barley brewed a beer that tasted faintly of sunshine and victory. And Merck's stubbornness, which had looked like madness in lean years, suddenly looked like prophecy. The new techniques moved by hand and by mouth. Seed savers swapped notes like an underground cookbook. Women taught men which herbs kept rot at bay, and cellar masters tinkered with smoke, salt, and sugar until jars stopped exploding in spring. You could hear the hiss of brine, the slap of cured hams against beams, and the soft plop of apples dropping into simmering syrup, a chorus that smelled of vinegar, wood smoke, and caramelized fruit. Lords tasted the preserved vegetables with the caution of men testing poison, then laughed until they choked on a pickle, and paid triple for the recipe. There is a vulgar, democratic joy in watching nobility discover that survival can be delicious. For a decade, the fields stayed full, and the barns bulged like prospering stomachs, markets swelled with grain and spare coins, and even the beggars learned to wink at a passing cart. Town squares rang with hawkers, salted pork, pickled beet, sealed honey, and the alehouse stank pleasantly of spilled beer, wood smoke, and the too ambitious stew. Children chased one another among sacks of rye, as birds picked through spilled kernels, and the miller, who had groaned about flour like a troubadour, stopped complaining long enough to take a third ale. Weddings came with more than stale bread. Feasts sent out ribbons of smoke, and the sweet, greasy stink of roasting meat. Tales of Merck grew taller with every telling. Some swore he cursed the frost away, others that he struck deals with saints and stubbornness, which reads like a low-budget superhero origin and makes grown men grin. I sat in a smoky tavern as a bard plucked his lute, the strings whining like a trapped bird, and the crowd leaned in to hear how one man's refusal to give up filled granaries and quieted winter's teeth. There was spit on the hearth, the tang of ale on tongues, and children gnawing crusts as they mimed Merck's fierce, unmoving look, the same look merchants get when they spy coin. The delicious irony is this: the man who fled fame hid in a peat-smoked cottage, while his name sped across the countryside like a rumor. The new practices did not make the world spotless. Jars sometimes burst with a wet, rank pop. Grain still harbored weevils in dark corners, and the smoke that cured meat crawled into clothes and sinuses. Yet the sharp edge of hunger dulled. Raids for food became rarer, and when war did come, it was less often a battle over empty pantries and more a quarrel of pride. Neighbors copied the seed and the cellar methods, teaching peasants to taste for spoilage and to sing the same preservation chants, a practical liturgy of brine and smoke. In taverns and courts, alike people raised cups to Merck, who never wanted to be a hero, but left a stubborn, sensible miracle. A dawn of plenty that smelled of sweat, salt, and hope. They called the place the frost-bound village, because the wind seemed to forget mercy long before it forgot names. Smoke curled from low stone chimneys like a tired ribbon, and frost scalloped the edges of every shutter. Aelric bent over his loom with wool between his fingers, the scritch of fiber, and the occasional cough the only music, while Bryn balanced a kettle that spit steam into the frozen air. The hamlet smelled of wet sheep, wood smoke, and the sharp tang of rancid tallow from last night's lamps. Not the perfume of kings, but honest and useful. They packed and examined garments as if preparing for battle rather than for winter, folding linen next to skin, piling tunics like safe houses, testing the stretch of fur against the knobby wrist of a wooden mannequin. You could see the villagers' breath hang like little ghosts, and Aelric joked that If coats could talk, they'd ask for a day off. Bryn, who knew honest work, only tightened a stitch and laughed anyway. Layering here was common sense edged with superstition, a practiced art that kept the old bones alive, and the young ones from turning blue and dramatic like a bad movie extra. A linen shift clung to the skin, thin and prickly, but it kept the damp away. Think of it as medieval moisture control, less breathable fabric and more stubborn will. Over that came woolen tunics, thick as bread and full of lanolin, smelling faintly of the animals that gave themselves to keep people warm. Those tunics trapped air between the layers, and air, not magic, became the real insulation. Villagers wore padded doublets, sometimes quilted with scraps, which squashed drafts and softened blows from the weather's teeth, while Aelric's mother swore by a sleeve of extra buffed wool stitched inside the collar for neck warmth. Bryn grinned and called their method layering like a lazy onion, and the children mimed peeling off coats like an assembly line skit. The loom clicked and clacked while Aelric worked, a rhythm that matched the villagers' lives. Warp, weft, pull, repeat, like an old clock refusing to die. His hands smelled of wet fleece and sheep fat, and the wool left small, stubborn tufts beneath his fingernails. A grossness everyone accepted, like a badge that said you fought the cold and won. He felt for weaknesses with a practiced thumb, mending holes that would widen like mouths in a storm if left alone. Bryn sewed by the yellow candlelight, her needle catching stray hairs and the occasional grub that had ridden the fleece like a stowaway. They sang nonsense songs to keep the work from feeling endless, referencing a hero from a distant tale, someone brave and mistaken, like a medieval Jedi without a starship. At dusk, they tested finished garments by wrapping them about a scarecrow and watching how it steamed in the snow, as if to say, "That will do, you miserable stuffed thing." Fur-lined cloaks dominated evening gatherings, heavy capes swaddled in pelts that still smelled faintly of barn and wildness, their edges stiff with frozen breath. The village hunters skinned and tanned in curt, practical ways. No delicate workshops, but quick hands and a whetstone. And the fur collars formed a collar of warmth that stopped wind like a tiny fortress. Hoods pulled low, muffled faces into cocoons. People walked like nodding crows, shoulders burdened and warm, boots stuffed with straw that crackled and exhaled dry smells. With each step, the garments creaked and sighed as they moved, and children dragged hems through slush that turned to clumps of ice and smelled faintly of horse urine and old hay, winter's perfume. It wasn't glamour. Bryn would scoff at any cloak that boasted of elegance, saying it's the cloak's job to be ugly and effective, which is basically a medieval version of a superhero origin story. When the first true blizzard came, the whole hamlet became a chorus of padded bodies and clinking buckles as people stepped into the white and disappeared like so many chess pieces rearranged by a god with a grudge. Aelric and Bryn moved among them, offering a mended glove here, a borrowed fur there, trading jokes for stitches, because laughter heated the hands as well as any hearth. The crunch of frozen snow underfoot and the metallic tang of cold on tongues kept them humble, and the village collections of cloaks and quilts, a communal closet born from necessity, worked better than any solitary fortune. In the hush between gusts, you could hear the distant bleat of a stubborn sheep and the soft, contented snore of an infant tucked into layered wraps. Proof that the system, though patched and smelly, kept life going. They survived by knowing fabric and animal and stitch, by sharing warmth like a contagious secret, and by remembering that fashion in the frost-bound village meant not flashy trim, but the quiet, stubborn art of not freezing to death. Aelric found the old loom buried beneath a pile of mildewed tapestries and a half-eaten barley sack, and the first thing he smelled was lanolin, thick, sour, alive. He set the shuttle to humming and fed raw fleece into the rollers, twisting and twisting until the yarn sat like packed cord, dense and slightly oily. The loom clacked a steady, ancient rhythm that sounded more honest than any town crier, each twist squeezing air out of the wool, so the threads held warmth instead of fluff. When he wrapped a test skein around his wrist, it felt stubborn and itchy, but it trapped heat like a barrel holds ale, and he grinned despite the prickles. It was, in his mind, a medieval cable-knit sweater. Hipsters would have swooned if hipsters had existed then. Word spread like smoke through the rafters, and the village women and men gathered, sleeves rolled, to try double-stitched seams that might laugh at wind and rain. They pinned 2 lines of running stitch, then a row of cozy padding and a bind, fingers moving with the practiced speed of people who mend more than manners. Leatherworkers sat beside seamstresses, rubbing oil into aprons until the hides darkened and shone, the scent sharp and fishy, like a market stall after dawn. The oil made the aprons repel slush with an oily hiss, though it left hands greasy and pot lids smeared, and someone joked that they smelled like a man who'd married a porpoise. Laughter stitched the air as tight as their seams, and the clack of needles kept time with the loom's old heartbeat. Materials were scarce. The flock had thinned after a bad summer, and what wool remained came knotted and full of burrs and sheep dung that no one bothered to pretend was poetic. They scavenged what they could. Frayed cloaks became linings, worn tents yielded canvas, and even the blacksmith offered scraps of padded wool from saddle rolls, cursing softly when his fingers caught a thorn. Aelric taught them to card the matted fleece, scraping grit and small beetles into a dish that someone pushed away with disgust, while children picked out tiny stones like sweets. They braided human hair into straps and traded a goat for a handful of rabbit pelts, bartering in a way that felt part market, part desperate comedy routine. The work smelled of sweat, smoke, and damp wool, an honest stink that promised warmth if you could stomach it. Then the blizzard rode down off the moor like a sack of knives, and the village woke to a sound like 1,000 shutters banging, and the moan of the world made of ice. They threw on the new garments in a tumble of wool, leather, and frantic curses, testing stitches with nervous fingers, while wind tried to unzip the seams. The double rows of stitching held. The oil-beaten aprons shed the sleet with a wet, insulting sound, and people found that the packed yarn radiated little warmth pockets against their skin. But it was not all triumph. Knuckles went numb, boots filled with a bitter slush, and one man's sleeve froze stiff with a passing icicle, cracking like a poor lute string. A child, cheeks raw and pink as beetroot, declared they were cozier than a bear in an LL Bean ad, and the village laughed through the teeth-chattering. When the wind finally eased, the loft smelled of smoke and lanolin. Boots steamed on the floorboards, and Aelric's thumbs bled little medals from hours at the loom. They patched and traded, passed the technique along, and even the mayor's wife showed up with a shawl that dripped oil and dignity in equal measure. Out of scarcity and bluster grew a kind of fashion, ugly, practical, and warm, the sort of trend that keeps you alive rather than gets you painted on a noble's tapestry. They toasted with sour ale, joked that they'd invented insulated armor long before any king thought of steel, and each laugh sounded like evidence that the village would outlast the storm. Aelric tucked the pattern notes into the loom's beam like a promise, and the name stuck. Threads of innovation, a small, stubborn triumph against cold and common sense. The first gust came like a thrown cloak, sudden and shuddering, and the village answered with a chorus of shouted names and flapping banners. Ice tasted the air, metallic and sharp, while the gale knocked lanterns sideways and threw up drifts that hid the lanes within minutes. Old dogs tucked their tails under pheasant feather beds, and the smith's bellows sang a panic song against the wind. We smelled smoke and wet wool, and the sweet, awful scent of fear, a flavor as real as salt on the tongue. It was, in truth, a weather report no one in the hall had asked for, and everyone remembered as the howling night later, as if naming it could make it stop. Bryn tightened the fur-lined cloak until the hood sat like a bear's maw over her face, and the wind found teeth and bounced off. The pelts had been oiled that morning. You could smell the varnish and skimmed fat, and the leather creaked like an old ship when she moved. Fur traps air the way a mattress traps a sleeping child, small pockets that won't let the cold ladder through. And Bryn felt the difference immediately as numbness stayed at the threshold instead of moving in. Her breath steamed a little sigh inside the hood. She tasted the warm iron of the forge from her hands, where she'd clamped the cloak fast. It was practical, crude, and gloriously clever. The sort of solution our descendants might call retro chic. If they ever learn facts without a streaming service, Aelric was the quiet exhibit in wool, wrapped in layer after layer like an onion that would not cry. Each garment tugged and rubbed, but they trapped your warm air, and the innermost linen kept skin dry, while coarse outer wool took the rain and spat it toward the wind. He smelled faintly of lanolin and stew, a stubborn earthy odor that told you of sheep, ale, and long miles walked to fetch both. When the cold tried to find his bones, it found instead handfuls of warm air and a kind of slow, steady insulation. His fingers stayed stubbornly mobile, his toes refusing to betray him. He walked past those who had underdressed, as if passing a bad joke that still had teeth. Those who thought a single thin cloak would do looked like living statues. Blue lips, skin pinched and glossy, noses like frozen turnips, and fingers that forgot how to bend. The village healer worked by lantern light, steaming cloths and muttering remedies, while the room smelled of vinegar and wet wool, and the faint, greasy promise of mutton broth. Frostbite is rude. It strips feeling without asking and leaves behind hard, pale jokes on knuckles and earlobes that sometimes must be cut away to save a life. Children cried less from cold than from the sight, a small human shock that made the whole place hush, and a man who tried to laugh had to put his mitten back on before the sound could come out. Seeing otherwise healthy folk transformed into ice-stilled pictures tightened every pair of hands in the workshop and made the need for better gear feel less like fashion and more like salvation. The storm made tailors into generals and tanners, into saints overnight, and the workrooms filled with people who sewed like their lives were owed to the stitches, because, bluntly, they were. Needle and sinew, waxed thread and boiled leather, each small improvement was a tiny triumph, and each failed stitch a lesson learned with cold fingers and swearing that make a monk blush. They traded patterns and jokes and the last ration of hot broth while planning better hoods, double linings, and mitten designs that could be put on mid-battle with the weather. There was an irony that stung like sleet. Ancient, smelly techniques beat the newfangled cheapness brought up from the market, and the village breathed easier as more cloaks came off frames and over shoulders. By the time the gale eased, people spoke of the night in the low, satisfied tones of survivors, proud of fur and wool, and foolish enough to call that ragged, smelly armor the village's victory. When the storm reached its teeth, the whole village pressed like wet cloth toward the communal hearth. Faces rimed with ice and sleeves dripping slush. The hearth roared, orange tongues licking iron pots, and the old woman telling fortunes with a ladle, while steam fogged the low rafters and made everyone look like bad actors in a Norse play. Wool cloaks sighed with trapped warmth, sweating out lanolin and that earthy, sheepy smell that somehow promised survival. Even the dogs collapsed belly down on the hot stones, snoring like broken bells. And for a moment, the wind sounded like a distant drum beating a bad omen. Heat radiated from the hearth and soaked into wool the way sunlight soaks a sponge. You could feel it travel through layers coarse, outer serge, softer woolen shirts, furry underpads, each layer doing its quiet job like a veteran soldier. The wool smelled of smoke and sheep and a greasy hint of old soap. And when villagers shifted, you heard the muffled creak of leather and the whisper of stitches. Damp hems steamed, sending out scents of broth and the sour tang of damp wool starting to ferment in the dark. A smell equal parts comfort and ode to barnyard. Folks joked half-truth, half-boast. That wool earned every man's keep. A sheep with a Ph.D. in insulation. Hands were an honest index of weather. Wrapped in reinforced leather gauntlets, knuckles sheathed in layered hide, and stitched with thick sinew. They looked like miniature medieval gauntlets from a knight's lost trunk. The gauntlets creaked when a man flexed his fingers, smelled faintly of tallow and boiled hair, and held warmth like a tiny, stubborn sun, while fingers inside fought numbness. They let men grip ice-coated ropes and metal without the sting of cold stealing straight to bone. And when someone handed a lad a hot iron from the hearth, you could practically hear the leather sigh in relief. It was crude, not pretty rivets bitten in by hammer and curse, but it worked better than prayers or polite wishes. Then the scream split the hearthlight. The child had wandered too close to a drift slip and lay trapped down a slope, hair stuck with frozen snot, lips blue as bruised plums, and crying hiccups that tasted of iron from the cold. The village launched the reinforced sled like a battering ram made of oak and old metal, the runners banded with iron. Edges scarred against frozen clay, cords flayed and braided into lifelines. Men shoved and hoisted, leather straps creaking underhand, breath smoking, snow spitting in everyone's faces, while women poured hot broth into wooden cups and passed along warmed stones wrapped in cloth to press against the child's chest. The sled slid with a groan and a prayer, kissed by the heat still warming the men's backs from the hearth. And when they reached the child, they dug fingers into snow and hauled her free like a stubborn potato. Back at the fire, they wrapped her in layers of wool and leather, rubbing cold from fingers, until she hiccuped into a laugh that sounded like a tiny triumph over the winter itself. The hearth's triumph wasn't magic. It was wool and leather and craft, and the smell of stew shared between rough hands, every village bit of common sense, though it read more like low-budget folklore than any prince's tale. Someone joked about dragons, and someone else said this was more like a Viking sitcom, and laughter bubbled up through smoke and steam, making the rafters look a little less ominous. The storm raged beyond the windows, a white beast clawing at the walls, but inside the heat held, stubborn and human, a small, ridiculous victory that tasted of smoke, broth, and the slightly guilty pleasure of not having to face winter alone. Spring arrived like a rumor that refused to die down, and with the thaw came the tall, exaggerated retelling of how the village survived the worst freeze in living memory. People gathered in the square to trade the story like prized bread, hands still smelling of smoke and wool, breath puffing white in the cold air that clung to their beards. They spoke of layered wool and fur linings, and of oil-treated leather, as if reciting holy scripture, each detail polished until it shone brighter than the icicles on the eaves. Aelric's name slipped into every sentence, at first whispered, then proclaimed his clever seams and stubborn braids of warmth, turning him from tinker to town legend. Even the children giggled that it was like a medieval viral video, minus the camera, and with far more mud on the hems. They wore wool like a geography, underlinen, tunic, coat, and a robe, each layer trapping a pocket of warmed air that kept frost from pinching skin raw. The wool scratched and delighted in equal measure, an honest itch that reminded you you were alive. And when the sun broke through the clouds, it steamed with the smell of lanolin and damp sheep that no perfumer could replicate. Villagers slapped at their sleeves to knock the snow free, and the leather clappers on their boots made a dull, satisfying thud on the frozen ground. You could hear the rhythm of winter in their movements, the rubbing of hands, the dragging of sleds, the soft hiss of breath, and feel the comforting, coarse embrace of garments that had earned every stain. They boasted, laughing, that warmth was less a miracle and more a stubborn, well-stitched plan. Fur linings crawled like secret animals along collars and hoods, stitched in with a care that turned pelts into tiny fortress walls against the wind. The fur tasted of campfire smoke and wet dog if you got too close, a tang that made noses wrinkle and hands try the fur for warmth, with the desperation of someone testing soup for poison. When the wind bit, the fur closed like a trap, muffling sound, and making the world a woolly, muffled place where even curses came out apologetic. The sight of hooded villagers, faces rimed with frost and eyes bright from cold, felt at once savage and homey, the way a medieval tapestry might wink at you if it could. If Game of Thrones had been filmed in their clearing, the extras would have begged Aelric for his collars. Leather, too, carried its own kind of warmth, oiled, dark, and a little greasy. It shed slush and kept toes from turning into icicles. Aelric learned to smear skins with fish oil and tallow, a pungent, culinary perfume that made the smith's dog steal a roll, and then look guilty. The scent stuck to cloaks and memories for days. Boots squeaked as men marched through mud that wanted to swallow entire calves, and the treated leather creaked pleasantly like an old ally doing exactly what it was told. He taught them to stitch in air pockets, to double seam knees and elbows, to line soles with straw. And these small, brutal tricks turned discomfort into endurance. The villagers started to call his odd remedies heritage, which made him both proud and cross that his greasy innovations were now family heirlooms. By the time the first crocuses shoved up, the story had grown warm and fat with detail. The stinging wind, the salt of tears frozen on cheeks, the hissing of oil on a hot stone, the mud that hugged boots and never quite let go. They celebrated with ale so yeasty it could stand a spoon, and with a roasted thing that smelled of char and glory, trading tales in which everyone had a hero's line. Though everyone knew Aelric's patchwork coat deserved its own shout-out, children pressed mittens to cheeks and begged for the same collars and boots, and elders crowed that these were not fashions, but survival hymns turned into habits. In the end, the village stitched the story into song, a rollicking, gritty ballad that praised layered wool, fur trims, and oiled leather as if they were charms against the sky. Warmth had been woven into legend, and no one could say whether that made the clothes or the telling more magical, probably both, with a dash of stubbornness and a wink to whatever modern influencer would dare try to remake it for clicks. The first white veil fell in the winter of 1247. A sudden shroud of snow swallowing the mountain valley of Kirov, as if night had been sprinkled with salt. By dawn the fields lay hidden under a hard, cruel whiteness that muffled the river and bent the bare branches like old men's backs. Crows hunched on the ridge, and farmers peered from thatch-smudged windows, eyes white with worry and soot. Lord Aldrich's manor, a squat stone thing smelling of tallow and damp straw, sat like a slow heartbeat above the hamlets. By midday the great hall filled with peasants and serfs, whose feet dripped mud, and whose breath fogged in the torchlight. They stood shoulder to shoulder, the scent of wet wool, boiled cabbage, and mouse-sweet cellars clinging to them like a second skin. Children shoved stale bread into hungry mouths, and men rubbed red knuckles with the wild hope that planting would somehow wait for them. At the dais, Lord Aldrich watched in a fur cloak, his face a map of old winters, and the steward clicked his abacus as if numbers could be coaxed into mercy. Everyone knew the arithmetic of survival. Seed, time, and a crust of grain kept for the Lord and for the crown. If spring came late, the seed rotted or wasted in soggy sacks. If the seed failed, the dew still stood like an iron rod, and men went hungry, or worse. Sacks lay damp in the byre, the smell of wet flour sour and gummy, and a single maggot could make a man count his children and his debts at once. The manor's barn doors banged in the wind like warning drums, and the workers imagined the ledger's neat marks turning into curses. Feudal obligations did not melt with the snow. They sat on people's shoulders like unpaid rents from a previous life. Serfs muttered about their corvée, days owed in labor that the Lord could call like a favor and command like a debt. And a young man plotted to trade his fastest mare for extra seed. The steward paced, fingers stained with ink and stew, making sums and threats with the same indifferent breath. A small bureaucrat of misery. Old Tomas joked that the crown's taxman lived as surely in the clouds as the snow, an invisible hand that never dropped the bill, and a few chuckled because gallows humor warms more than ale. When night fell, the hall hummed with plans. Save enough seed, burn extra straw to dry the sacks, coax the oxen out for shallow furrows if the sun ever dared to show. Someone suggested petitioning the Lord for mercy. Another swore they'd walk to the royal bailiff if need be, and someone else simply prayed with a rote, angry mouth. Outside, the wind scraped the shutters like a nail, and frost wrote lace on the windows, a beautiful cruelty that promised work and pain in equal measure. The first white veil had draped itself over Kirov, and with it a small, stubborn resolve. They would not let obligations crush them without a fight, even if that fight meant hunger for a season. Snow fell until the world wore a white hood, and the manor's lanes vanished under drifts taller than a cart. The road to the market snarled like a mule with a mouthful of brambles, and no one could tell where the path ended and the field began. Inside, the granaries thinned to a smell of old flour and lard, and rats grew bold enough to tap on the boards at night like pickpockets. Marek, the steward, moved through the cold stones with hands wrapped in ragged gloves, each footstep ringing like a coin in the Lord's empty purse. He cupped his breath, tasted iron and soot, and decided he must go ask for mercy, or at least a deferral. The serfs worked like ghosts, wrapped in patched cloaks that flapped with the wind and clinked with frozen breath. Spades and hoes sat in the ground with blades glazed in ice, as if the earth itself had decided to keep what grain remained. Men and women pried the tools free with bare, bleeding fingers. The cracks on their knuckles gleamed white and smelled faintly of cider gone sour. A plow horse stamped and dribbled a mix of steam and snot, and a child tried to laugh, coughing instead into a mitten smelling of wet straw. The scene felt absurd, a medieval version of a modern winter breakdown, half tragedy and half slapstick, with the misery smelling of mud and boiled turnips. Marek took his petition on a sled that squealed like a beetle, trudging up the Lord's steps that had not been swept since Michaelmas. He stood before the hall, where the Lord ate roast with grease on his beard, and the fire made everything look gold and impossible. And Marek's words came out small, practical, ashamed. He asked, as steward, for tax relief. Delay the tithes, reduce the dues, spare the seed for sowing next year. He used the blunt instruments of accounting and begged like a man, with nothing left to barter. The Lord listened, fingers stained with marrow, and the silence that followed felt thicker than any drift. A comedy of manners, where the punchline could be starvation. In the village, talk twisted faster than the wind. Duty, honor, and cold hands made strange bedfellows. Old women reminded everyone of oaths sworn to the Lord, and young men counted debts like a ledger you could hide from God, but not from winter. Some kept plowing until their nails split, and their breath came in thin little bells, because duty tastes of stubborn pride, and the thought of a scolding is sharper than frostbite. Others slipped sacks of grain under floorboards, the theft smelling faintly of coffee none of them had drunk for years, and of shame sharpened by hunger. Children began to sleep with their faces pressed to their mother's ribs, listening to the hollow sound of the manor's bell and the distant, dull thud of axes on ice. The burden grew not only on backs, but in the ledger, where numbers bulged and the ink ran like sap in spring. Snow ignored rank and decree. It listened to nothing but weight and weather. And that democratic cruelty made every lord's argument sound fragile. Rumors of relief turned like a wheel. Sometimes they came. Usually they didn't. And the stewards and serfs learned there are winters that test contracts more than swords ever did. By the time the thaw began, everyone would know what price a year-long debt could demand, and the story would be told in coughs, in missing chickens, and in the quiet, uneasy laughter of people who'd learned to measure hope by how much bread they could hide beneath a floorboard. Snow slammed against the shutters, as the king's messenger stamped into Aldrich's hall, a bedraggled shape whose cloak had turned to a dripping rag and whose boots squelched like a wet beast. He handed over a letter sealed in red wax, the crown's exacting summons, and the salt in the man's hair tasted of Rhodes salt and frost. Aldrich stood with one hand on the table, feeling the wood shiver under his palm, and for a moment it felt absurd, like receiving a royal DM in the middle of an apocalypse. The fire spat and smelled of damp leather. Outside the world was a white bruise, and inside every hearth-faced man felt the weight of the king's ink. Loyalty had a cold, hard ring to it tonight. He called a council before the embers died, gathering stewards, a curt bailiff whose cheeks were raw with wind, and a few stubborn aldermen who still smelled of last week's cheese. Voices rose over the crackle, old men pronouncing the book of customs as if it were scripture, younger men asking if the tenants might live through another tax taking. The argument sounded like a skirmish. The old customs crackled with certainty. The new ideas rattled like thin chainmail. The smell of spit and ale, the scrape of boots, and the sight of calloused hands on the map made the problem feel tactile and immediate. Not a line on a parchment. Someone muttered that feudal duty wasn't a charity app, and everyone laughed in a brittle, frightened way. A bright-eyed bailiff suggested something that felt almost scandalous. Share the surplus grain with neighbors, ration by need rather than coin. And the room shivered as if at news of heresy. He explained it simple: keep the barns whole, share the load, and the roads will not empty of folk when the thaw comes. He used the word mutual like a spell, and then, to break the tension, called it medieval crowdsourcing. Hands folded around tankards sent up grooves in the wood, and men imagined the texture of sacks, the dusty tang of grain, the squeal of rats that live where such food sleeps. The elders spat, smelling their own placards of duty and law, but even they flinched when a widow's cough echoed from the doorway. The clash felt alive, like two swords at a chest fight, ancient honor versus a rough new mercy. They met again at midnight, beneath a sky that hissed with sleet, exchanging sealed jars of barley like contraband lovers, the grain ticking in the dark like tiny, traitorous hearts. Aldrich rolled the sacks by hand, feeling grit bite under his nails, and watched as a steward walked bareheaded into the storm to the neighboring manor, breath steaming, boots turning the white into gray. They made a pact so quiet it could have been a sin. To share stored grain before the crown came knocking, to sign no papers and speak no names outside the walls. The risk tasted metallic. Punishment from the crown might be swift and unkind, the law hungry for examples. But the thought of children gnawing old rope for crumbs was worse. It looked absurd on paper, rich men dividing what little they had as if pooling loot in a pirate movie, and made their grim faces soften when the wagons slipped through slush and returned lighter. The tenants smelled the difference. The bread steamed. The porridge had a thickness that had not been there, and women hummed like bees at their hearths. The Crown's ledger would later show a neat missing line, and the royal clerk would frown. But for now, Aldrich felt the trade-off. A warm hall, grudging laughter, and a tenant who would bend his back for a lord who once fed his child. There was irony in the relief. Aldrich had bound himself to the king, and to Mercy in one messy knot, and both could unravel under a hard wind. In the end, the snowstorm rewrote obligations, the way a careless scribe edits a map, messy, human, and impossible to fully erase. A blizzard came down like an angry sea, white walls and wind that slapped canvas and splintered timber. The newly built supply caravans folded under the weight, as if a giant hand had scooped them up and tossed them aside. Oxen whinnied with steam from their nostrils, and one wagon axle snapped with a sound like a bone breaking, scattering sacks of flour into the snow where they smelled faintly of damp grain and panic. Men and women hunched beneath sodden cloaks, faces rimed with ice, noses raw and red as beetroot, and the sound of the storm made a hollow, constant roar that felt almost like a god's disapproval. Even the dogs seemed to curse the weather, burying their muzzles in the snow. And for a moment, the feudal world felt as fragile as the brittle crust covering a frozen stream. If anyone had a book to compare it to, they'd say it was a worse winter than any of the tales. A sort of medieval Game of Thrones, meet bad, weather day in the Apocalypse Isle. In the chaos, Myra stepped forward, a slip of a woman with hands already calloused and a laugh that could cut through cold. And she barked orders like a captain of a sinking ship. She and a ragged band of serfs shoveled, hauled, and carried. Their fingers turned purple, then white, then numb. But they kept working, spitting and swearing and laughing to keep the teeth from chattering. The trapped villagers cried out from beneath broken sleds and collapsed tents. The smell of wet wool and old sweat sharp enough to make a man gag. And Myra moved through the mess with the certainty of someone who knew that if the rules didn't save you, your neighbors might. It was ugly work. Blood on mittens, frozen snot on cheeks, a child's mitten found and returned like a stolen treasure. And every rescue was a small, filthy victory. People who had spent their lives following the farmer's wheel for the Lord's grain now found themselves making their own wheel turn. They fell into a chain like peasants in a painting, suddenly deciding to improvise choreography, passing bundles, hauling beams, levering wagons with ropes, and iron bars, until wood creaked and the snow underfoot turned to a slushy, sucking mud. A woman used the shaft of a broken cart as a lever and cracked a spare axle with a sound that made everyone cheer. Because when a lever works, you don't need pious sermons about duty. The collective labor felt almost revolutionary, not in the theory book sense, but in the grit under your nails sense. One body pushed, another braced, a child handed a blanket, an old man found a dry boot. The air was full of concrete noises, the scrape of wool, the grunt of backs, the metallic ring of a dropped bucket, and the smell of horse, poop, and soaked straw was so strong you could taste it on your tongue. It was messy, inefficient, glorious, and human, the kind of thing no lord's formula could govern. From the high hall, the lord watched through a perched window, his breath fogging the glass as he observed the scene unfold like a play he had not scripted. And for the first time, his obligations looked less like ink on parchment and more like warm bodies hauled from the snow. His cloak hung heavy, smelling faintly of cedar oil and candle smoke, and he realized with a small, unpleasant jolt that his steward's ledger could not stitch together the severed hands and frozen toes of his people. There was irony enough to make him chuckle and then feel foolish. Here were the very serfs whose lives he had governed, showing more initiative than any of his trained men-at-arms. And they did it without asking permission or sending for a decree. He felt his pride prickle, the peacock feathers of his honor suddenly useless in a storm. And somewhere between a mouthful of cold stew and the warmth of his hearth, a new thought took root. The sight of Myra hauling a screaming child past the buttressed door was a kind of epiphany, messy and undeniable. After the storm, the village smelled of wet dung and roasted onions and 100 pairs of aching hands. And instead of a formal edict, there was a table where bread and ale were passed around, and deals were made with nods and sore thumbs. The Lord's steward still scratched notes, but his scrawl looked softer, more willing to bend. Obligations were not so much abolished as twisted into new knots where labor met mercy. Myra's name spread like a warm rumor, not carved in stone, but in the calluses on wrists, and the way people now looked each other in the eye. And there was an awkward, almost modern joke that this was the medieval version of a union meeting, minus pamphlets, and with considerably more mud. They had saved each other with hands raw and voices hoarse, and the victory smelled of smoke, iron, and the faint sweetness of shared stew, which in their world tasted like law rewritten. The storm had been a reckoning, and by the time the sun melted the last of the drifts, feudal rigidity had been nudged, bumped, and sometimes shoved into something that could at least listen. When the last cornices let go and snow thudded into the river. The valley exhaled a cold, wet gasp. Children came out blinking like owls, their mittens stiff with ice, and dogs nosed at black, fragrant mud that smelled of riverweed and old dung. Women unlatched doors and spat the sour taste of winter from their mouths, and the air filled with the metallic clink of thawing tools. Even the pigs seemed relieved, rooting in thaw-soft earth as if testing whether spring would bite back. Lord Aldrich rode up on a mare whose breath steamed in the sun, the mail under his cloak clinking like distant bells. He called his reeve and the elders into the great hall, where smoke made the rafters look older, and the hearth burned a stubborn, greasy blue. With a voice that had bossed storms and bailiffs alike, he proclaimed a new compact. Work duties paused when snow pinned fields and sleds. No one would be driven into the frost to die for a lord's ledger. Peasants blinked, half expecting a trap, and then laughter rough as cold dust rolled from the benches, because miracles in the Middle Ages usually came with a sword or a tax. He paired the promise with a granary, built in the crux of the village, where the stream gurgled, and the rats had previously hosted their own parliament. They filled it that first week with scabby barley, bruised apples, and whatever corn remained, the smell of damp grain and sweat and mouse droppings making the rafters ache with reality. By law the Lord would guard the key, but a council of 3 villagers would check the stores. Aldrich swore with hand on loaf, an oath half practical, half theatrical, like a knight swearing to a very sensible sitcom. Everyone dragged sacks and curses up the muddy lane, and the granary doors closed with a satisfying thud that sounded like a promise finally put under lock. They sealed the accord with wax, shovel, and a ridiculous amount of ale. A smear of hot red on parchment, a blind old woman tasting the loaf, a child stamping a pictogram of a plough small, stunted, and earnest. The ceremony felt equal parts legal contract and village pageant. The clang of tankards and the rust of parchment mixing, like a bad bard's poem and a medieval Netflix reboot. Aldrich kept his lordly rights on paper, levies, and courts. Yet he accepted limits, admitting that a snow-struck belly makes for a sullen and dangerous tenancy. The peasants traded fear for leverage, and he traded absolute command for a stable realm. It was the kind of bargain the friars would call prudent, and the troubadours would turn into a bawdy refrain. By the time the thaw had chewed the last frozen clods, men and women were back with plows, not because the law demanded it, but because the covenant made their toil mean something beyond mere survival. Hearths began to bloom with smoke again. Bread rose lopsided and fragrant, and the valley learned to gossip like it had never been silenced. There was still mud, and there were still taxes, And there were mornings when hunger tightened like a belt. But hope had weight now. It settled in sacks in the granary, in the crook of a child's grin, in Aldrich's quieter footsteps. Spring's accord did not erase the hard years ahead, but it rewired loyalty into something warmer. A mutual insurance, awkward as a patchwork cloak. And the valley woke with the nervous, foolish joy of people who had seen winter and survived it together. In the hollow of Brackenfell, the first bitter night laid itself across the valley like a wet cloak, and the village folded toward the great longhouse as moths to a guttering flame. Peat smoke stabbed the air and mingled with the sour sheep sweat of woolen cloaks, and every footstep spat little moons of frozen sod into the darkness. Edric, broad-shouldered and freckled, stood with hands like split flints, and a face that never learned to blanch. The shepherd who kept more sheep than neighbors kept patience. He prodded a snoring dog with a boot and grinned, the kind of grin that says you have excuses, and he has knives, and both will do. Around the hearth the villagers pressed close, cheeks chapped and noses blazing, as if warmth were a gossip one could hoard. Mara arrived with a bulging basket that smelled of camphor, rotten apples, and roots dug from mud, and she arranged her jars as if setting townspeople back in order. Her fingers moved quick and kind, knotting poultices and whispering names of herbs like confessions, and the smoke from the hearth made her eyes glint like a witch in a candle advert, like a familiar from a bard's fable. She joked that her salves had mended more broken ribs than Aldwin's sermons had mended sins, and the crowd laughed with the warm relief of people who'd rather cure a cough than be scolded for it. Mara's remedies smelled sharp and honest. The tang of iron and boiled onion promised pain eased, and toes unsnapped from frost. Father Aldwin kept his back straighter than his parishioners liked, ringed in a brown robe that had seen better tonsures, and he clutched a rosary knotted with a pilgrim's tears, or maybe lint. He spoke low and urgent, his breath fogging the air, and each word scraped like a knife, asking for alms. Superstition rode him like a second skin he never took off. He warned that, when the fire died, the frost wraith prowled, a thing older than famine and craftier than any taxman, and every child crept nearer as if to steal warmth by law. When Aldwin named it, the hairs along the villagers' necks tensed and the dogs stopped dreaming. You could hear cloth shift and coins settle in pockets like tiny bells. The tale made the rounds in the old way. Tongues addled with ale-inflated details, until the wraith became a thing of legend and insult, a breath that nursed on marrow and grinned through a mask of rhyme. They said it walked roof lines and licked through thatch with a hiss like old iron on ice, that it pinched noses white and left lips split in the morning, And one old toe walker swore he'd smelled a dead thing's sweetness when it passed, like the scent of a winter corpse wrapped in lavender gone wrong. Mara muttered about salt and iron, as if recipes could argue with ghosts, and Edric scoffed while rubbing his palm on his smock to fake bravery. The story crawled under cloaks and into sleeping places, thriving on the parts of night where the hearth couldn't reach. As embers thinned and the great logs gave their last grunts, the room shrank into sharp shadows, and all jokes frayed into a brittle hush. Someone coughed, someone spat, and the smell of charred stew seemed suddenly obscene. Edric stood and checked the latch, as if guarding a castle of mud. Mara ladled out a greasy, smelling salve for throats and frostbitten fingers, and Father Aldwin began to mutter a string of prayers that sounded like an old song with the words lost. The wind pressed its face to the windows and sighed, and for a breath the whole valley felt paused, like a minstrel in mid-verse, or a crude, medieval black mirror waiting for the cliffhanger. Then a whisper skittered across the thatch, thin and certain, and even the skeptics smelled fear like wet wool and remembered the warning. When the fire dies, something listens. Edric and Mara moved through the low-ceilinged kitchen like two sparrows in a smoke-filled throat, hauling braziers and a coil of iron chain to gird the hearth. Mara hammered a ring of iron over the lintel until sparks spat like angry stars and soot lumped under her nails. The smell of tallow and singed wool made their eyes water. They tied little clumsy charms of bent nail and bees, wing to the iron, muttering rhymes that sounded half prayer and half license at the market. The words smeared with garlic and beer like a bargain. Edric joked that the charms would keep out witches and bad tenants alike, which made Mara slap his shoulder and spit black on the floor. The humor helped, but the laughter resembled a cough. All night they promised the hearth oaths, simple vows, shouted into the smoke, because in a village where a promise is as binding as a rope, speech becomes a kind of armor. Father Aldwin stood by the doorway with his hood like a bell, and he spoke a warning that fell cold as frost on a cattle trough. The night knell had been heard in the low marsh beyond the alder trees. He said that when the knell, an old omen, more whisper than bell, took the air, dogs went silent, and milk soured faster than a man's temper, and mothers clutched babes like coins. His voice rasped of years and candle smoke, and when he crossed himself, the beads clicked like the tick of someone counting down. The men leaned their foreheads on their palms, and the women muttered old remedies, salt in the lintel, bread split crosswise, a drop of spittle sealed on the threshold. Aldwin's warning had the practical tone of a tax collector and the theatricality of a town crier, and everyone listened because superstition runs through a place like the cold through an unplastered wall. They began the verses, old, clumsy, and stubborn as cobbles, calling on hearth spirits and old saints in a breathy chorus that scraped like wool on wood. Mara scraped a charred spoon along the iron to make a ringing that sounded like a far-off spoon in a monastery, and Edric stamped by the door to firm the threshold, the sound of his boots thudding into the floor like a warning drum. The air tasted of boiled marrow and smoke, and the cats twined around their ankles with purring that trembled like a child's lullaby. A rat skittered and left a husk of grain tacked to the hearthstone, which made someone whisper about the dead borrowing food. Someone produced a pinch of salt that smelled of sea and rust, and they let it fall in triple doses, while someone else spat 3 times for luck and disease. The chanting had a rhythm, half ancient law and half karaoke. It bolstered their nerves until the house felt less like a brittle box and more like a breathing thing. A sudden gust came as if the night had exhaled, and the smallest tallow candle guttered and went with a sob of smoke. Pitch black pooled in the corners, and the room tightened like a throat. The cold pushed in on skin and breath, and folk felt the chill like tiny needles working under shirts and shirts of wool. Someone hissed as frostage crawled up their arms. Dogs lowed and did that worrying thing with their jaws, the sound scraping the rafters, and a child began to cry because darkness makes stories hungry. For a moment, everyone thought the wind had simply won and carried the light away like a careless juggler losing his flame. Then Aldwyn's whisper cut through, "Listen for thee, Nell." And old fear moved through the people with the speed of rumor. An odd, embarrassed laugh slipped out, as if the world had been given a power cut, which lightened the mood, and yet felt like blasphemy to the superstitions that waited in the mud. After the candle went, the village slid into its old, foolish rituals with the calm of people returning to a favored chair. Neighbors crossed themselves, spat on thresholds, and pressed blackthorn against the lintel like a bandage. Old women barked directions: turn the loaf, lay iron under the pillow, don't let the shadow sit on the child's face. And the younger folk obeyed with the same half smile they might use for an ancestor's bad manners. The oaths to the hearth began to feel heavier, as if speech had leached into metal and wood, and made the house a contract that no one could break without snapping something alive. There was a comic absurdity to it, all men swearing by charcoal-streaked fingers and promises. But the irony stung. Superstition smoothed the jagged edges of fear and bound the village together like resin. In the dark, the first small signs of old belief showed themselves. A foot knocked on the floor to count, a spoon tucked into a child's sleeve, and the hush that said Everybody was listening for a sound that may never come. A desperate messenger burst through the hamlet gate. His cloak rimed with frost, and his breath stabbing the air like thrown knives. He looked as if he'd wrestled a winter and lost, mud clinging to his boots, fingers black with soot and blood, and a lantern that sputtered like a dying throat. He spat a story between ragged gasps. The neighboring village froze solid. Men turned to stone in the midst of chores and prayers, as if some hard, cruel clock had stopped their hearts. The thatch roofs steamed where the hearths still burned, and the smell of tallow and boiled cabbage made the tale feel half true and half like a village gossip born at the alehouse. We called the path between hamlets the frozen path as joke once. The name stopped being a jest the moment the messenger slammed it into our ears. The three of us, old Jacob the miller, mayor of the bakery with flour under her nails, and I stood in the lane and argued like parish elders over a goat. Jacob wanted to bolt the gates and never look past the dusk. Mayor said if we left kin in a stone garden, we'd have their children on our conscience for the rest of winter. And I muttered something useless about maps and numbers. We joked that our council meeting was like a modern group chat, except our signal is smoke, and the emoji is a cudgel, and the wind laughed at the joke by rattling the shutters. Outside, the cold had a voice, a distant bell tone cracking the air, and the crunch of frozen footsteps that were not ours. It felt smaller than a war and larger than a quarrel, and the choice tasted of iron on the tongue. The messenger painted the scene with hands that trembled. Husbands struck as if mid-swing. A boy with a fishing line frozen in his wrist. Women with aprons stiff as gravecloth. All posed like a cruel exhibition at the Lord's Hall. He said their faces had lost color and warmth, the way pork does when left too long over the smoke. Lips gone alabaster, and eyes clouded like pond ice. He claimed the church bell had chimed once, and then stopped, its clapper locked, as if an invisible smith had welded it in place. The stench of iron and old urine followed his tale, small horrors of real life glued to the impossible. And for a long beat, none of us laughed. There was something comedic in how unbelief felt suddenly childish and dangerous, like wearing leather in a rain of knives. Iron Age superstitions arranged themselves in our mouths like coins. Salted thresholds, crosses stitched under shifts, leaving out bread and milk for whatever bent thing prowled the hedges. Old Marta, whose remedies include nettles, curses, and an eye like a boiled egg, was brought up as our oracle. And our last internet, we knew her answer would be both practical and terrifying. We argued whether frost could be a sickness, a curse, or simply bad weather with bad timing. And in the end, each explanation sounded like a child's parry against a wolf. Then the night broke open with a single howl that ran along the hedgerow like a hunting horn blown through a sieve. The wind took up the sound and scattered it back at us as names, drowned names, names of newborns, the syllables of kin, whispered so close it felt like breath on the ear. That whisper sank like a stone in our chests and answered the question for us. Ignore the tale and sleep on our knees, or go and see if our neighbors lay like statues in the moonlight. We wrapped ourselves in cloaks that smelled of goat and smoke, snatched a pole and a knife, and set a lantern between us that threw hand-sized ghosts onto the snow. Jakob cursed the cold in words older than useful. Mare hummed a ribald tune to steady her hands, and I thought, with a grim chuckle, that we looked like extras in a bad horror tale. Someone should have given us better lines. Our boots cracked the frozen path with each step. Ice hissed underfoot, and the lantern sputtered like it's keeping secrets, while the air kept carrying those soft, accusing names. The path ahead glittered, as if paved with the broken teeth of winter. And we walked on, because sometimes the only thing braver than believing a nightmare is answering it. Midnight cracked like a bone, and the church bell fell silent before the frost wraith slid from the lee of the churchyard. A shimmering spectre that drank the heat from lamps and lungs alike. It moved with the slow surety of frost over barley, leaving breath hung in the air, as if someone had pinned little white moths to the sky. The yard smelled of old smoke and iron tang, a stench that made the dogs whine, and the thatch huddle tighter on the roofs. When it passed, you felt your marrow go loose, like a pot had been lifted from your belly, and the room forgot how to be warm. Folk would later call it witchcraft, bad weather, or a curse. But at that hour, it was a thing that ate warmth and hummed like a blade. Edric stood with his blessed axe, the haft dark with sweat, and a strip of old cord from his father's belt, as if the weapon had been stitched from the family's stubbornness. He swung once, and the air tasted of copper. The blade answered with a thin blue glow that made the ice on his knuckles scream. He was no polished knight. The axe had nicked a pig trough more times than enemy skulls. But in the ring of lamplight, it looked like a peasant's Excalibur, which is to say, it looked determined. He cursed under his breath, a string of farmyard oaths that somehow steadied his arms like a tune, and felt ridiculous pride when the wraith recoiled from the metal as if insulted. For a breath he fancied he heard the axe hum the same note as the bell, and for a moment the world was two notes and a cold. Mara moved like smoke, hands quick and sure despite fingers pruned from damp, and she flung a small pouch of hearth herbs into the wraith's path with a flick that smelled of thyme and old vinegar. The pouch burst on contact, a hiss of steam and sharp green smoke that tasted of burnt bread and sea, and the spectre shrank from the scent as if from a hairshirt. Her palm blistered against singed linen, and when she spat the blackened taste from her mouth, it was gritty as river silt. Courage in that village often came with soot under the nails. There was something almost comic about seeing a ghost sneeze, a tiny, polite recoil like a cat offended by lemon. And Mara laughed despite her aching ribs, because the absurdity kept the fear from eating her alive. Superstition, she always said, was good practical thinking in bad weather, like an umbrella for your soul. Father Aldwin planted his feet in the snow, the hem of his robe a dark, wet rag, and he began the litany of light in a voice that had shepherded funerals and christenings, and one drunken wedding into morning. The words were old as the stones, and smelled faintly of beeswax and foxglove. When he spoke them, the candles guttered against the chill, and threw small, honest shadows like children hiding. He did not speak like one reciting recipes. He sang like a man shoveling earth, steady and relentless, and the syllables built a little shelter around them. The villagers clutched rosaries and pipe stems, some mouthing words they did not fully understand, and even the inn's cat, usually smug and unimpressed, blinked as if struck by the tune. Aldwin's voice broke once, which made the frightened murmur into a prayer, and the prayer into a thing worth defending. The battle turned into something both holy and ridiculous. Edric hacking at air that resisted like chilled cloth, Mara dancing in the snow with scorched fingers, Aldwin's litany like a bell that would not stop ringing, and the frost wraith throwing cold like a child throws stones. Each blow tested them, faith against corpse gold, courage against the simple human dread of numb toes. And the village watched like a jury of weather-beaten faces at one strike the axe-bit flesh, a small, ugly thing that spat blood bright and wrong in the cold. And for a second, the mortal and the unearthly mixed, and made a rotten smell that tasted of iron and fear. Then, with a sound like the sigh of 100 shutters closing, the spectre thinned into glittering dust that smelled faintly of seaweed and old linen, and the wind carried a handful of it down the lane, where a child would later sneeze and swear it tasted of winter. They had no parade, no song fit for bards, only cups of thin ale and a new superstition. Hang hearth herbs at every door, and never speak kindly to frost. When the first light crept over the thatch, the wraith folded like newsprint and slunk back into the wood, leaving the village to a rude, noisy thaw. Icicles hissed and plopped like small, offended beasts, and the riverside open with a sound like old wool being unrolled. People stood in doorways blinking against the gold and smoke, their breath steaming and mixing with the sour tang of damp straw and boiled cabbage gone wrong. Fingers that had locked in frost creaked loose and bled faintly at the knuckles, which somehow made everyone laugh at the same time. A sort of brittle, astonished sound that scared a cat into the rafters. The charms that had hung from lintels looked ridiculous in the cold light. Strips of iron, braided rowan, a raw herring nailed to a post like a bad joke, all bobbing in puddles of murk. It was funny, in a grim way, that what had been pinned to the door frames with such fierce faith had the fashion sense of a beggar's festival, and the dawn seemed to mock their tidy superstitions with a shrug of warm air. They moved like one groggy animal to salvage what mattered. A wet mantle here, a frozen hen there, boots that peeled off like old bark and left pained, pink toes exposed to the mud. The smell of dung and wet dog rose in waves as men hauled sacks. Women shook sodden mattresses, and children fished out a stew pot whose contents could have been used as both meal and glue. Iron had been stuck in the earth and salt strewn in doorways all night. But when the eldest let out a laugh and threw his coat over a paling, hands followed his laugh as naturally as breath. Heat traveled hand to hand, curse to grin, warmer than any rowan could boast. They formed a chain to ferry peat to the hearths, and the rhythm of hauling and swearing was a kind of stubborn warmth, like a village beating its chest until the cold got embarrassed. Even the dogs, slick with thaw, pressed their ribs into human legs and snored the sort of loud, gross snore that made the children giggle despite the night's terrors. By mid-morning the chronicler, a spindled monkish fellow who smelled of ink and onions, and whose script was half song, half inkblot, sat on a stool and opened a scrap of damp parchment as if beginning a confession. He traced the night's events with a nib that hissed and swallowed, the ink pooling when his fingers slipped on the wet wood table. And every blot felt like evidence that the world required telling. Villagers crowded close, noses full of smoke and teeth full of cold, leaning in to hear the lines that would become rules. How they had sung, how a child had thrown her bread into the circle, how a smith had slept with his forge bell beside him like a talisman. Someone mentioned a tale that made it sound like a badly budgeted epic, the sort of thing a traveling bard might set to ale-sodden drum. And the old woman corrected it with the sort of realism that only people who wake with frozen chins have, that the real miracle had been their ridiculous refusal to be alone. They laughed, recorded, and agreed to teach it, promising that henceforth the night's nonsense would be the morning's manual. The new legend stitched together charm and chore. Rows of iron would still hang, salt would still line thresholds, and a herring would still swing like the silliest of wardens, but each was to be accompanied by something less poetic and more useful. They set down protocols in plain language. 2 people to the hearth at a time, a rota for watch with a bell, and a pot of hot gruel, boots dried by the smith with a flinty sort of tenderness. And every instruction smelled of peat, sweat, and urgency. By dusk, they acted out the rites with fierce solemnity, stomping, singing snatches of old hymns that tasted like sawdust, and smearing warm fat on each other's hands in the most affectionate, gross ceremony you could imagine. There was irony enough for a priest and humor enough for a bairn. The charms kept their place, but the real magic turned out to be collective stubbornness. That communal shove that moves a cart and a heart alike. So they sealed the tale in the communal chest, writing the headline over and over in awkward capitals. Dawn's warmth. And they agreed it should be told whenever frost came early or rumors of wraiths crept from the hedgerows. The story they carved into wood and paper mixed the theatrical, ringing bells, Rowan charms, odd little dances that made the youths snort with embarrassment, with a dealer's practicality. Dig a drainage trench, keep a kettle on the boil, and sleep in pairs with a salted herring between the beds, if you must. Later, by the embers, someone joked that if their village had a storyteller on what people now call the glowing rectangles, they'd hashtag the thing number Wraithu. And the crackle of laughter that followed was as healing as any charm. In the end, the dawn's warmth was both sun and stubborn hands, and the legend they sang would, they hoped, warm the next generation as much as any iron or rowan ever could. By late afternoon, the valley of Eldermoor smelled of smoke and damp wool, and the villagers gathered in the hollow like sparrows drawn to a single stubborn ember. They came rubbing frost from their lashes, stomping wet boots until peat and grit scattered like confetti, voices low with the kind of worry that makes hands tremble. Children clung to frayed cloaks. Elders counted missing roof slates with sour looks, and the bell over the meeting shed kept time with a mournful, rusty knell. The looming winter sat on the ridge beyond like a pale god, patient and hungry. No one pretended this year would be easy. When Master Mason Rowan stepped forward, his hands still flecked with mortar, and his lungs tasting of cold lime, the crowd fell a gear quieter. He painted with words a house that would fight winter for them, thick stone walls like a fist, low thatched roofs to hold heat and shrug off sleet, and a hearth big enough to roast an ox or warm a dozen winter-cold feet. Rowan knocked 2 stones together like a drummer marking time, and joked that the longhouse was medieval central heating, minus the app, which drew a few relieved snorts. He talked through small windows, smoke chutes dressed like chimneys, and layers of sod and reed that would keep the wind from finding a way in, explaining each bit like a carpenter, explaining why a table doesn't wobble. Lysa, who tended sheep and had the sharp, stubborn face of someone who'd learned to argue with cliffs, stood up before anyone could ask and said she'd fetch timber from the high passes. Her voice was small but steady, like a blade of pine against the wind, and the idea of the passes made a dozen throats tighten. Those are places that eat men if you don't respect them. She smelled of lanolin and river mud. Her palms were cracked from ropes, and the bristly smell of her coat made the older women wrinkle their noses as if remembering lambing seasons. When she spoke of finding great pines and dragging them down by hand, someone muttered hero quest, and another swore it wasn't the sort of thing sung about in ballads, because ballads always forget the blisters. Rowan's plan was practical and stubbornly honest. Thick mortar-tight stones to hold the wind out, tiny windows you could peer from, but not let a draft through, and wide hearths sunk into earthen floors that kept embers and gossip in equal measure. He described sleeps shared with beasts. Cows and dogs hunched at the foot of bunks to lend their body heat, and the sour tang of urine and animal hair that would be the price of warmth. They spoke of straw mattresses that smelled of sweat and old straw, of lice and the precise, infuriating itch that makes grown men curse the saints. Survival here was never pretty. Yet Rowan also promised small comforts, drying racks for damp clothing, bellies full of stewed roots, and a flue that would carry smoke out without choking the sleepers. Clever little tricks that felt like magic if you were tired. By dusk they split into work parties with names no bard would sing. Timber teams, stone haulers, roof thatchers, and Lysa, with a small knot of men who followed her like weather-hungry gulls. Rowan checked his tools the way a priest checks rosary beads, eyes narrowing at each chisel and cord, old habits for keeping order in chaos. Lysa stepped toward the pass with a satchel of salted meat and a stubbornness that looked suspiciously like bravery, and the wind ripped at her cloak as if auditioning to be a villain in some blockbuster. The snow underfoot crunched like bones, and pine smoke stitched the air with a clean, sharp thread. They set off with grumbling jokes, aching shoulders, and the fierce, ridiculous hope that if they built together, they might cheat the winter. Rowan led the ragged team-up slopes that looked like the spine of some sleeping giant, jagged, ice-kissed, and very ready to wake. The wind bit through cloaks and courage alike, tasting of old snow and iron, and every step chewed at woolen socks until toes announced their presence in shouts of numbness. They moved like surgeons and fools at once, careful with ropes and reckless with laughter, because you either joked or you froze from the inside out. When the avalanche came, it did not explode so much as roll. A low animal sigh that became a roar, Rowan's shout, and a flurry of ropes turned what could have been a grave into a white river passing by. By the time they reached the tree line, the men and women smelled of resin, blood, and victory. As sticky as the pine sap on their palms, the firs and pines stood in patient ranks, trunks flaring like ancient candles, waiting to be trimmed for warmth. Axes bit wood with a sound like a smith's bell, chips flying into beards and eyes, resin clung to hair, teeth, and promises that they'd be warm come midwinter. They felled trees with ropes and sleds, sliding trunks down ice like clumsy gods building a cathedral out of timber. And sometimes the logs snapped cruelly and showered them with needles and swearing. At day's end, the air smelt of sap, smoke, and the odd rat someone's boot had crushed, not romantic, but effective. And Rowan counted each cut as a brick in the village's barricade against the cold. Children with frozen fingers ferried branches, while elders chewed on hard bread and told plans aloud so the wind could not steal them. Snow packed into their clothes like someone had sewn cold down the seams, and the climb made lungs feel as if they were rubbing against glass. They listened for the valley's odd cough, a hollow note that meant the mountain was shifting. And more than once Rowan's face went hard, and he mouthed, "Now," like a bell, hands bandaged with linen that smelled faintly of goat and old wine. They dug out a comrade whose face was white as a bone and full of curses, alive and furious at being nearly buried. The taste of frost in their mouths was sharp enough to cut gossip short, and even the dogs grew solemn, ears flat, tail tucked like an apology to the gods of weather. Iron and rope and sweat stitched them together. Each close call tightened the knots of the village, until they felt nearly impossible to tear apart. On the other side of the ridge, Bran's forge was a sun made of coals, a small blister of heat in the frozen village where sparks flew like angry fireflies. He hammered iron brackets until the rhythm sounded like a war drum or a particularly determined drummer from some far future rock band, brave, loud, and shockingly useful. The smell of burnt coal and hot metal mixed with Bran's sweat, and the sweet oil he used so his hands wouldn't crack. His palms were maps of old burns and better decisions. Kids peeked through the doorframe and learned cuss words in dialect and in steel lessons. Heat, hammer, bend, test. A simple school for apocalypse carpentry. When Rowan arrived with sap and news, Bran bent the glowing iron into brackets that would shoulder the doors like a pair of stubborn oxen, and both men laughed at how splendidly unromantic heroism could be. Inside the longhouse, Women sat shoulder to shoulder at looms that creaked like old ships, weaving wool thick as armor and twice as warm. Their fingers smelled of lanolin and sheep and steamed ale, working shuttle and thread until the fabric looked like night softened with memory. They lined walls with these blankets, tacking them so the drafts hit head-on and cursed. And the result was less home than fortress with curtains, cozy, practical, and utterly unspoiled by romance. Between songs, they traded news and recipes for healing poultices, which involved raw onion and more spit than anyone admitted. And the laughter that rose tasted of stubbornness and time. Every bracket, log, and blanket was a promise hammered and woven into being. And when the first blizzard wrapped itself cold and white around the village, they were ready enough to be proud, humming old tunes and new jokes about surviving like a sitcom ensemble. They raised the first stones as dawn bled into a sky the color of old bone. Men and women hauled blocks the size of milk churns, their breath frosting the air, while mud clung to boots and raw hands. The clink of iron, the scrape of hooves, and a dog's impatient bark beat a rough music as the foundation took shape, smelling of wet earth and sweat, and the sharp, sour tang of leather. The village spoke in grunts and quick orders, 1,000 tiny promises laid in stone, and everyone knew a winter could make those promises vanish like steam. When the storm hit, it did not creep in politely. It barreled down like a drunk at a feast, white and angry. Winds wrenched at the scaffolds, and with a sound like a giant breaking his back, the half-built eastern wall folded and scattered into a ruin of dust and mortar. Men swore, women slapped backs, and children who had been hiding behind sleds peered out with red noses as snow packed into the ruined joints. The ruins smelled of wet lime and crushed moss, and the cold felt personal, as if winter had come to gloat. Some cursed the gods, some blamed the mason's luck, and old Jory, who always loved a story, said aloud that the storm had watched too much Game of Thrones and wanted a part. They did not weep long. They rolled up sleeves, smeared hands with the greasy white paste of lime mortar, and started again. Lime mortar, explained over a laugh by Hela, it's like glue for giants, but one that bites if you forget your mittens, smelled of chalk and spit, and it stung the cracked skin. Instead of stacking like poor bricks in a hurry, they began to interlock each stone, shaping tongues and troughs, so each block hooked the next like teeth in a jaw. Villagers hammered, chiseled, cursed, and tasted the grit as dust rained into mouths, and the air filled with the metallic ring of chisels and the low chorus of planning voices. What had been a hurried wall became a careful puzzle, and the new method seemed less like trickery and more like a stubborn promise that rock would not be bullet again. At the center, they set a hearthstone the size of a small cartwheel, flat as a table and heavy enough to shame anyone who tried to lift it for sport. They cut channels of clay flues, which is an old builder's word for the lungs of a house, and ran them like blood vessels from the fire to the corners of the longhouse. When the first logs caught, the fire hissed and sputtered, throwing sparks that tasted of pine tar and made soot kiss the rafters, while the hearth breathed warmth into the clay tubes. Heat crawled along the flues and seeped from hidden vents, turning cold stones into slow suns. The village stopped shivering and started grinning, cheeks pink and eyes wet from smoke and relief. That simple network of flues changed the whole game. A single fire became a communal radiator, a medieval version of central heating without the subscription fee. By the time the last shovel of snow melted from the roofs, the ruined wall lay rebuilt, and several degrees smarter than before. People slept closer to the hearthstone and woke with limbs supple enough to chase goats, proud of a method born from bruises and laughter. It was ironic. What should have been the worst winter gave them the best answer. And old Jory's tale wound through the alehouses like a song. We raised the hearthstone and beat the storm. They toasted with mugs blackened by soot, and in the warm hum of the house they felt, absurdly and greatly, like inventors who had hacked their own little corner of survival. The first night of the deep freeze arrived like a rumor turned violent. The wind itself seemed to have teeth and a mind, a white wind that howled down the valley and threw fists of sleet at the longhouse. Men and women pressed their palms to the glassless windows, not for the view, but to feel if any warmth still lived, and watched their breath bloom into ghosts that chased the rafters. Outside, tree branches clacked like a drummer's stick, and the snow scraped the eaves in a sound like 100 knives being dragged across skin. Someone whispered a joke about the sky trying to move in for the winter, and even the dogs let out a ragged, knowing chuckle. Humor is the thin bread they feed themselves when cold gnaws the bone. The blizzard came at the door like a brigand, piling drifts that wanted to pry the hinges off and swallow the hearth's glow whole. But the reinforced door slammed and held iron studs biting into frozen hide. A heavy bar drawn true, the walls sat like old guards, thick with earth and stone and packed moss, their inside faces warm with centuries of smoked meat and breath. You could feel the stone keep the day's sun like a miser hoarding coins. Wool hung from pegs, saturated and steaming faintly, giving off that sharp, wet sheep smell that tells you the house is full and not yet a ruin. Someone muttered that when the wind wanted to take a house, it at least had to cue politely, and a child snorted into a mitten and made everyone laugh through their chattering teeth. At the heart of the longhouse, the central hearth roared like a beast, with its throat on fire, spitting sparks that winked and died like tiny meteors. It threw a circle of heat that turned noses pink and dried seams of frozen snot under chins. The crackle of burning oak and the metallic tang of iron on the spit stitched the room together more surely than any beam. You could taste smoke in the back of your mouth, and the sweet, oily smell of bacon that had been saved for worse days. People clustered around the flames in a ring of bodies and blankets, elbows squeezed, knees knocking for company, hands cupped and offered to the light. The hearth was more than warmth. It was a language, a pulsing proof that the house could still speak to the storm and be heard. Lysa moved like a woman who had been planted into the bones of the house and grown into them. She climbed the ladder to the rafters with a bucket of pitch sloshing that smelled of tar and fish, that adhesive, smoky perfume that keeps wood sealing itself against wind. Pitch, she said with a grin sharp enough to cut ice, is just medieval glue, sticky, foul, and honest. And she smeared it along the timber beams until they shone black and defiant. The gale tested every joint, but the pitch sealed the hairline cracks, and the beams groaned like old men, and then settled, resigned to doing their job. Watching Lysa at work was a little like watching an old MacGyver episode if MacGyver had smelled of smoke and carried a hammer the size of a toddler. As the night swelled toward midnight, the wind redoubled its effort, hammering the walls, throwing a fine, glassy grit against faces pressed to the doorway. And for a moment, the whole house answered with a concert of creaks and bangs that made children start and young men mutter prayers. The reinforced door shuddered, but did not give. The hearth flared as if taking a breath, and sent up a storm of warm sparks that danced like fireflies gone feral. Lysa slapped one last strip of pitch and barked a laugh that cracked the tension, and the longhouse held battered, smelling of smoke and wet wool, with frost painting fern patterns on the inside panes. Dawn would bring scoured fields and sore backs, and a new name for that wind. But for now, the night of the white wind had been met and kept at bay by iron, stone, flame, and a stubborn woman with a pot of tar. When spring finally loosens its white fist, the villagers shuffle out with mud-caked boots and blinking eyes to find the longhouse standing like a stubborn old sentinel. Roof thatch drips in steady beads, sending a steady plink onto the sod as bright patches of black earth steam into the morning air. A smell of wet oak, smoke, and tallow rises up and mingles with the sweet rot of thawed straw, and someone lets out a whoop that sounds suspiciously like relief and a little victory song. Children chase gulls around the eaves, while elders press their hands to the warm stones and whisper, half in wonder, half in accusation. We told you it would hold. They peer under the eaves and run fingers along mortised beams. A mortise is a cut that takes a peg, feeling where pegs bear the weight, and where the joints lock like a wooden handshake. The builders had doubled the walls, packed moss and sheep's hair into the cavity, and pitched the roof so that snow slides off instead of sitting like a smothering blanket. You can almost hear last winter's ice give up the ghost. Rowan lifts a corner of sod to show a neat turf foundation, and scoffs at anyone who thought iron nails would have helped more than clever angles and patience. Inside, the hearth still holds embers that smell of damp meat, and a night's worth of smoke, comforting, terrible, clubby proof that the house trapped heat better than gossip traps rumors. It's funny, Rowan says with a grin, to think the same folk who mocked the Longhouse's old wife's tricks once worshipped shiny metal, architecture, it seems, answers to physics, not fashion. That night, Rowan plants himself by the dying hearth and sets a sheet of vellum on his knees, the animal skin smelling faintly of tannin and ink that bites your nose, the iron gall sort that stains the fingers forever. He draws, scratches, and writes in plain words and little jokes, because people remember a laugh better than a dry list. His script explains how to lay turf like shingles, and how to fashion a smoke hood that doesn't send the whole house into tears. The quill skips occasionally, and he curses softly at the splinter of bone quill, trading a story in the margin that makes the smith snort, then diagrams the ropes and pegs, as if half the reader were a fisherman and half a midwife. He binds the pages with leather, punches holes with an awl that's a pointy, medieval thumbtack. He writes wryly, and seals the codex in oilcloth so it won't rot when the next wet spring comes. Word travels like a dog that won't be stopped. Peddlers carry sketches to hamlets 5 leagues away. Apprentices copy Rowan's loops and arrows by candlelight. And a mason from the next valley comes to learn why the sod keeps frost from climbing the walls. Saws bite and hammers sing for days as neighbors trade handfuls of barley for lessons. Curses and laughter mix with the smell of hot pitch and fresh-cut wood, until the whole field sounds like a market and a forge. Tourists, if you want to call them that, a lord steward, and a couple of curious clerks show up in cloaks and muddy boots, gawking like they'd seen a dragon's egg. And Rowan sells them no nonsense and plenty of tea. It grows oddly satisfying to be the village everyone consults, as if Eldermore had become a brand before brands had logos. Years pass. Children born on the Longhouse floor learn to tiptoe around the embers, And elders tell the story of that merciless winter like a cautionary ghost tale, adding a punchline where pride should be. Rowan gets gray in the temples, but his hand stays steady when he opens the codex to show a worried mother how to stop a leaky Eve. And sometimes the book smells of ale because it doubles as a fly swatter, useful and historically accurate. The beams darken with soot, the floorboards polish under 1,000 boots, and mildew still edges the lower planks where winter has its grudges. But the house keeps people alive and fed, and that, in Eldermore, passes for poetry. When winter comes again, the longhouse creaks and settles like a great animal tucking in. When it leaves, people remember the codex, Rowan's stubborn pen, and the odd mix of common sense and stubbornness that made shelter into legacy. The highlands of Eldoria bit into the skin with a breath like a smith's bellows, and Myro's little cottage sat under a sky the color of old pewter. They watched frost creep over the garden, blackened cabbages turning to lace, and the dogs raised their muzzles and whimpered as if someone had left the cold turned up. Word spread through the village like a chill. Winter had come early and meant business, not mercy. Elder Branna came down the path with a leather pouch and a face mapped by wind and laugh lines, and she did not bring good news. She brought skill. On the ridge, where the elk lay like a felled statue, the fur looked softer than warmth itself, and the air smelled of iron and damp hay. The carcass still steamed in the thin sun. Branna told them to stop staring and start learning, because a fur left to rot is a funeral for a family. In Eldoria, you don't buy winter, you earn it. She showed them where to cut, how to peel skin from muscle without nicking the hide, and explained in a voice that could gut a song how a hide kept heat the way a hearth keeps hands. It was oddly comic to watch Myro's eldest try to mimic her and end up looking like a baker kneading dough that refuses to cooperate. They worked with flint knives and an old bone awl, an awl being the medieval needlemaker, like a blunt-pointed wand for poking holes, not a magic one. Hands went numb, then warmed, then slickened as blood darkened to brown. The smell of fur, sour and sweet, rose around them and made the children gag and laugh at once. Branna scraped the pelt with a smooth stone until it gleamed with cleaned hair, and the sound was a wet, satisfying rasp under the echo of their breaths. Every cut and pull showed the land's honesty. You cannot hide the work behind a curtain of good intentions. By the time the last tendons snapped, they smelled of the field and the beast, and their fingers held a new language of stitches. Inside the cottage, they stretched the skin across a low frame, pinning it like a banner and humming old songs that taught rhythm to the needle. Branna taught the running stitch and the loop stitch, calling the second the poor man's mattress, because it locked air in like trapped minnows in ice, simple and stubbornly useful. They threaded sinew through the leather with hands that trembled from cold, and from the miracle of turning dead weight into a hood and mitten pair. Sometimes the seams puckered into comic lumps, and the youngest daughter wore a mitten that looked more like a sleeping bat. And everyone laughed, because if you don't laugh you shiver in a stupor. The cottage smelled of stew and currying oil, and the sound of stitching became a metronome for hope. By dusk, the first fur coats lay on the benches like strange domestic beasts, warm when you pressed your face to them, and smelling of the mountain's honest work. The chapter's true conflict settled like snow in their hair. They had knowledge now, but winter still pressed its face against the window and tested every seam. It was a small, bloody victory, not the cinematic last stand of legends, more like a gritty slice of life episode. Think low-budget Game of Thrones, where the dragons skipped town and the villagers did the hard knitting. They had been frostborn by choice and need. And as Branna tucked a child's ear beneath fur, she said, with the smallest of smiles, "We do not wait for warm, we make it." Myro and his sister Lyra had gone into the woods that morning like any two peasant kids, baskets swinging, eyes on rabbit holes, and the bright red flash of tails, expecting the small, steady ache of cold and the easy business of pelts. By noon, the sky had turned iron, and the first clumps of snow dug into the pines like thrown salt. And then the storm came proper, a white wall that bit through wool to bone. They stood ankle-deep in powder, while wind hammered at their faces, and Lyra, ever the practical one, swore the trees sounded like an army marching. Myro muttered something about winter's Game of Thrones, and wished he hadn't. With the path gone and rabbits vanished like ghosts, they realized the day's work had flipped from hunting to survival, and that the pelts they already held would decide whether their feet froze or they kept dancing. The river lay open and black, a ribbon of bitter water under a rim of ice, and Lyra pointed it out like a lifeline. They trudged to its bank and turned the hunt into a tannery with the urgency of people who know rot waits only hours. They knelt on icy stones, palms numb, and scraped fat and flesh away with Myro's small flensing knife, while the wind screamed and bits of fur stuck to their wet sleeves. They boiled water in a chipped pot for rinsing and talked about brains, the old trick of rubbing brains into hides to make leather soft, because if your grandmother had taught it by curse, you'd try anything. Myro's face went green, but Lyra rubbed the brains in like it was skincare. The smell hit then, warm animal and iron, and a sour ammonia that could make a city dog sneeze, and the pelts hung like bad laundry from saplings to drip and breathe while they worked. It felt ridiculous and necessary at once, like MacGyver, except with more mud and fewer explosions. Cold stole their fingers in a clever, traitorous way, first pins and spoons, then dull, thumbing aches that made Myro drop the knife and swear in a language that would make the priest flush. Lyra coaxed, feeling back into his hands with her breath and a slap that was half affection, half command, checking toes and cheeks for that cruel blue-black that meant frostbite's coming. When Myro flexed a finger, and it clicked like a frozen hinge, she hissed. And they both knew they couldn't wait for a miracle. They warmed socks over the coals, held each other's gloves to the fire, and sang stupid drinking rhymes to keep the blood moving. Pain is a practical teacher, and it taught them to move faster, to choose which skins to save now and which to leave behind. Every minute wasted meant another pelt turned to slime. There was an odd humor in preserving tiny hides while their toes went numb. Lyra joked that in another life they'd be famous leather workers on a royal court. And Myro pictured a coat so fine the wolves would RSVP. Preservation itself became a theater of strange smells and sticky hands. They salted the flesh side with the household salt Lyra clutched like currency, then scoured the skins with river sand and a dull stone until they squeaked under her palm. When the acid tang of urine was needed, old folk said it fixed pelts by chemical magic. They grimaced and used a little from the chamber pot, joking that they were sitting atop medieval spa baths, which made the job tolerable and the air worse. They stretched hides on split branches, pegged them with bent twigs, and built a smoke shelter beside the fire to keep flies at bay and give the leather a touch that smelled of hearth instead of rot. Bits of fur came away in clumps, fat sliding like cold gel between their fingers, and the work was gross and quiet, punctuated by their small, shared laughter that acted like a spell against despair. Each cured pelt was a victory and a promise: gloves, linings, ear flaps for winter nights that could otherwise mean coughing, frost, and the long, slow death of worn-out folks. By dusk, the river hummed under new ice, and their makeshift tannery smoked and smelled like the inside of an oven where someone had forgotten a joint of meat. But the pelts hung darker, stiffer, and stubbornly heroic. They wrapped their own feet in one thin, half-ready skin and walked back to the lane with pride that felt ridiculous, and very real. Neighbors would laugh, but their toes would be warm. The tanning trial, as Myro promised to call it later, taught them more than techniques. It taught them how quick improvisation, a cold knife, and a shared joke could turn a near disaster into the raw materials of winter survival. They came home smelling of smoke and old animals, carrying a small sack of victory and Lyra already planned where each fur would sit on their coats. Practical fashion, peasant haute couture, and proof that the woods would not best them tonight. By dusk, the village square smelled of hot tannin and singed hair as men, and women hauled the tanned hides onto the long oak table. Laughter and grunts rubbing into the thick air like sweat. They set to work sewing cloaks and mittens, fingers stiff with cold but quick with habit, turning animal skins into armor against the winter that would bite the bones. The tannery's fire crackled, sparks flicking like angry stars, and the children pressed close to watch the flint-eyed seamstresses drag rough needles through hide. Someone joked that they were running a medieval version of a survival show, which made old Merrick snort tobacco smoke out his nose and call for quiet. Two craftsmen bickered over almost every movement. Petra favored a tight, rowed stitch that hugged the pelt, while Javan swore by his looping stitch that left an air pocket between skin and cloth like the puffs in a baker's loaf. They slammed awls and bone needles onto the table, as if keeping rhythm, metal clacking, sinew whispering like thin rope. Every tool had a name and a stubborn creed. The women rolled their eyes and taught the apprentices anyway, because when frost comes you don't fight over theory. You deliver warm hands and dry toes. Someone peeled open a mitten and sniffed at the wool where the lanolin hadn't quite washed out, wrinkling his nose at the faint tang of putrid fat. Comfort smells odd, like perfume from an old wound. A stranger arrived, like a punctuation mark, boots caked with foreign mud, a ragged cloak stitched in a pattern none of them recognized, and a smile that seemed to know more than it should. He unrolled a scrap of hide and showed them a narrow, looping stitch that trapped tiny pockets of air between the layers, which he claimed kept the cold out better than any thrum of wool. His voice had the quiet confidence of someone who'd lived through worse winters than theirs. The room hummed, spoons paused mid-stir, eyes narrowed, and an old woman whispered that secrets traveled with travelers the way fleas traveled with dogs. It felt like the town had a new axis of possibility, either salvation from the bite of winter, or an insult to the lifetime of ways they'd learned under their mother's hands. Pride flared like spilled lamp oil. Petra bristled at the idea that anyone could improve on her rose, while Javan's mouth watered at the thought of fewer frozen thumbs to mend at dawn. The elders warned of cursed innovations, of how a new stitch could bring misfortune as easily as warmth, and they pointed to the ragged stitches on the traveler's cloak as if they proved his guilt. Young apprentices, cheeks pink from the hearth, leaned forward like fans at a play, hungry for something that might make their lives easier. Novelty glittered in their eyes like coins. The argument tasted metallic, and the room echoed with clucks, scoffs, and the scraping of chairs. Every sound a small vote in the question of whether to honor the old ways or risk a better future. They tried the stitch by lamplight, the stranger guiding their hands like a patient actor on a stage no one had rehearsed for. Needles bit, fingers bled, and curses punctuated the rhythm as everyone learned anew. When the first mittens slipped onto a hand that had numbed half an hour earlier, the warmth poured in like tea, slow and miraculous, and someone whooped so loud that the dogs woke and barked. Laughter followed the sting of the needles, blood, salt, smoke, and mending, to make a kind of warmth no cloak alone could claim. The warmth of shared labor, and a secret passed between palms. By evening, they had sewn the traveler's stitch into enough garments to start gossip and hope both. And the phrase that made the rounds was plain and proud. They were, quietly and stubbornly, weaving the warmth. By dusk the blizzard hid Eldoria like a bellies-up ox, a white wall that ate roofs and spat out frozen breath. People ran, clapping rough hands, flinging crates and chairs to bar shutters, while the air turned sharp as a whetstone. The village smell collapsed into smoke, wet wool, and the copper tang of fear that sticks in the nose like bad stew. Wind hammered the thatch with fist-like gusts and hurled sleet that scratched faces like fingernails. Lanterns guttered, children cried. The whole valley sounded as if someone had dragged a giant rake across a slate roof. They peeled open chests and bundles like thieves at a wedding, pulling out hides and pelts stitched together by hands that smelled of smoke and boiled wool. Myro's cloak hung heavy from a peg, a sheepskin-backed slab of brown hide tanned until it smelled sweet and oily. Seams whipped with reindeer sinew that shone like braided rope. He draped it over his shoulders, and it folded around him like a patient bear, the interior trapping body heat, and the faint, greasy scent of lanolin turning the cold into something polite and distant. Every time the wind slammed a wall, the cloak swallowed the push and held the warmth close, muffling the world into a soft, grainy hush. People joked that Myro had stolen a nobleman's mantle, or borrowed a dragon's hide. Game of Thrones would be jealous, though they'd never heard the name, and the humor kept their teeth from chattering too loud. Across the lane Lyra yanked on rabbit-skin mittens she'd stitched in an hour by lamplight, all eagerness and proud blunders. They were fleecy, light, and smelled faintly of hay, but the seams puckered where her needle had rushed, tiny gaps like teeth waiting to bite. At first she clapped her hands and laughed. Then the powdery snow found those gaps and turned the soft fur into a sodden sponge that hissed as it froze. Her fingers numbed to a wooden stiffness, and prickled with that awful, raw ache that makes you think the blood is trying to climb back up your arm. She swore, half in anger and half in embarrassed pride, "Next time I'll take a proper lesson, not patchwork from a market cellar." And the irony tasted like soot, and the humor of a bad craft fair. The storm became a living examiner, testing seams and stitches as if each gust were a grating hand. When the drift swallowed the farmyard gate and the cold pressed its palm against the door, Myro wrapped his cloak around his wife and child and stepped into the howl. Snow gritted like ground glass against the leather, and sleet stung their faces with needle pain. But the cloak bucked and held, shedding wet like a stubborn dog, and keeping heat like a small, defiant hearth. Lyra knocked on their door with red, stiff fingers, and the mittens squealed where ice had crept into the seams. Inside, their breath steamed against the hide and smelled of biscuits gone flat. Outside, a loose eave splintered with a sound like an old man's cough, and the village felt raw and alive. Every failed stitch a lesson written on the body's edges. When dawn leaked gray across the snow, the world looked like a white map scored with footprints, and the survivors unwrapped the night's stories from their cloaks. Myro's family limped out, warm and oddly triumphant, his cloak stained with sleet and smoke, but otherwise intact. The kind of ragged heroes Cape bards would envy. Lyra sat with her hands cupped to a small brazier, loosening frozen fingers and teaching herself how seams bite back. She laughed when she found one mitten's lining turned into a block of ice that clacked like a bad coin. The villagers traded tips, thicker pelts here, double lining there, and someone quipped that there were no refunds on hastily made gear. Like a medieval market's no returns sign that nobody needed to put up. At the end, they took stock not in blame, but in small, practical vows. Stitch slower, cure hides longer, and respect the plain truth that warmth costs time and care. The blizzard had been cruel, but it had taught them to sew better and to laugh at their misfortunes over stronger stew. When the storm finally gave up its teeth, the village crawled out from under its white blanket like survivors blinking into a stage light. Snow creaked under their boots, roofs spit steam, and the air smelled of wet wool, wood smoke, and the metallic tang of shaken blood. They gathered in the square, rubbing frost from eyebrows and laughing at the small, ridiculous victories. A saved sack of grain, a crooked fence that still stood, a piglet that had outrun the wind. Not exactly a victory parade, more a relieved hodgepodge of people glad to be alive. Someone set a pot over the embers, and the steam rose, thick and comforting. Even the dogs nosed at the air like critics praising a feast. There was clapping, mock bows, and an old widow who called it a miracle. half the crowd knew miracles smelled a lot like hard work and animal fat. The furs, once slumped and sodden, now drew attention like metals, edges singed in a dozen ways, and mottled with patches of salt and cure. Hands unleashed the stink and the warmth together, a damp, gamey perfume, the grease that smelled of summer fields and damp barns, hair crisp and glossy, where the sun had kissed it while drying. Myro's favorite was a fox pelt with the ear half chewed off, its underfur dense and springy enough to cradle a child's cheek. A woman wrapped it around her shoulders and looked like a medieval celebrity on a budget. They joked that these were the original puffer jackets, long before anyone decided to invent polyester, and the village seamstresses stitched and trimmed with fierce pride. The skins took on a life of their own, heirlooms being stitched in real time, their patterns of salt and scar like stories written in fiber. The traveler who had come in with a slanted smile and a bundle of knowledge stood by the green gate as people fussed over the pelts that had kept them breathing. He packed his few things, a cracked wooden flask, a knife dulled by work, and the last of his smoked meat. And the whole village seemed to hold its breath, as if he might stay another winter to be chair and teacher and terrible storyteller. He tipped his hat, which was more of a skull cap, winked, and said something about roads looking less lonely with fewer dead on them, and that earned him a chorus of half-laughs and half-glares. His wagon creaked away, wheels hissing on melting drifts, and the children chased the prints he left in the softening snow like a new treasure map. When he disappeared over the ridge, a gust took his last words, practical, grubby counsel about scraping and salting hides, and they settled into the village like seeds. Myro stood by the hearth that evening, hands still smelling of blood and smoke, and made a vow loud enough for the rafters to catch it. He would teach the proper way to save skin and fur until his voice went rope thin. He demonstrated once more how to scrape with the flat of a knife so the hair stayed whole, how to rub in salt until the pelt hissed and tightened, and how brains, yes, brains, make leather soft if you trust tradition and your conscience. He called it an old soap, which made the children both horrified and fascinated. The lesson was tactile and rude sinew scrapings, a smell like wet dog and frying bacon mixed together. And the learners came away with stained fingers and grins that hid a new, useful pride. Myro joked that the ritual was the village's real insurance policy, not silver or promises, and he taught with the impatience of a man who knew what happened when lessons were lost to time. By the end of the night, they had a chorus of apprentices, clumsy hands learning to save warmth from skin and rot, ready to carry the craft like a secret password into future winters. In the months that followed, the furs became more than just winter gear. They were lit torches of memory, traded at christenings, and winked over at market as signs that you belonged and would be kept warm. Children grew up wrapped in pelts that smelled faintly of smoke and summer hay, climbing ladders and falling on the very hides that had kept their grandparents alive, which felt both gross and sacred at once. The traveler's advice slid into the fabric of the village. Myro's voice layered over it, and when someone asked about pride or glory, he shrugged and said warmth is glory enough alongside soup and a roof. On a clear morning the following winter, the village stood together at the gate, furs mended and stories retold, and their laughter tumbled like coins across the frozen ground. Warmth had been restored in the literal, filthy sense, and in the softer way that matters most. Knowledge passed down, hands steady, and a stubborn, communal refusal to let the cold define them. In Eldermere, the first frost arrives like a thief, thin teeth biting the thatch and the sills, until every window sprays white lace. Old matriarch Alva listens at her door and spits a ribbon of frozen breath into the yard, cursing the wind like an old saint. Young baker Tomas wipes flour-streaked hands on his doublet and hears the oven waver. The air smells of smoke, wet wool, and the metallic tang that comes before a hard winter. Merk the shepherd counts sheep with fingers that burn from the cold, the bleats muffled, and the grass stiff as an iron board. The pantry whispers of dwindling stores, sacks thin, lard gone greasy, and Tomas finds the yeast sulking like a sulky apprentice. He slaps a lump of dough that sounds hollow and jokes that his loaves now qualify as defensive shields. The joke tastes of desperation and charcoal. Mice have become tiny marauders, a soft chorus in the rafters that eats any hope left on a shelf, and the smell of old porridge and something rank under the jar lids makes the throat tighten. Each night the village counts rations by candle stub and memory, measuring hunger in spoonfuls and stories. Alva remembers the old custom, the one told in the cracked voice of her mother. The communal store, the first loaf sacrifice, the secret ledger carved in a beam where debts and kindnesses are scored in splinters. She unlocks the cellar where sacks hum with mildew and juniper, and the air hits her like a wet hand, sour, sharp, full of sleeping roots and lamp fat. She sets a jar of pickled beef on the stone and calls for Tomas and Merk. Her hands smell of soap and dried blood from mending a lambless seam. There is an irony in it she delights in. No counsel or decree will save them. Only a motley of neighbors and old rules, older than any lord's writ. Merk comes coughing, his cloak rimed with ice, and he tells of sheep noses white with frost, and udders tight as a closed purse. He has shoveled drifts with his back until the skin on his palm peels. The three of them haul sacks and ladle stew into a communal pot, the spoon scraping like a sword, and the steam fogging their brows. The broth tastes of marrow, onion, and the grit of the field. They trade work for bread. Tomas gives crusts for wool mending. Alva teaches a stitch that trims a wound. And there is no ledger that counts these things properly. Only the sound of hands working and mouths loosening. Merk grins, grim as a man admitting defeat to good company, and says this is not exactly what the bards sing, but it keeps bellies from rumbling like hungry drums. The first frost becomes their test, a season named at the hearth by smoke and stubborn laughter, and the valley learns old compassion the hard way. They gather under a sagging roof, passing jars, bread, and the last smoked fish, while a child jokes that the wind looks like a grim Netflix finale, and everyone laughs, because humor refuses to freeze. The skirts of the women smell of stew and starch. Men's fingers carry the sweet grease of bread, and the evening is loud with stories traded like coin. It is not a noble tale suited to courtly minstrels, nor a scripted hero's arc. There is no sword-bearer, only hands that mend and mouths that feed. This rough, human patchwork stitches the village to itself and keeps hunger at the edge until spring finally opens her thawing hand. Snow pressed against the eaves like a solid wall, and the village moved in the hush of muffled boots and the creak of laden sledges. Alva stood in the granary's low doorway, flannel shadow against the orange of tallow lamps, and called names as if she were ushering souls into church. She counted sacks, scraped frost from wooden bins, and stamped her palm on a ledger with the fierceness of someone who'd rather argue with famine than with neighbors. The grain smelled of straw and old sweat, and the faint ghost of last summer's barley, comfort, and rot held in the same sack. Her voice carried humor and command. She joked that a well-run granary was the closest thing their hamlet had to a royal guard. And everyone laughed because it was truer than it sounded. Tomas slouched up to the bins with palms dusted in white and a face that suggested he had borrowed winter and could not afford to pay it back. He tipped a cracked sack and let pale flour sluice like a river into Alva's waiting hands, the scent of it clinging to his beard and the grooves of his fingers. He joked about his belly growing thinner, while his wife's stew grew thicker with hope. But his eyes kept the math of hunger and kinship. He gave what he had and measured it twice. The village felt the small shock of generosity, like a cough that passes along and warms more chests than the donor could see. Even the children noticed, and one muttered that Tomas had just done more charity than the bishop in all his sermons, which earned a bark of laughter and a clap on the back. Merk hitched the sleigh with the resigned fury of a man who'd slept with his armor on for 3 nights and still woke cold. He led a string of villagers and dogs over drifts that sang underfoot, lanterns bobbing like galaxies trapped in iron cages. As they followed a map he had scratched into the bark of a tree the summer before, they broke crusted snow with iron shovels and sweat. And when earth finally gave, the air smelled of damp loam and rotten husks. Seeds curled like old teeth, and yet, by some miracle, sprouting promise, Merk joked that their treasure hunt beat any tavern tale, though his knuckles bled, and his cloak stank of smoke and wet wool. Nobody minded the smell. They traded it like a badge. He loaded the caches with care, whispering to sacks as if seeds had ears and memories. Because sometimes a man who cannot promise gold can at least promise grain. News of the granary rope pulled at the seams of the surrounding hamlets. Envoys arrived with sickly smiles and hands that smelled of fox oil and suspicion. The neighboring village council watched from across the frozen meeting field as if this whole affair might be a trick, or worse, a ploy to empty their own larders by daylight. Voices snapped like brittle twigs as accusations flew: hoarding, theft, secret stashes. And someone even produced a rotten turnip as supposed evidence, which became the most honest thing in the square. The tension felt like a blade under a cloak. Bargains came wrapped in insults and tempered by the very real knowledge that Frost does not care who you are. It was ugly and petty and human, and more than once a child's laughter cut the argument down to size, reminding them that mouths needed feeding before pride. So they sat around a long plank lit by tallow and candle smoke, and wrote a pact with a quill that smeared on the parchment like a coward who couldn't make up his mind. They thumbed signatures into flour when ink ran thin, and swore by hearth and grain bin to share back what they took. The terms were simple. Barter turned legalese by necessity. When one hamlet dipped, the others would fill. When a secret cache came to light, its keeper would get bread and a share of seed in return. Laughter and tears tangled as hands were shaken, spines straightened, and a woman with 2 missing teeth volunteered to police the bins, because who else would enjoy that thankless glory? By nightfall, the granary hummed with the dry sound of fingers counting and the hopeful hiss of oats being poured. Outside, the snow kept falling, thick and stubborn, but inside the village felt a little less like starvation's next victim and more like a stubborn, defiant clan. They didn't make promises that would stop every winter, but they made one another. And for now, that had to be enough. The thaw came at dawn like a bad joke. Sunlight prying at the river's skin until the old ice sighed and split with the the sound of 1,000 wooden spoons dropped on a stone floor, the footbridge that had served carts and gossip for generations buckled in the middle, leaving 4 children perched on the far bank, with their skirts glued to frost and their teeth chattering like castanets. Horses and carts stalled on the near side, hooves clanging, wheels spitting frozen mud, while the merchant with the pepper that no one could afford cursed, as if he'd lost his entire spice rack. The air tasted of wet wool and animal breath, and the river spat a spray of cold, rusty water that smelled faintly of iron and old fish. Panic spread faster than candlelight in a thatch roof. Neighbors shouting to neighbors, children bawling, and dogs baying like small, embarrassed wolves. The bell at the chapel pealed sharp and useless. Old women grabbed wicker baskets, and young men grabbed pikes, though the pikes felt less useful than a spatula on a dragon. Little feet left wet tracks on the ice, and a child's mitten floated by like a sad red bird, smelling of damp bread and snot. There was a ridiculous moment when Aunt Hedda tried to calm the crowd by offering hot ale, which did more stirring than soothing. Ale mixed with fierce tastes of iron and laughter. Then Merk arrived with his herd, a lumbering, horned army that smelled of hay, sweat, and mud. And everyone who doubted the beast's usefulness ate their doubts like cold porridge. They lashed planks together into rickety sleds, cinched leather straps until fingers bled, and slid across the broken ice with the graceless courage of a troop of clumsy acrobats. MacGyver would have tipped his hat. Men and women heaved crates and wrapped sacks, while children passed water and held torches that sputtered oily light, the glow catching on wet cheeks and the bright copper of pails. The river grumbled underfoot, and the sled runners shrieked like metal birds, while every breath fogged in the gray air. Supplies moved in a slow, halting chain. Loaves bumped each other. Salted fish slithered in wicker, and the cheerful clatter of spoons became the day's music as stew was reheated over square iron pots. A barefoot boy named Tomas slipped once and tasted mud and mildew up close. He spat and laughed, which broke something like the last of the panic. The rescue felt equal parts heroic and slapstick. Someone lost a boot. 3 pairs of gloves became a makeshift rope, and there were more curses about frozen sausages than any sermon ever delivered. When the children crossed back at last, smelling of smoke and hot broth, the village clapped like it had discovered a holy relic. By evening, the bridge was still a jagged tooth in the river, but the route mattered less than the work they had done together. Broken sleds were mended with wire and stubborn optimism, and Merk's herd stood with slobber-draped collars like proud, muddy knights. They traded stories over a communal pot that steamed and smelled of onion, bone, and something sweet someone swore was honey, but might have been diluted jam. The jokes got louder than the cold, and irony sat heavy. The same brittle ice that threatened them had given them a story to tell for winters to come. The crisis had stripped the village to its raw parts. Hunger, fear, cold, and also a stubborn, ridiculous love that fixed things better than any mason's cement. People will tell the tale with laughter and a shiver, and every time the river thaws, someone will remark, with the blunt honesty of the market, that trouble and neighbor go hand in hand. When the bridge snapped free of its moorings and tumbled into the black water, the cold felt like a living thing, a wolf that moved from breath to bone. Alva came down from the ridge with a hat full of blunt ideas, and one bright one: build a central hearth hall where everyone could warm, eat, and plot their way through the winter rather than drifting like frozen ghosts. People laughed at first. Townsfolk are as quick to mock plans as they are slow to freeze. But the wind had a way of making jokes die, and the laughter went thin and brittle. You could taste the iron of fear on the air, see your own breath as a white liar, and hear the keening of a cow 3 fields away as if it were a warning bell. Alva's plan stuck because it offered more than shelter. It offered a single place to trade warmth, gossip, and resistance, which in a village is almost the same as salvation. They chose a low, ruined barn with a sagging roof and a heart of dry stone, the kind of place that smelled of old straw, mouse piss, and promises. On the first day, bodies moved like reluctant puppets, men with numb fingers wrapped in torn cloth, women hauling beams, children trailing lanterns that sputtered like tired stars. Alva barked orders with the grin of someone who'd survived frostbite twice and thought policy, meetings, a minor hazard. And the village answered, because someone had to stop people from trying to live inside sheep skins forever. They shared stews in chipped bowls, the broth greasy with marrow, and swapped stories louder than the wind so they could drown out the creak of collapsing roofs. By dusk, the place had the messy joy of a potluck gone gladiatorial. Pots clanged, boots squelched in melted snow, and the air tasted of smoke and determination. Blizzards came with teeth and did not care about schedules. But the village learned to make a wall of bodies and sleds and borrowed planks that squealed like old dogs. They hauled stone on shoulders reddened and raw, slid logs across ice that wanted to chew them, and cursed with the warm, human vocabulary of people who never planned to be heroic. Hands bled into mittens, and the hall collected small trophies of winter: a bandage stained brown, a mitten lost to the snow, the copper smell of a cracked lip. And these became the ledger of effort. Children kept watch with lanterns. Elders checked the joints for drafts, and the smith fashioned brackets with a grin that said he preferred banging metal to talking about politics. It was ridiculous and brilliant at once, like a community Minecraft server where everyone suddenly remembered how to build, only with more mud and far worse singing. When they raised the last beam, the hall did not look like a king's banquet house. It looked like a miracle made of scavenged timber, patched roofs, and an enormous fire pit that glowed like a lazy sun. Heat rolled out into the yard, bringing with it the smell of oak pitch and hot porridge, and people staggered into warmth as if waking from drowned sleep. Inside, benches creaked, a child's hair steamed where it had frozen, and for the first time in weeks, the laughter that bubbled up had real sound instead of thin, frightened noise. They hung wet clothes on rafters until they dripped, and the puddles smelled faintly of rotten wool. And even that smell, absurd and gross, settled into the comfort of having a shared problem to fix. The hearth became their map for the rest of the season. Meetings ran by that fire, rations were weighed there, and small arguments were settled with the sharp, honest logic of people who had seen the worst together. In time, the hall took on meanings beyond warmth. It was where singers told tales of the bridge that left, where children learned to mend nets, and where Alva's blunt humor turned into quiet wisdom. Every scar in the beams, every singed corner, every floorboard that creaked was a story, a scar and a promise that they had stood against the dark and won something worth more than food. They celebrated with a stew that tasted of triumph and too much salt, and they joked that they had built the world's coziest bunker, which is perhaps the truest compliment a medieval village can offer. When spring finally came and the river loosened its teeth on the ice, the hall stood like a warm, stubborn heart in a landscape that had tried its best to snuff them out. A beacon lit by hands that refused to be alone. When the ice finally gave in and the river opened its teeth, the village exhaled a wet, ragged laugh and stepped out into the world. Mud sucked at every boot, and the air smelled of horse sweat, old hay, and the sharp, iron tang of thawing water that woke the rats beneath the eaves. They met on the lane women with chapped hands and men whose beards still glittered with frost, trading news, scraps of rope, and the first daring seeds. In the hush between drips, they realized the winter had not broken them alone, but had welded them together. A clumsy chain of hands and promises, forged from the cold. The support network did not shrivel when the sun climbed higher. It tightened. Mothers who had shared pottage began to share turnips. Neighbors swapped grain for a mason's labor, and the smith agreed to mend plows in exchange for chickens. There was an irony that made them grin. The Lord's cellar, fat with forgotten wine, could not buy the trust they had hammered out with wet bread It looked for all the world like a medieval neighborhood app. No gilded interface, just smoke-filled hearths and smoke signals of gossip. But it worked, and people kept coming. Fields that would have lain bare under private stubbornness now swelled with shared effort, and the seedbeds sang under many hands. They bent over furrows shoulder to shoulder, felt the warm, dark loam crumble between their fingers, and smelled the sweet rot of earth finally freed from ice. Children scuffled through dung-scented paths, while elders measured rows and muttered blessings like they were counting coins, and worms fattened in the turned soil as if applauding. Harvest came on like a grateful tide. Grain heads bowed heavy, carts creaked under golden weight, and the village tasted bread again with salt and a kind of stunned gratitude. Neighboring hamlets stopped being distant silhouettes and became weathered faces at the market, bringing salted fish, peculiar cheeses, and gossip with bells on. They sealed deals with pork and song, signed pacts with wedding feasts, and sometimes settled disputes with a good, loud brawl that smelled of ale and wet wool. Iron boots beat the common green in rhythmic accord. Banners frayed and brightened together. And even the old miller, who swore like a drunken prophet, found himself laughing at a joke from across the stream. There was no Wi-Fi, only a human web of rumor, favors, and late-night firelight confessions that kept everyone better fed and safer than any single steward could promise. Years folded these frantic, generous acts into custom. Spring cleanings became grain sharing. Winter watch became a rota of torches and gossip. And every child learned the secret handshake of passing a loaf. They kept the scars, frost-bitten toes, calloused palms, a notch across the blacksmith's jaw, and told them as proof, not pity, while they taught the young how to mend not only roofs, but pride. When they stood beneath the budding trees, breathing the yeasty smell of baking, they made jokes about having invented resilience before it was a fashionable word on any parchment. Spring's promise, they decided with a clink of mugs, was less a miracle than a choice. To share, to stay, and to laugh at hard things until those things began to feel like old stories. In the dimly lit alleyways of Convellies, a bustling medieval city, shadows stretched and twisted like the mind of a jittery cat after too much catnip. Here, amidst wafts of stale bread and the pungent odor of refuse, Aelric maneuvered through the night as if he were part of the darkness itself, trained by Master Corvus, a figure as enigmatic as an unturned stone. Aelric had picked up the fine arts of stealth and assassination, but each lesson felt more like a heavy shackle than a path to freedom. He wasn't just any assassin, mind you. He was a reluctant one, wedged between duty and the faded dreams of a life filled with sunlight and laughter. Like a kid promised a toy, only to get a moldy sack of turnips. Aelric felt robbed of his imagination by the grim reality of his calling. Tonight was different, though. As Aelric stood upon the roof of a creaky old tavern, his heart pounding like a bard, with a particularly raucous audience, he gazed down at the flickering torchlight below, where laughter echoed, clanking mugs, singing the songs of revelry that contrasted with his grim purpose. The noble he was meant to dispatch frolicked in the midst of that gaiety, blissfully unaware of the fate he'd soon encounter, a fate that felt too much like a plot twist in a poorly written play. Aelric's grip tightened around his dagger, the cool metal a chilling reminder that he held the power of life and death. A true god of war, minus the well-groomed beard and outrageous armor, yet deep within him the moral wrestle had begun, each side taking turns like two little imps poking at his conscience with heated prods. "You're not a cold-blooded killer," he muttered to himself, nearly startling a pigeon perched nearby. "You're more like a reluctant exposé artist." The irony was heavy, weighing down on him like one of those silly medieval doublets that chafed worse than bad bard poetry. Here he was, a sometime philosopher wrapped in black, contemplating the finer points of ethics while hidden amongst chimneys and gargoyles. And yet all around him, life pulsed like a stubborn heartbeat. The noise of laughter faded into background noise as he wrestled with thoughts. What if the noble was just a misunderstood fellow who tripped into bad debt like a hapless fool? Suddenly, a raucous shout broke his reverie, snapping him back to that notorious tangle of duty and morality. The crowd erupted as the noble, a stout man with a face like an unripe peach, stepped into the moonlit square, brandishing his goblet as if it were the Holy Grail itself. The scene held a surreal charm, like a twisted fairy tale gone awry. Suddenly, Aelric wasn't just a shadow, but a spectator of fate's cruel sense of humor. Sweat dripped down his brow, trailing like a rivulet of regret, as he teetered on the brink of decisive action. Would he take the plunge into darkness, or could he turn away from the abyss? It was a choice crafted like the finest tapestries, complex and layered. And he was the unfortunate weaver caught in the strings, just when he thought the decision would shatter him like fragile glass. Aelric felt a moment of clarity, as ridiculous and profound as finding a horse that could sing. He realized that being an assassin didn't mean being void of humanity. In fact, it meant grappling with the very essence of life and death under the cloak of shadows. With his dagger still poised, but lowered, he considered an alternative, absurd as it may be. What if he confronted the noble instead? Maybe he'd persuade him to mend his ways, or at least stick around for a heart-to-heart, thereby dodging that awkward stabby stab altogether. In that moment, Under the bright moonlight, Aelric grasped the truth. A reluctant assassin could still forge a path stained with compassion in a world often lit by vengeance. The sun dipped below the jagged skyline of the medieval city, casting long shadows that seemed to dance with sinister anticipation. Aelric crouched in the shadows, the sticky scent of sweat and damp earth clinging to him as he watched the noble's grand estate. The air was thick with the mingling aromas of roasting meats and spilled ale from neighboring taverns, while his heart raced a wild rhythm in his chest, like a caged beast desperate for freedom. This was it, the moment everyone in the Brotherhood had trained him for a kill that would finally mark him as one of their own. But as he peered closer, something caught his eye. The noble, far from being the tyrant painted by the whispers in the dark alleys, carried himself with a determined grace, resolutely addressing a crowd of disgruntled citizens. Was he truly a monster, or merely a man with a cause? Aelric's pulse thudded in his ears, drowning out the raucous laughter from the tavern behind him. Images of his mentor, Master Corvus, flashed through his mind, the man's steely gaze casting a shadow over his own flickering resolve. On the one hand, loyalty to the guild was drilled into him. Betraying that trust meant utter ruin or worse. Yet on the other, the noble's words, filled with the fiery resolve of justice, echoed in Aelric's mind, pulling him in a direction that felt dreadfully wrong, yet somehow righteous. With a sigh that tasted of regret, he decided to seek counsel from Corvus, hoping to pierce through this fog of uncertainty that threatened to cloak his soul in darkness. Perhaps guidance would offer clarity, or at the very least, a way to avoid the impending doom he felt creeping closer with each passing moment. Arriving at the moonlit training grounds, Aelric found Corvus engaged in practice, his sword flashing like lightning, embodying the very essence of precision and deadly grace. The air crackled with tension. Each sparring exchange rang out with the sharp clatter of weapons, a symphony of combat that resonated with Aelric's turmoil. "It's not about the weight of your blade, boy," Corvus said, his breath steady despite the exertion. "It's about your heart. Are you focused on loyalty or on truth?" Aelric floundered for words, feeling the guild's cold grip tightening around his throat like a noose. As Corvus continued his drills, unbothered by the torment of moral dilemmas, Aelric realized he was just a pawn on a chessboard where the stakes were life and death, loyalty and betrayal. The next day, as Aelric prepared to confront the noble, a shadow lurked in the periphery, a fellow assassin named Roderick, his cruel smile sharper than his blade. Roderick had always eyed Aelric with a mixture of envy and disdain, and now he saw an opportunity to strike. "You waver, Aelric," Roderick sneered, his breath sour with the remnants of last night's ale. What good is a soft heart in the line of duty? Enough to cry over spilt blood. With a swift flick of his wrist, Roderick brandished a dagger, its hilt gleaming menacingly. Aelric could feel the tension crackle in the air, as palpable as the first breath before a thunderstorm. As Roderick whispered accusations of betrayal into the wind, threatening to undermine Aelric's standing among the assassins, a fate worse than death itself. The reality of his situation loomed larger, a dark cloud threatening to consume him whole. Aelric could hear the distant clangor of the bells ringing through the city, a grim reminder of the ticking clock that was his life. He was caught, trapped between the sinister machinations of the guild and the desperate cries for justice from the very people he planned to exploit. The irony twisted in his gut like a blade, the very essence of his existence resting on a knife's edge. With betrayal in the air, Aelric took a deep breath, steeling himself not just for the conflict coming, but for the reckoning of conscience that would follow. The weight of deception was heavy, and as the city stirred to life around him, he knew that whatever choice he made, life as he knew it would never be the same. In the dimly lit corners of a crumbling guild stronghold, Aelric could feel the nervous energy buzzing like a swarm of angry wasps. The air was thick with the stench of rust and betrayal, a heady mix that reminded him of last week's stew. Something told him he'd rather face the angry wasps than another bowl of that slop. Time was his enemy now, each tick of the ancient clock echoing in his ears as he plotted the impossible. Not just surviving, but also snagging the information that could save a nobleman's life. Like a cat stalking its prey, he slipped through shadows, every creak of the old floorboards sending a jolt of adrenaline coursing through him. If I don't find it soon, I might as well start practicing my own funeral oration, he muttered, bracing himself for the task ahead. The guild was a fortress of secrets, each wall lined with whispers that seemed to hiss at Aelric as he crept deeper into the belly of the beast. Huddled figures loomed like specters in the dim light, their intentions obscured, cloaked in shadows thicker than the smoke from a poorly vented fireplace. As he rifled through stacks of scrolls and parchment, he stumbled upon a cache of damning evidence, maps and plans that hinted at a conspiracy so grand it could put any Shakespearean tragedy to shame. The very safety of the city lay in precarious balance, a tightrope waiting for someone to lose their grip. Irony danced in his mind. A lowly assassin was now the city's reluctant hero, tumbling down this rabbit hole at a breakneck speed. Just when Aelric thought he was alone in this chaotic game of shadows, a bright spark flickered to life in the gloom. Elowen, the noble's daughter, with a fire in her eyes that could melt steel. Quite the plot twist, right? Not only did she believe in her father's cause, but together they were like a pair of unlikely allies from a medieval buddy comedy, all too aware of the stakes, yet hilariously resigned to their fate. "Stop, thief," she hissed, her voice low and urgent, not quite the battle cry, but definitely enthusiastic. Aelric couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Here he was, an assassin, teaming up with a lady of the court amidst a cacophony of schemes and swords, as exhilarating as a jester on a unicycle in a crowded tavern. With each heartbeat, the threat of their pursuers crawled closer, dark figures lurking just beyond the flickering torchlight. The walls seemed to whisper warnings as Aelric and Aloin dashed through narrow corridors, heart pounding like a war drum in their chests. "Why does it smell like wet dog in here?" Aloin quipped, navigating an eerie passageway where cobwebs flitted like tiny ghosts around them. It was a fair question, as the guild had a distinct odor, partly from old, rotting wood, and partly from the unmistakable stench of desperate men, each one more unpleasant than the last. Together they ducked and weaved, using their wit and guile to avoid the shadows closing in. A thrilling dance that had all the grace of a love-struck farm cow on ice, clumsy, but undeniably exhilarating. Finally, in the light of dawn, they stood upon a rooftop. The city sprawled below them, a living tapestry woven with both innocence and treachery. Stars of a different kind twinkled in the distance, the sun's rays piercing through the remnants of the night, illuminating the path ahead. Aelric looked at Aloin, both of them gasping for breath, adrenaline coursing through their veins like wildfire. "We might just be the worst team ever formed." He laughed, finding humor in their impossible situation, their alliance as comical as it was necessary. As they prepared to uncover the grand conspiracy threatening their home, one thing became clear. In a world where shadows danced to the music of betrayal, Aelric and Aloin were destined to be both heroes and jesters on this chaotic stage. In the dank, shadowy depths of the guild's secret lair, the air was thick with the scent of sweat, smoke, and something that smelled suspiciously like burnt rat. Aelric stood with Aloin, both their hearts pounding like war drums as they prepared to face Master Corvus and the rest of the guild's elite. This wasn't just another day at the office. It was the showdown that would decide whether Aelric would remain a mere pawn in the deadly game of assassins, or seize the chance to become a hero. The flickering torches cast dancing shadows on the stone walls, echoing whispers of betrayal and secrets long buried. If he believed in such things, Aelric might have thought the ghosts of long-dead assassins had come to witness the chaos about to unfold. With weapons drawn, the guild members loomed before Aelric and Aloin like a phalanx of doom, their faces masked, eyes glinting with malevolence. Aelric's gut knotted. He could almost hear the dramatic music playing in the background, like something straight out of a trashy adventure flick. But he wasn't about to let fear take the lead today. He'd either live as a coward or die as a hero, and he wasn't keen on either option. As the clash of swords filled the air, sharp clangs mixed with the grunts and gasps of their deadly dance. A wild rhythm that only sharpened Aelric's resolve. He fought not just for survival. He fought for a noble cause, something more worthwhile than shadows and daggers. Each blow exchanged with Master Corvus brought revelations. The weight of Aelric's loyalty hanging heavy on his conscience. With every lunge and parry, secrets unraveled like the threads of a rotten tapestry. Aelric learned that the guild, with its aura of glamour and danger, had darker intentions than the glory of their cultish dreams. They sought to plunge the entire city into chaos for their gain, a revelation sweeter than honey, yet bitterer than a scorned lover's kiss. In the midst of the carnage, he stole a glance at Aloin, her fierce determination illuminating the battlefield like a beacon. She was the light that cut through the darkness, and Aelric couldn't let that light be extinguished. But alas, dear listener, noble intentions rarely align with grim realities. As the battle raged on, a pang of irony struck Aelric. Betrayal lurked in every corner. Dressed in the guise of friends, he was fighting not just for Aloin or the city, but to escape the metaphorical spider's web that was his own life as an assassin. The irony was delicious. A rich dark chocolate drizzled with the sweet tang of rebellion against a system he once embraced. With every swing of his blade, Aelric felt the shackles of his assassin's life beginning to crack. But the cost was steep. Blood would flow before dawn, and then came the moment of truth. A heartbeat's pause in a whirlwind of violence, where fate dangled before him like an apple in a fairy tale. Aelric had to choose, clinging to the life of shadows he'd known, or stepping into a place where honor reigned, even if it meant trading his future for it. In a heart-stopping instant, he laid down his weapons and made the bold declaration that would not only save Aloin, but spark hope within the city's beleaguered souls. The dance of death transformed into a dance of revolution, as Aelric sacrificed his destiny for a flame that might just burn the darkness away. The laughter of victory echoed, charging the air with the scent of resolve. And in that moment, the assassins were no longer the predators. They had become the prey of their own hubris. The sun was slipping behind the crumbling spires of the city, casting long shadows that clung like ghosts to the cracked cobblestones below. Aelric took a deep familiar scent of damp earth and iron mingling with the distant aroma of roasting meats from the market square, a reminder of life continuing despite chaos. With the guild in tatters and their sinister plans thwarted, he felt both the thrill of liberation and the weight of uncertainty. As a fugitive, every alley felt like a hunting ground, yet with Aloin by his side, he sensed the stirrings of a new purpose, redemption. He chuckled bitterly. It was as foreign to him as a lion at a tea party, but something in her fierce determination sparked a flicker of hope within him. Aloin, with her wild hair and battle-scarred hands, was a force of nature, zipping through the streets like a gust of wind, ready to sweep away the remains of their chaotic past. "We're looking for the city's heart, Aelric," she declared, her eyes alight with fervor, as if they were embarking on an adventure to find a mythical treasure, rather than cleaning up the debris of their former lives. She had no qualms about rolling up her sleeves and getting her hands dirty, literally, as they faced the city's woes, including the filth of its alleyways, where the smell of decay mingled with the occasional whiff of something that made Aelric's stomach churn. If only he could like this new role half as much as he liked a warm mug of ale. Alas, the only thing brewing was the confrontation with his own demons. They started with the wounded, streets littered with the echoes of despair, and the cries of those who felt forgotten. Aelric felt the rough touch of hope begin to stitch together the frayed fabric of their city as he bandaged wounds and shared grim jokes. "Did you hear about the assassin who couldn't kill? He was too busy trying to redeem himself. He realized he was wielding tools of healing instead of weapons of death. It was jarring. He felt like a sitcom character thrown into a drama, desperately trying to remember his lines. Yet, amidst the unrelenting effort, he began to find strength in vulnerability, a concept as new to him as not throwing daggers at every flicker of shadows. With each day, they grew more connected, navigating through bushes of challenges and thorns of setbacks together. As nights crept in and moonlight spilled across the courtyard like silver wine, they shared stories that danced between laughter and sorrow, with Aelric revealing bits of his twisted upbringing and Aloin recounting dreams of a bright future filled with laughter rather than death. The city was healing slowly, but Aelric was also contending with old habits like lurking in shadows and expecting betrayal around every corner. Sometimes he caught himself reaching for a dagger that was no longer there, only to realize that Aloin's gentle nudge was a better weapon than any iron or steel he once knew. But the hardest battles lay ahead, as whispers of his past were never far behind. His former comrades, just a shadowed memory, would eventually seek him out, determined to to drag him back into the dark depths of assassination. Yet the more he and Aloin grew as guardians, the clearer it became. Strength wasn't defined by the number of foes vanquished, but by the lives they nurtured. Aelric chuckled at the irony, striking down his old life like a weary knight trading in his armor for a monk's robe. They were two misfits, a fighter and a healer, armed with laughter and a plucky sense of purpose, a duo who would not just fight against the darkness, but would instead light a path for others to follow. Amidst the song of crows and the rustling whispers of the wind, a linner twalled in the fields that seemed to stretch endlessly like an artist's canvas, splotched with patches of stubborn weeds. The sun blazed overhead, casting a sweat-inducing heat that made her skin glisten like a well-oiled frying pan. Despite the burdens that piled upon her back, a sack of potatoes here and a child's worry there, she wore her determination like a cloak, unyielding against both the elements and the oppressive gaze of the local lord, who lounged in his manor as though he were a king in his castle. Yet within those furrows, she nurtured more than mere crops. She planted hope, though that hope often felt as fragile as a spider's web shimmering at dawn, ready to snap at the first gust of wind. As she bent over to pull yet another stubborn root from the earth, her fingers caked with soil, Elinor couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of it all. Here she was, a queen of her modest kingdom, commanding an army of turnips and cabbages, each with their own personality, some bold as brass, others shy and hiding beneath the dirt. If only my lord could see how hard I work, maybe he'd trade his fine wine for my muddy water, she mused, her lips curling in a wry grin. But as the days stretched into weeks, the laughter faded, replaced by the relentless anxiety of dwindling supplies, gnawing at her belly like a hungry rat. The village, once vibrant with laughter and chatter, now held a dampened spirit, weighed down by the specter of famine looming over them like the very storm clouds that often passed by without a drop of rain. With too little mouths to feed and dreams of a full belly, Elinor faced the specter of hunger every day. The pantry offered little comfort. It was a mere echo of meals past, each jar emptied but for a single sliver of stale bread, and a shared resentment of the distant lord feasting on roasted meats in his grand hall. When the children cried for food, she swallowed her own hunger and spun tales of feasts, imaginary roasts made from the village's most boastful chickens, plump pumpkin pies, and ale so rich it could make anyone dance a jig. Little did they know, her dreams were as empty as their stomachs, but in the tapestry of her words they found solace, a brief escape from the harshness of reality that kept creeping back with the evening chill on particularly grim mornings, when the frost clung to the grass like an uninvited guest, Elinor would gaze out at the neighboring cottages, their chimneys puffing out lazy lines of smoke, whispering secrets of warmth and comfort that felt impossibly far away. She looked down at her own threadbare dress, its fabric a paltry shield against the biting cold. The sound of laughter from the other homes cut through the silence, a sharp reminder of what she yearned for, a simple moment of joy, unmarred by the constant specter of survival. But with dire times came solidarity. The other villagers rallied together, sharing tales of lost crops and families, even turning to mumbled prayers beneath their breath. The air became thick with camaraderie, woven from shared misfortunes, a reminder that they were not alone in the fields of despair. Yet, in the midst of this struggle, a flicker of rebellion ignited within her heart. Elinor felt the long-buried embers of defiance stir, urging her to stand up against the complacency of her fate. She envisioned a day when the crops would be bountiful, when their backs would not bear the weight of another's greed. In the fading light of day, with children at her side and dreams fluttering like moths drawn to the flame, she whispered a vow to herself. She would fight, if not for the feasts, then for the simple joy of seeing her children smile once again. For in the life of a peasant, amidst the struggles and the rough edges, there remained the indomitable human spirit, unwavering even in the fields of strife. As the sun hung low in the tainted sky, the village of Eldenwood simmered under the oppressive weight of a summer drought. The fields, once a vibrant symphony of greens and golds, now lay parched and cracked like an ancient artifact, uncovered from the dry earth. Elinor watched with heavy eyes as the dry wind whisked away the last traces of hope, carrying with it the faint smell of ruined grain. Seeking solace amidst the chaos, she joined her fellow villagers, their shadows forming a ragged tapestry of resilience as they scavenged for anything edible. It was a sight reminiscent of a scavenger hunt gone horribly wrong, where nature had flipped the script, turning bounty into a mirage of dust and despair. With each passing day, the villagers grew more inventive in their pursuit of sustenance. They shared tips that sounded like old wives' tales, sprinkled with a little magic, like how to roast acorns to create a passable meal, or boil thistle roots into something that might resemble tea, if one squinted hard enough. The sun beat down as Elinor, her fingers deftly working through the tangles of weeds, felt a deep connection to the earth, the same earth that threatened her livelihood, but also bore the fruits of their labor. As laughter mingled with the bitter taste of desperation, she couldn't help but be reminded of the village's motto: if we can't eat, at least let's share a laugh. Irony dripped from her lips like honey as they gorged on what should have been scraps. proving that human spirit often grows fonder in the face of hunger. But just when the camaraderie began to bloom like stubborn wildflowers through the cracks, dark clouds rolled in, not of rain, but of imposed obligations. The Lord, perched on his lofty hill, demanded tolls more extensive than before, as if he were stockpiling provisions for a banquet while they starved. Whispers of rebellion fluttered through the village. A dangerous, sweet melody, each word crackling with the electric thrill of rebellion against unseen chains. Elinor's heart thudded in her chest like a blacksmith hammering iron. Could they stand against the very man whose grip tightened as they slipped into desperation? Or were they overestimating their own courage, mistaking it for bravado? As the tension mounted, Elinor found herself at a crossroads, a battleground of loyalty and fear, where moral lines blurred like watercolor on parchment. Her neighbors, with fire in their bellies, leaned on her to rally support, while the fear of repercussions loomed over her like a dark cloud, ready to strike. What if they pushed too hard? What if they ended up in the dungeons, subsisting on the same thistle roots they now revered? Shivers danced along her spine, questions spinning like leaves caught in a tempest. Here she was, a mere peasant, torn between the safe harbor of conformity and the dangerous embrace of rebellion. The autumn chill whispered through the village as Elinor stood near the hearth, gathering her thoughts as she prepared for the inevitable discussion. The fire crackled, wrapping her in its warmth, yet contrasting sharply with the coolness of the conflict brewing inside her. She had to decide. Would she join her neighbors in pushing back against the Lord, or submit to his demands while clutching her fragmented hopes? As the shadows danced upon the walls, a flickering reminder of the unity forged in their struggles, Elinor knew one truth. Beneath the weight of their toil and suffering, the villagers held together like the roots of the weeds they so stubbornly harvested. No matter what awaited them, they were not just peasants. They were a force of nature. And nature, as they say, finds a way. The village of Eldermore had always lived by the rhythm of the seasons, but that day the air simmered with mounting resentment. Elinor stood near the bustling marketplace, her fingers trembling as she clutched her basket of meager vegetables. The earthy aroma of damp soil clinging to her clothes. It was not just any day. Tomas, her dear friend and fellow farmer, had been dragged away by the Lord's guards like a dirty rag doll tossed aside. Elinor's heart sank at the thought of his family, their children now left without a father, all for the audacity of demanding fair treatment. She could almost hear the echoes of their laughter from days gone by, now replaced by the grim specter of oppression that loomed over them like a storm cloud. That night, shadows flickered in corners of the village, as old and young alike gathered in whispers behind closed doors. In the flickering candlelight, Elinor felt an unusual spark stirring within her. It was both terrifying and liberating. They huddled like moths attracted to a flame, sharing tales of their hidden struggles, flour rising in the dough, turned sour by the Lord's insatiable greed, and their children's hollow cheeks from hunger pangs, the scent of smoke from the torch-bearing men outside mingled with the sweet aroma of hope. And for perhaps the first time, she envisioned a future where they might wrestle back control of their lives. And yes, the allure of that possibility was like a well-aged ale, intoxicating yet perilously sharp at the edges. As Elinor mulled over their plans, her heart grappled with her maternal instincts. Every time her children erupted into a fit of giggles, the innocent sound echoed in her mind, drowning out the cacophony of rebellion brewing outside. What kind of mother would lead her children into danger? She remembered the tales of brave warriors, their shining armor glistening like stars against the night sky. Yet all she could picture was her children's innocent faces, small, fragile, and utterly reliant on her for safety. She felt like a lioness trapped in a cage, yearning to roar for freedom, while simultaneously knowing the risks could lead to losing everything she loved. A battle raged within her, fueled by both love and the haunting dread of what awaited at dawn. They met under the cloak of darkness, kneading their anxious energy into tangible resolve. Lanterns bobbed like fireflies amid harsh laughter and grim determination, as the villagers clutched their makeshift weapons, primitive tools of survival, transformed into symbols of hope. With every rallying cry, Elinor felt camaraderie electrify the air, a heady mix of fear and wild anticipation that surged through the crowd like a river ready to break its dam. They were workers, mothers, fathers, and dreamers, ready to defy the cruel hand of their oppressor. And as Elinor stepped forward to address them, her voice was a low rumble that cracked against the backdrop of starlit chaos, igniting a fervor that spread through the gathering like wildfire. Though her stomach churned with apprehension, something bright lifted her chin as she stepped into the role of a leader. For a change was upon them that could no longer be ignored. Shadows merged into a single-minded force, united against the oppressive weight of their lord. This was more than a mere uprising. It was their chance to claw back dignity, to restore a semblance of life that they had been stripped of like old barn wood removed to reveal the rot beneath. In the sanctuary of their unity, amidst the echoes of distant bustle, they could almost taste the air thick with revolution and the possibility of laughter returning. As the first hints of dawn began to strip the darkness away, Elinor found herself anchored to a singular thought: freedom, just like good bread, would require kneading, sacrifice, and patience before it rose. On a night when the sky rumbled like a disgruntled giant, the people of the village gathered their courage and their pitchforks, plotting one grand uprising against their lord. The air was heavy with the smell of rain and rebellion, as thunder clapped overhead, mirroring the beating hearts of the villagers. They knew this was not merely about grain taxes and livestock. It was about dignity, about human beings communicating their rage in a world that often cast them aside like yesterday's leftovers. When the villagers finally approached the grand manor, its looming stone walls felt more like a fortress built for oppression than a home for a noble. Leading the charge, Elinor stood out among the crowd, her spirit blazing brighter than the flickering torches they carried. She wore a tattered dress, its fabric as worn as her heart was fierce. With a voice that could slice through the dark like a sword, she rallied her neighbors, calling them to shake off the chains of fear that had bound them too long. "Do we not have a right to voice our troubles?" she shouted, her breath misting in the chilling air. Courage simmered in her chest, stoked by years of frustration, as she watched the Lord's men feast while they starved on their meager scraps. With swords glinting under the sparse light of the torches, the villagers surged forward like a wave of desperation, crashing against the castle's firm resistance. The metallic tang of fear mixed with the damp earth beneath their boots, and the sharp smell of sweat and ambition hung thick in the air. Shouts and cries echoed against the walls, sounding almost like a cacophonous symphony of despair and hope. As chaos broke loose, Elinor's heart raced. She could hear the clang of steel and the roar of men ready to reclaim what had been stolen from them, a fierce soundtrack to their collective mantra for freedom. In the eye of this storm, Elinor found herself staring into the eyes of the Lord, a man clad in silk and arrogance, who regarded her with an expression of mild annoyance, as if she were merely a gnat buzzing in his ear. "You dare challenge me?" he sneered, his voice as cold as the night air. But instead of retreating, Elinor surged ahead, bursting with a defiance that had been brewing inside her for years. "We dare to live, to choose our futures without tyrants dictating our every breath." She spat, fists clenched tightly, her heart thunderous against her ribs. For a moment, the world paused, the gale of their struggle hanging in the balance, and she felt the collective breath of her neighbors behind her, a powerful force ready to erupt. As swords clanged and voices raised in fervor for something more profound than mere existence, Elinor knew this battle wasn't just about evading the Lord's heavy hand. It was about forging their destiny, to be life authors rather than mere characters in some scripted tragedy. Somewhere amid the chaos, laughter bubbled up, a dauntless testament to their spirit. A man tripped over his own sword, giving rise to a chorus of mirth that broke the heavy tension. In the depths of struggle, the villagers began to understand the depth of their strength, that their fight was not just for survival, but for a future where laughter could roam freely alongside them. And perhaps, in that stormy night, they were weaving a tapestry of freedom, threading their lives together, each stitch a stand against oppression, a vibrant and fierce declaration. They would no longer be silenced. As dawn broke over the village, the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the sweet tang of victory. The oppressive shadow of the Lord, once looming large over their lives, had retreated like a bad dream at the crack of sunlight. Elinor stepped outside her modest thatched home, her heart swelling with a giddy mix of relief and joy. She could hear laughter bubbling up from the fields, a sound she'd almost forgotten existed, and the raucous crows cawing overhead sounded almost jubilant. It was as if the world had lifted its weary head and decided to smile at the peasants for the first time in generations. The villagers gathered in the center of what was once an oppressive bastion of the Lord's power, turning it into a lively marketplace bustling with energy. Hammers clanged against nails, while the unmistakable aroma of fresh bread wafted through the air from Mari's oven, who was probably trying to prove that her loaves could indeed rise above expectations. Children dashed between adults with energy that crackled like lightning, their faces painted with dirt and joy, as if the simple act of play was now suddenly a revolutionary act. Elinor watched her children, realizing that they would not inherit the burdens of fear and subservience, but rather a legacy of hope, camaraderie, and possibly a flair for dramatic storytelling that would rival the bards of yore. Yet the road ahead was marked with a few snags, and by snags, I mean the kind that might just poke you in the backside at the worst possible moment. Rebuilding wasn't just about erecting wooden beams and thatched roofs. It demanded teamwork, sweat, and every ounce of courage these folks could muster. Sometimes they would bicker like old hens over the proper way to stack hay, each convinced their way was the best. Still, just as often, they would burst into spontaneous bouts of laughter, their shared struggles making their bonds stronger than the strongest of medieval swords. Elinor often found herself pondering the weight of the past. Each beaten path whispered stories of hardship and survival, where dreams were buried as deep as seeds in winter frost. But now, those stories were seeds of their very own seeds of resilience that, with a little sunlight and tender care, had sprouted into plans for a brighter future. Conversations around the communal fire at night glimmered with possibilities, each idea crackling upwards with the smoke towards the starlit sky, igniting aspirations just like the sparks from the flames. Life as a peasant was still a far cry from the aspirations of knights or choosy lords. Yet, for the first time, the villagers embraced their own narrative. No longer were they mere footnotes in someone else's grand tale of power and wealth. They had penned a chapter of their own, filled with enough grit and grace to fill a saga. The irony of having fought fiercely only to find victory in unity swept through the hearts of these humble folks, and as Elinor looked beyond her village towards the horizon, painted in hues of gold and crimson, she could finally dream of a future where her children could imagine not just survival, but a life drenched in dignity and endless possibility in the bustling kingdom of Eldoria, where banners of noble houses fluttered in the brisk wind. The very air crackled with ideals of chivalry. Sir Alaric, a towering figure clad in shining armor that gleamed like the sun at high noon, embodied the spirit of honor and valor. He rode through the streets on his majestic steed, every jingle of his spurs ringing like the sweet chimes of a cathedral bell. Yet, beneath this veneer of gallantry lay an eerie tension, for in the shadows of the city lurked Isolde and her band of assassins, skilled in the art of stealth and mischief. While nights were celebrated among candlelit taverns, their deeds echoed like a heroic ballad. The whispers of these shadowy figures twisted the stories into dark tales where loyalty was as fleeting as mist. Isolde, with her sharp wit and even sharper daggers, commanded respect in the underbelly of Eldoria. Her dark cloak billowed like a raven's wings as she moved through the dimly lit streets, the scent of damp stone and cold steel trailing in her wake. This wasn't just a game of cat and mouse. It was theater of war played out against the backdrop of slums and alleyways, adorned with graffiti that told tales only the desperate could understand. As she gathered her crew of rogues, each one a nightmare wrapped in leather, her laughter rang like chimes of doom, a stark contrast to the knight's noble songs. After all, what was honor if not a mask for the elite to parade around, while the true pulse of the kingdom trembled in the darkness? The clash between Sir Alaric and Isolde's factions intensified when a priceless relic went missing, an artifact said to grant its possessor unfathomable power. A jewel that shimmered like captured starlight was said to reside within its intricate, twisting carvings, and both sides were hell-bent on acquiring it. Alaric, envisioning nobility and valor, declared that the treasure must be reclaimed for the realm's prosperity, believing that such power should never fall into dishonorable hands, like the bowl of cheesy nachos that just went cold at a football party. It simply wasn't right, but Isolde's crew, reveling in chaos, saw the artifact not just as a challenge, but as a golden ticket to elevate their own dark legend in a world oblivious to their plight. The streets trembled with tension, each faction preparing for inevitable conflict, their fates intertwined like two opposing swords about to clash. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow that turned the cobblestones into molten lava, both sides prepared for their fateful encounter. Sir Alaric's knights stood shoulder to shoulder, tension thrumming through the air as they polished their armor with fervor, determined to uphold the honor they so cherished. Meanwhile, Isolde's crew prided themselves on their agility and cunning, slipping between the darkened alleys as if born from the shadows themselves. They reveled in the art of the unseen, planning their ambush amidst the echoes of distant laughter and clinking tankards from the taverns. Each side believed they were destined for glory or simply survival, unaware that in this grim showdown, honor and treachery were two sides of the same tarnished coin. In the heart of Eldoria, amidst the clashing of steel and the cries of the fallen, a peculiar understanding emerged. Sir Alaric, his visor stained with grime and exhaustion, glanced at Isolde across the battlefield, and for a fleeting moment their gazes met not as foes, but as reflections of a kingdom divided. Both had their reasons, their motivations twined together like the thick fog rolling over the city streets. However, as the night wore on, the chivalric code that once revered courage and honor began to reveal its shadowy underbelly. In the end, amidst the screams and chaos, both knights and assassins came to realize that the lines dividing them blurred like ink washed away in rain. Who truly was noble, and who merely wore a mask of virtue? On the barren fields littered with remnants of the latest skirmish, Sir Alaric stood tall, his armor glinting defiantly in the pale sunlight. The scent of damp earth mingled with the metallic tang of blood, giving the air a bitter bite. His heart pounded like a war drum as he faced the chaos that erupted between his knights and Isolde's stealthy assassins. Their daggers glinted like malevolent stars in the dim light, while swords clashed with a clang that echoed like thunder across the battlefield. Desperate times called for desperate measures, and Alaric, fueled by an unyielding hope for peace, raised his hands high, attempting to silence the outrage that stirred like a tempest around him. Enough, Alaric bellowed, his voice cutting through the clamor like a knife through parchment. The knights, with their polished visors shielding eyes that burned with fury, hesitated, while Isolde's shadowy figures paused, each poised like herons ready to strike. With the tension hanging thickly in the air, he proposed a parley, his thoughts racing as he sought to bridge the chasm of mistrust. The sight of Isolde, her fierce gaze unyielding beneath that tumultuous mane of raven hair sparked a strange blend of admiration and concern within him. Could a knight truly find understanding amidst so many clouds of deceit? To his surprise, Isolde stepped forward and revealed a truth that shook him to his very core. She spoke of a corrupt nobleman, a puppet master wrangling the knight's honor as if it were a fine tapestry meant to hide his dark deeds. The irony of it sent a chill through Alaric. Here they were, noble warriors, unknowingly lending their blades to amplify tyranny in the name of chivalry. Like characters in a tragic play, their gallant efforts had been manipulated, their oaths twisted into a weapon against the very people they swore to protect. Alaric's brow furrowed in contemplation, wrestling with the bitter reality that honor's name had become sullied in a game of power. A frail alliance blossomed on the battlefield that day, one that felt as delicate as a spider's web glistening with morning dew. The tension between knights and assassins simmered, much like a boiling kettle teetering on the brink of eruption. Together, they conspired to unearth the truth buried beneath layers of mistrust and treachery, steering their course like reluctant dance partners, graceful yet hesitant. Voices intertwined in a fragile unity as discussions unfolded, blending like a patchwork quilt that barely hid the ragged edges of their histories. Yet that distrust lingered like a stubborn shadow, taunting them. For it was in their encountering of motives that the very essence of their characters was laid bare, illuminated only by the flickering candle of possibility. As they ventured forth with this uneasy truce, Alaric caught a glimpse of the absurdity around them, knights clad in shining armor, a symbol of virtue walking side by side with silent phantoms draped in dark cloaks. The juxtaposition was so surreal, it almost begged for a comic relief. He bittersweetly chuckled at the thought of a bard spinning tales of this unorthodox camaraderie at the local tavern. But somewhere, hidden beneath layers of history and pride, sparkled the realization that sometimes the fight against darkness meant embracing the shadows. There was no unity without a little chaos, a little irony, and perhaps a tiny pinch of humor to remind them of their humanity. Together, they would challenge the tyrant using their unique skills, and perhaps, in the process, discover that even the darkest of paths could lead to brighter tomorrows. In the heart of the great hall, candles flickered like the stars flailing under an unforgiving sky, casting shadows that danced on the stone walls. Alaric leaned closer to Isolde, his brow furrowed in concern, as the scent of damp earth mingled with the cloying aroma of burning tallow filled the air. They were on the verge of unveiling a nightmarish plot, a grand tapestry of treachery, woven with deceit and ambition among the very knights who had pledged their blades to justice. Whispers of rebellion echoed ominously in the air, reminiscent of a villainous monologue from an overdramatic play. Yet this was no act. No, this betrayal was real, and rage began to bubble in Alaric's gut like a pot left too long over the fire. The night had turned darker than a villain's heart when they discovered the rogue knight's deceptive tactics. A once noble figure, now twisted with vindictive resolve, had decided that the code of chivalry was flexible, almost like that one friend who insists the rules don't apply to him during Monopoly. Alaric's mind raced with thoughts as piercing as his sword. How could loyalty wear a mask so deviously? He recalled tales of knights who became tyrants, those knights who thought their steel made them gods, forsaking their vows like cheap wine spilled on the ground. Heart pounding, Alaric clenched his fist. He was driven to expose this threat lurking within his own ranks before it consumed them all, as tensions rose like the stench of boiling cabbage. Fears of being hunted enveloped them like the autumn fog rolling in from the moors. Shadows whispered their names, and with every creak of the floorboards, the weight of impending doom pressed down heavily on Isolde's shoulders. They were now not just fighting against a corrupt nobleman, but also confronting the very knights who were sworn to protect them. Alaric felt the betrayal seep into his soul, a venom that threatened to poison every noble ideal he had once revered. With sword in hand, he thought about those twisted creeds of chivalry that had once filled him with proud purpose. Now it felt like shackles, restricting his every move. Amidst this whirlwind of doubt, Alaric stumbled upon an ironic realization that made him chuckle bitterly. Perhaps the code he had sworn to protect was the very noose tightening around his neck. It was like finding out that your favorite hero had been a double agent all along, selling out their friends for a shiny gold coin. With Isolde by his side, their resolve hardened. They would not succumb to the darkness festering among their own. But be it ever so vile, to confront a foe dressed in similar armor is one of the grimest forms of conflict. Cloaked under the righteousness of their cause, they marched forward, determined to unveil the traitor before their plans turned to ashes and regret. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky a fiery red, the two stood ready to face an imminent showdown, the tension sparking like a battle-ready sword. Alaric's heart thundered, and for a fleeting moment he found himself gripping the hilt of his sword as if it were a live snake ready to strike. The scent of iron mixed with sweat and fear thickened the atmosphere, and with the clang of metal on metal, they raced not just for victory, but for the very soul of chivalry itself. Would they emerge as champions, or would betrayal unravel all that they fought for, leaving them as mere shadows of what was once noble. Only time would reveal whether honor would flourish or falter in the shadows of treachery. Under the bloody banner of defiance, Alaric and Isolde crept through the shadowy alcoves of the nobleman's castle, hearts pounding like war drums. The grand banquet hall erupted with laughter and the clinking of goblets, where glistening chandeliers swung ever so slightly, casting eerie shadows that danced across the walls. The tantalizing aroma of roasted meats mixed with the scent of freshly baked bread. But all was lost on our fearless duo. Their mission, noble in intent, was to unveil the hypocritical face of chivalry, flaunted by nobles swathed in silk and greed. They slipped past guards, heartbeats echoing like a metal band's drum solo, as they searched for evidence that could turn the tide of this treacherous game of power and deceit. With lips pressed into grim lines, they finally found their prize, a document, ink still glistening, that exposed the nobleman's deals with dark assassins. The paper's scent was a blend of sweet ink and impending doom, weighing down their hands as if filled with the very sins of the nobility. Just as they breathed in the triumph of their small victory, the rogue knight stormed in a walking contradiction in polished armor, the very essence of betrayal, wrapped in a charm so slick it could lubricate a juggernaut. With a roar resembling a feral beast, he demanded answers, and it became painfully clear that loyalties were as fragile as a wine glass dropped at a banquet. The air thickened, each breath laden with anticipation and the unmistakable whiff of irony. For here they were, knights and assassins alike, all tied in a knot made by virtue and vice. The showdown was explosive, a cacophony of steel crashing, and the anguished cries of righteous men torn between loyalty and integrity. Alaric, muscles taut as bowstrings, faced off against the rogue knight, grappling like two dogs over a single dirty bone, a ruthless dance of chivalry and villainy. Isolde, wielding her dagger with the grace of a ballet dancer, but the ferocity of a lioness, flanked them, adding her own brand of chaos to the melee. Muffled gasps emanated from the banquet hall as nobles dropped their goblets in shock. The glisten of wine splattered across opulent tapestries mirrored the blood soon to be spilled. In a world where honor and betrayal collided like titans, the truth was only just beginning to emerge, raw and unvarnished, as steel clashed and the sound reverberated against gilded walls. Each blow exchanged was steeped in the ironies of chivalry, where codes of honor struggled to survive amid deceit. Alaric felt the heat of battle in every sinew of his body, sweat mingling with the blood of his fallen foes, the grit of it all seared into his soul. Isolde, deftly avoiding the swipes of their adversaries, could not help but chuckle bitterly at the irony. They, once noble souls, were embracing the very shadows they sought to extinguish. Their costumes of honor became dirtied and torn, revealing a deeper truth about human nature. The rogue knight, slippery as a bar of soap, evaded Alaric's advance with a smirk that lingered like bad fish, daring them to grasp the reality that all nobles had their demons, and every knight held a dagger behind their back. As the dust settled and silence draped itself over the battlefield, the charred remains of loyalty lay around like discarded armor. Alaric and Isolde stood bruised but unbroken, glaring at the rogue knight, who had betrayed not only them, but the very foundation of what they believed to be right. The banquet, now forgotten, had turned into a grim battlefield, echoing the frailty of human commitment. With hearts heavy and spirits entwined, they realized their mission was not just to reveal one man's darkness, but to unveil the shadows lurking behind the facade of all knights and nobles. They would carry this truth like the heaviest of burdens, realizing that sometimes the dark side of chivalry might be the only way to forge a path toward true honor. In the smoke-smeared aftermath of what had been a grand battlefield, the clanking armor of the knights began to clang less sonorously, as if even metal felt the weight of betrayal. Front and center stood Alaric and Isolde, their cloaks swirling dramatically in the salty breeze like the capes of ancient heroes. Meanwhile, the bittersweet scent of iron mingled with the earthy aroma of the ground. As if the earth itself was mourning, the blood spilled in the name of false honor. The crusaders of old would have watched, aghast, as these two unlikely allies shook hands, an oath forged not in faith, but in raw, honest truth. Gone were the days when knighthood and secrecy stood habitually opposed. The chasm had been bridged by revelation, and it was time for a new dawn to break, brighter and bolder than before. Now Alaric, with his knightly exuberance, and Isolde, clad in shadowy elegance, set about redefining what it meant to be honorable. Taking inspiration from both the noble codes that dictated a knight's valor and the cunning intelligence of the assassins, they crafted a code of conduct that threatened to upend centuries of tradition. It was as if Batman and Robin had decided to join the Avengers, an alliance that was meant to be impossible, but now glittered with potential. Knights were now to embrace the shadows, their honorable quests punctuated by the ruthless efficiency of the assassins. Together, they drafted a manifesto, capturing the essence of both worlds, with quill and ink stained deep with the drama of their union. As the lofty ideals began to settle into action, the word spread like wildfire through taverns and marketplaces, where the scent of roasting meats and stale ale drifted through the air. The people, drenched in their own suspicions and misconceptions, initially raised their mugs in disdain, but soon began to titter with curiosity. Their laughter felt infectious, a nervous break like the crackle of a spark catching tinder. Could the traditions they held dear not only survive, but thrive in union? Isolde defended the merits of stealth. No one was above reproach, not even noble-born. The knights, meanwhile, began to update their recruit speeches, adding bits about teamwork that felt less like a play and more like a long-awaited party where everyone brought their favorite dish. The first test of this newfound alliance came swiftly, as whispers of danger from a distant kingdom reached their ears, foreshadowing chaos. Together, these two factions combined their strengths, knights dressed in their polished armor, and assassins clad in shadow gathered at the fringes of the forest like ghosts, merging with the underbrush. When the potential conflict erupted, it was a dazzling display of swordplay and silent strikes that sent a clear message. Traitors would find no refuge, yet bloodshed could be avoided through cunning and communication. Clashing blades echoed in the trees, revealing a beautiful enigma. Honor could be more flexible than any code had previously allowed. You win the hearts of men, they discovered, not just through bravado, but through shadows, wisdom, and a dash of charisma that could disarm even the foulest foe. Through the dust and haze of battle, with cheers and groans mingling in the cacophony, Alaric and Isolde saw their vision unfold, a harmonious dance between knight and assassin. By nightfall, the stars twinkled overhead like the eyes of the gods approving of the madness below. As a festival bloomed in the shadows of conflict, peppered with laughter and celebration, as if the universe itself was congratulating the newly formed alliance. They danced and feasted, their differences melting like butter on warm bread. The knights donning assassin's garb for the evening, and the assassins jokingly trying on suits of armor that were surprisingly heavy. For the first time in centuries, laughter echoed through the streets, marking the birth of unity against the backdrop of a once divided world. Together, they learned that redemption is not a solitary journey. It requires fellowship, trust, and perhaps a few good pints of ale. Who would have thought a little unity could taste so sweet in the heart of Eldoria, where cobblestones clacked underfoot, and the air was thick with the scent of smelted metal and fresh bread. A young blacksmith named Eamon twalled in his forge. The rhythmic clanging of hammer against anvil sang a melody of ambition. Yet the notes of his dreams seemed muted by the dominating presence of Alaric, the town's master blacksmith. Alaric, with his graying beard and forearms as thick as tree trunks, commanded respect effortlessly, his sword spoken of in almost reverent tones. It was a world where age triumphed over youthful vigor, and every rusty nail felt like a nail in Eamon's coffin of ambition. He could almost hear the mocking whispers of his fellow craftsmen, as if they relished the fact that he was just a shadow beneath the well-shaped figure of Alaric. As Eamon diligently hammered away, sweat beading on his brow like trepidation before a long-lost friend's arrival, he stumbled upon a kindred spirit in Fiona, the town's seamstress, with her nimble fingers skilled at weaving both cloth and gossip. Fiona shared insights into the secretive guild of craftsmen, a labyrinth of hierarchies where knowledge flowed like ale at the tavern, but only through the lips of a chosen few. Her laughter was infectious, a bubbling brook amidst the otherwise stoic guild halls, and she spoke tales of initiation, rites wrapped in secrets thicker than a blacksmith's leather apron. Eamon leaned in, hungry for knowledge, his eyes sparkling with a mix of wonder and disbelief. He had always presumed the guilds to be stony and stern, but Fiona painted them with vibrant strokes of intrigue and camaraderie. One evening, after a particularly grueling day spent with red-hot metal and a singed eyelash or two, not that he was counting, Fiona revealed a startling piece of information that sent Eamon's heart racing like a galloping stallion. The guilds, she whispered conspiratorially, held initiation rites that were more akin to a raucous tavern brawl than a solemn ceremony. Think of it as a night's movie night, with less popcorn and a lot more embarrassment. She chuckled, winking. This revelation ignited a spark within Eamon. Perhaps he could earn his place in the guild, not just as a trembling apprentice, but as one who dared to carve his name into the annals of Eldoria's history, right beside Alaric's. As the days melted into weeks, Eamon embraced the challenges he faced with newfound enthusiasm, fueled by the array of secrets Fiona had revealed. He felt emboldened, narrowly dodging Alaric's judgmental glares, whilst crafting swords that began to rival his mentor's. A feat akin to David facing Goliath with nothing but a slingshot and a hand-me-down tunic. The forge became a magic realm where the clang of metal shaped not just blades, but Eamon's fate, the very air vibrating with potential. Yet, the deeper he delved into the guild's hidden traditions, the more he understood that to succeed, he needed more than just skill. He needed alliances, laughter, and the unwavering support of friends who believed in him. As twilight descended upon Eldoria, casting a golden hue over the town and transforming the mundane into the enchanting, Eamon and Fiona stood outside the forge, their conversation a dance of hopes and dreams. Each word exchanged felt like an oath, a pact forged in the heat of their ambition, and they could almost imagine the legends they would weave into the fabric of Eldoria. Little did they know, the initiation rites would test their resolve far beyond the blacksmith's forge, possibly leading them into a mystifying world where courage, humor, and the occasional mishap with a well-placed sword could change their lives forever. As the distant sounds of laughter emanated from the tavern, Eamon thrummed with excitement, ready to embark on an adventure that would entwine their fates and perhaps shake the very foundations of the guilds that had kept their secrets hidden for too long. In the heart of the bustling market square, Eamon's hammer rang against hot metal under the flickering light of his forge. But his thoughts were far from the fire's dance. Day by day, as he pounded heated iron, he grew more determined to earn a place among the revered guilds. Why was it that every time he made progress, an unseen hand seemed to slip a grease-slicked wrench in his gears? Whispers swirled through the air like smoke, thick and hard to grasp, leaving him with a gnawing suspicion that not all was as it appeared within the camaraderie of craftsmen. It was the very rivalries that crafted weapons and armor that also forged shadows in their midst. And Eamon intended to shed light on the darkened corners of his world. Meanwhile, Fiona threaded delicate silk through the needle of her sewing machine, her once joyous laughter now tangled in frustration and fear. The Seamstress Guild had always been a hive of creativity and color, but of late, jealousy snipped at the edges of every gown and cloak she twalled over, between the whispers of artisans and the occasional hiss of a jealous peer. Fiona felt as if every stitch she made was punctuated by a hidden dagger aimed at her success. With the risk of sabotage looming larger than her sewing table, she pondered how a tapestry of petty rivalries could unravel the very fabric of her dreams. Could she, the reclusive queen of needlework, have more in common with Eamon than they both dared to admit? As Eamon and Fiona's paths converged under the looming threat of their guilds, a silent agreement sprang into the air like the aroma of freshly baked bread, warm and inviting, yet concealing a crust ready to shatter. They met in the dim light behind the blacksmith's shop, surrounded by the metallic tang of iron and coal, where secrets whispered and shadows danced like mischievous spirits. Both were soldiers armed with skills rather than swords, their resolve hardening like tempered steel as they discussed the peculiar incidents that plagued them, the misplaced tools, the overly whispered critiques, and the sharp-eyed glares that reeked of foul intent. Their laughter rang out in the dark, a note of rebellion against the biting chill of suspicion that skulked in every nook and cranny of their guilds. Like a couple of determined detectives in a low-budget mystery flick, they vowed to weave their own tales from the threads of truth hidden within the shadows. As the duo set off on their clandestine investigation, the alleys echoed with dog barks and the rattle of carts, but their focus was sharper than the edge of any blade Eamon forged. They would sniff out rivalries like a bloodhound hunting for a lost treasure, piecing together the tapestry of deceit woven within their guilds. With each revealing conversation, they pried open secrets that tickled their curiosity. What really went on in the closed doors of the guild meeting halls? Fiona, hunched over her hand-stitched apron, recalled tales of sabotage that could end careers like snuffing out a candle, while Eamon illustrated far-fetched theories involving clandestine meetings over tankards of ale. Little did they know, they'd have to keep their wits about them, as their search for truth nestled dangerously close to forging a bond thicker than any seam, far beyond the confines of gossip and jealousy. As days turned to weeks, the air thickened with tension, and Eamon could feel the weight of their uncovering secrets pressing down like a baker's weight upon freshly risen dough. It was a dangerous game they played, stumbled upon increasingly startling discoveries, while tiptoeing around rival guilds and lurking fears. In a world where both craft and commerce intertwined, trust was a currency rarer than gold, and every turn could lead to camaraderie or catastrophe. Yet somehow amid the peril, Eamon and Fiona found laughter over a shared dragon of frustration, wielding wit like armor against the sourness around them. In the fairytale landscape of guilds and crafts, they both came to realize that within the hidden lives of medieval craftsmen, friendship glimmered brighter than the finest silver, and together they were ready to confront the dragons lurking within the guilds. As the sun dipped below the rooftops of the bustling town, cloaked figures slipped through the shadows toward the flickering candlelight of the guild hall. Eamon and Fiona, the unlikely duo on a mission, tucked their daggers into their belts, their hearts pounding like a blacksmith's hammer. They had heard whispers of the guild's sinister hold, a web of secrets thicker than the smoke rising from the baker's ovens. Only a fool dared tread where only rats scurried, but fools had their uses too, like uncovering plots that stank worse than rotten cheese. Determined to peel back the layers of darkness, they slipped through the heavy wooden door, where the reek of sweat and secrecy awaited them. Inside the cramped hall, a menagerie of craftsmen gathered, their faces illuminated by the dim light that painted shadows like a painter gone mad. Eamon cocked his head, catching snippets of damning secrets whispered over tankards of ale. Corruption wrapped around every sentence, twisting it into a sinister riddle layered with betrayal, like some fictional villain far worse than the wolf in Grandma's house. Alaric, the guildmaster, was no mere craftsman. He wielded influence like a blacksmith wielded a hammer, and his intentions were as unpredictable as a cat in a room full of rocking chairs. The stakes grew higher with each revelation, and with each gulp of firewater, Eamon's resolve hardened like steel. But just as they began to relish their discoveries, the shadows shifted, and the scent of danger wafted through the air like a badly cooked stew. A sense of dread crawled down Fiona's spine, sending shivers like ice-cold fingers gripping her neck. Their cover was blown. Alaric had caught wind of their snooping, and suddenly it was as if they were naked in a crowd, rather than simply eavesdropping. Tension spiraled thicker than the fog that now cloaked the moon, and Eamon felt the urgent need to flee, the kind of urgency that makes you run a marathon on mushrooms. They had disturbed a nest of vipers, and this guild was no safe haven. It was an arena of predators, and they were the prey. The chase was a clamor of chaos, a frantic scramble through the narrow alleys and cobbled streets, the echoes of hammering and shouting chasing after them like a pack of hungry wolves. Fiona's heart raced as she dodged vegetable carts and jumped over puddles that smelled like last week's fish market. Eamon glanced back, and all he could see was the furious visage of Alaric, the man whose ambitions smelled like burnt rubber, relentless in his pursuit. They bolted through the town, weaving between startled townsfolk who looked on like confused spectators in a bizarre play. The sound of their breath came in heaving gasps, punctuated by the occasional shout of alarm from those unknowingly swept into their tale of desperation. Finally, they burst through the last threshold, emerging into the night air like a pair of exiled kings fleeing a usurper. As the moon cast a silver glow upon them, Eamon and Fiona exchanged a look, one part terror, one part exhilaration, and a sprinkle of madcap bravado. They had unearthed a truth that could burn the guild to the ground. Yet here they stood, at the edge of a new peril. Freedom's price was steep, and survival now hung like a sword over their heads. The thrill of their discovery was laced with the bitter taste of fear, a reminder that knowledge could be a double-edged sword, one that sliced deep when wielded recklessly. In that electric moment, they knew the real quest had only just begun. The fight against Alaric's cunning might very well lead them into the fiery heart of the guild's secrets. In the heart of the bustling guild hall, the air simmered with whispers, and the acrid scent of molten metal filling every nostril. Eamon and Fiona stood shoulder to shoulder, their hearts pounding like the hammer striking an anvil. They had finally arrived at Alaric's forge, a place that seemed more like a dungeon than a sanctuary for craftsmen. With shadows curling around the flickering torches that lined the stone walls, sparks danced like fireflies in the darkness as craftsmen gathered, all side-eyeing Alaric, who was polishing a particularly extravagant sword, his heavily muscled arms reflecting the glow of the forge. This wasn't just any gathering. It was the unveiling of a truth so stark it could cut through iron paper like butter. When Eamon produced the damning evidence, parchments bearing the forgeries and bribes Alaric had dished out like candy, on a feast day the atmosphere shifted. Gasps filled the room, each one echoing like the clang of metal on metal, as whispers turned to shouts. Alaric's face twisted from smugness to fury, and he spat out curses so foul they could peel paint from the walls. Fiona, holding a handmade talisman resembling an ancient shield, rallied her allies, a ragtag group from various guilds that had finally united against the common enemy. Fellow craftsmen, united we stand, she shouted, her voice cracking through the thick tension like a whip, reminding everyone of the bond they shared and the craftsmanship they cherished. As loyalty was tested under the beam of the forge's harsh light, the craftsmen began to split like a hastily cut log. Some still believed in Alaric's twisted vision of grandeur, while others felt the weight of betrayal like an iron cloak draped over their shoulders. In the chaos, Eamon couldn't shake the feeling that this was reminiscent of a scene from a long-forgotten epic saga, good versus evil, with the fate of the guild hanging in the balance. The sound of hammers cluttering together, mixed with fervent shouts, filled the room, creating a cacophony that made a rock concert seem like a lullaby. The forge, usually a place of warmth and creation, thrummed with desperation, an uneasy pulse that quickened with every heartbeat. Just as Alaric opened his mouth to spew a counterattack, Eamon stepped forward, the flicker of flames dancing in his determined eyes. You've tarnished the soul of our craft, Alaric. Your greed is a plague upon the guild. His words hit harder than a blacksmith's hammer, causing even the hardcore Alaric loyalists to falter. A hush fell, punctuated only by the occasional hiss of the flames, as the room collectively held its breath, ready for the inevitable clash. Alaric, seeing his influence wane, lunged at Fiona, but before he could reach her, a group of craftsmen from neighboring guilds rushed to her aid. They were not merely protectors, they were witnesses to the strength of unity, an intricate tapestry woven from trust, respect, and true craftsmanship. The confrontation spiraled into a masterclass of craft versus corruption, an ironic twist where hammers became weapons and hearts became shields. Fiona and Eamon stood as paragons of virtue, their minds as sharp as the blades they crafted, slicing through the veils of deceit that had cloaked Alaric's empire. The moment stretched, like the metal bending in the heat, until finally the truth emerged, sharper than any sword. An alliance of genuine craftsmen would always overpower the deceitful charlatan. As the echoes of battle faded, the forgers raised their tools high, sealing their newfound allegiance like the tempered steel they so admired. In the midst of the smoke and fire, it became clear true craftsmanship is a bond forged in integrity, and Alaric, he was just a relic of a bygone era who would soon be extinguished, like a spark snuffed out in the darkness. The air in Eldoria buzzed with a heady mix of anticipation and uncertainty following the fall of Alaric. With the chains of secrecy broken, Eamon stood beneath the vibrant banners of the guilds, feeling the stirrings of something extraordinary. Craftspersons of all trades, blacksmiths, weavers, and potters began to gather, their eyes filled with both hope and wariness. Each footstep echoed not as a solitary mark, but as a burgeoning symphony, highlighting the beauty that awaited when knowledge flowed freely. It was as if the very cobblestones of the square had witnessed an awakening. But would these artisans break old habits or guard their secrets like prized jewels? Fiona stepped forward, her heart pounding with enthusiasm. Or perhaps it was the lingering scent of fresh bread from a nearby stall. Let's not just raise a new guild, let's dismantle the walls that divide us, she declared, raising her voice over the murmurs of skepticism. The crowd shifted, unsure whether to erupt in laughter at her exuberance or to embrace the audacity of her vision. In that moment, amidst the mingling aromas of honeyed ale and spicy meats, she felt a spirited connection with the craftsmen, a sense of shared excitement as palpable as the heat from a blacksmith's forge. As talks turned into plans, Eamon took the lead, wearing a smile as broad as the archway of Eldoria itself. His shoulders straightened with every promise he made, pledging that every craft would know the light of collaboration rather than the darkness of secrecy. Stories of failed projects and sour friendships transformed into lessons learned, each artisan offering humor laced with irony as they reminisced about workshops gone disastrous, like the time Harold the baker tried to make a marmalade pie instead of bread, and ended up with what can only be described as a gelatinous disaster. But within these confessions lay unity, a collective determination to build a new era where every hand was welcomed and every craft honored. Fiona's designs began to reflect this newfound ethos. Vibrant fabrics and intricate patterns flowing from her fingers like spilled ink on parchment. The townsfolk soon gravitated toward her creations, each piece telling a story, a tapestry of collaboration woven from threads of trust. Eamon's respect within the guilds grew, blossoming like the wildflowers that framed Eldoria's lanes in spring. As he championed workshops that mirrored the collaborative spirit, the laughter of apprentices mixed with the rhythmic clanging of metal on metal, creating a symphony of skill that harmonized through the marketplace, invigorating even the oldest of hearts. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows that painted the cobblestones with gold, Eldoria emerged anew. Together, Eamon and Fiona had rekindled not only the pride of their crafts, but also a vision for a future sparked with collaboration. With the guilds reformed, every corner of the town began to thrum with the vibrant magic of shared knowledge, laying the foundation for a legacy that would outshine even the brightest gems. And somewhere in the background, a bard tuned his lute, heartily preparing to sing of the day the craftspeople of Eldoria reclaimed their art and forged a future together, leaving behind the era of secrets like an obsolete parchment, ripped and thrown to the winds. In the heart of Damascus, where the sun cast a shimmering haze over the bustling bazaars, there lived a girl named Layla. Orphaned by the ravages of war, she moved like a shadow herself, dodging between stalls overflowing with spices and textiles, each scent a bittersweet reminder of a family lost. The city was alive, a cacophony of merchant cries and clanking coins, yet Layla felt like a ghost in her own home. With her heart pounding like a war drum, she stumbled upon a secret lair hidden behind a tapestry of colorful carpets, a conclave of assassins, or as they were affectionately dubbed, the Shadows, led by the enigmatic Shadow Master, whose face was perpetually obscured beneath a dark hood. The guild trained in the ancient arts of stealth and strategy. "Welcome, future shadows," he would roar, his voice echoing ominously against the stone walls, spurring Layla on even as her male counterparts exchanged skeptical glances. "Women assassins," they would chuckle, as if she were trying to pull off a poorly executed magic trick. Yet, year after year, through grueling training sessions filled with the clang of swords and the sharp smell of sweat, she cast those doubts aside, plotting her course in a world that had deemed her unworthy. As Layla honed her skills, learning to move as quietly as a whisper and strike with the ferocity of a desert storm, her resolve hardened like tempered steel. The guild's compound buzzed with the sound of silent feet and hushed breaths, a stark contrast to the chaos of the world outside. They practiced leapfrogging across rooftops, becoming human birds soaring against the rich blue sky, where even the bravest falcons would envy their grace. However, every splash of triumph carried the horizontal sting of skepticism. It was tough wearing armor made from both blades and societal doubt. In the midst of training, whispers of war became a common language among the guild. Each apprentice carried wounds, both visible and hidden, like patches on a quilt of shared grief, but revenge was a spicy meal, and Layla knew the recipe better than anyone. He took my family from me, she would think, her heart a volatile mixture of rage and sadness, simmering like a pot on a hot stove. With every target she practiced against, the vision of her family's unjust deaths filled her with a relentless determination. It felt almost cinematic, like 100 superhero films mashed together. Layla was no damsel in distress, but she sure was ready to wield her own justice. As the shadows deepened and the moon rose high over the intricacies of Damascus, two worlds collided, one of newfound strength and another of unyielding expectations. Layla's rise became a new tale told in hushed tones, where the age-old belief of male supremacy was challenged by one fierce woman. Each assassination was a step toward her personal liberation. Every silent kill, a middle finger raised to those who underestimated her. And that little thought made her grin even amidst the darkness, armed with shadows and the echo of her family's laughter in her heart. She wove through time as if the legends of her people had come alive, breaking every stereotype while crafting her own narrative of power and resilience. In the shadowy corners of a bustling city where secrets were whispered and whispered again, Layla found herself out of her depth. The Guild of Assassins, a brotherhood steeped in tradition and testosterone, chuckled behind their masks as she stumbled through her training. Every time she stepped up to demonstrate her skills, the air thickened with laughter, and the scent of sweat and leather lingered, nearly suffocating her resolve. Like a cat expected to leap as gracefully as a lion, she shivered with self-doubt, but held her chin high. After all, what's a little ridicule when you're trying to break through the proverbial glass ceiling? Or, in her case, a very strong, very male ceiling. Enter Zaid, a brooding apprentice with eyes like storm clouds and a temperament that whispered of unspoken tales. He spotted Layla struggling, and unlike the others, didn't see a joke. He saw a fighter. Together, they became an unexpected duet in a world that preferred solos. Sneaking away to practice in the moonlit alleyways, where the only audience was the scurrying rats, the air crackled with the tension of uncharted potential. As they exchanged lessons learned from stealthy movements to the art of disappearing like biscuits at a tea party. Here, under the cloak of night, trust began to weave itself into the fabric of their alliance, warm like a blanket in winter. Despite the chilly reception they faced every day within the guild's hallowed halls. But it wasn't all smooth sailing on this perilous path. Layla's confidence was more fragile than the fine china her mother used to coax her into behaving like a proper lady. The guild challenged her at every turn, the crude remarks, and laughter a constant backdrop. like the annoying jingle of a tune that just wouldn't quit. Each mission they embarked on had its own sour stench, from the alleyways filled with refuse to the echoing chambers, where alliances were forged in blood and betrayal. As Layla faced these obstacles, she learned not just to navigate through the muck, but to embrace it, finding strength where she thought only doubt existed, like a flower blooming through concrete, with each secret mission that unfolded like chapters of an exhilarating novel. Layla began to gain respect. Her instinct honed under pressure reminded her peers of spider silk fine, but remarkably resilient. She could crouch in dark corners, her senses attuned to the smallest sounds, a twitch of a cloak, the crunch of leaves underfoot. The guild members' laughter turned to murmurs of intrigue, as if they were witnessing a new superhero origin story unfold before their eyes, complete with sneaky escapes and dramatic rescues. One moment, the walls contained mockery, and the next, they buzzed with the electrifying buzz of respect, each whisper stroking her resolve like a gentle breeze through her hair on a hot summer day. As her reputation began to solidify, Layla reflected on what being a female assassin in a male-dominated world truly meant. In the darkness, she discovered that strength wasn't merely about how sharp your blade was or how stealthy your shadows were. It was about the bond with Zaid. Their laughs rang out like echoes of rebellion against the norms, daring to rewrite a script that had been penned by men for centuries. Here, in the depths of the guild, under the watchful eyes of their peers, Layla's story was just beginning, glistening with promise like dew on a spring morning. The lessons she learned in the dark illuminated a path for not just herself, but for any woman brave enough to wield a dagger and chase her own dreams, however unlikely that may seem. In the dim light of the guild's hidden chamber, the air crackled with anticipation as Layla's comrades gathered around her like moths drawn to a flame. Word had reached them about a tyrannical governor, a puppet master of destruction, whose strings had led to the ruin of her family. The smell of damp stone mingled with the musty scent of old scrolls, which held the weight of secrets long buried. "This is our moment, my friends," she declared, her voice rising above the murmurs like a rallying cry echoing across the ages, compelling even the most doubtful among them to lean in closer. This was not just another target. It was personal, and she could already picture the governor's face twisting in pain as she exacted her long-awaited revenge. Layla's heart raced as she laid out the meticulously crafted plan, each detail falling into place like a well-played game of chess. The guild's seasoned members, men who had been steeped in the art of assassination long before she was a twinkle in her mother's eye, offered their advice, their skepticism palpable. a woman leading this mission. "It's a risky gamble, Layla," murmured a grizzled assassin, stroking his beard like a sage who'd seen too many tides change. But the irony was thick. Centuries of women left in the shadows had taught her to embrace the darkness just as much as any man. With each flick of Layla's wrist as she traced the map on the table, her resolve solidified. She would rewrite the rules of this game. On the eve of the mission, tension hung in the air like the sharp smell of iron. As the stars twinkled like mocking eyes above, Layla felt the thrill of adrenaline coursing through her veins. Besides her, the guild members readied their weapons, the sound of steel clashing echoing like the soundtrack of an action movie, each blade a promise of justice. But beneath the bravado, seeds of doubt had been sown. Would they truly trust her to lead them into the lion's den? It was then that a chilling wind swept through the room, bringing with it whispers of betrayal that curled like smoke around their heads, leaving a bitter taste in the air. As the fateful night unfolded, chaos reigned. The ambush hit without warning, like a slap across the face, and the rival assassin emerged from the shadows with a smirk that made Layla's blood boil. It was a bitter twist. Someone she had once considered an ally had turned against her. A betrayal that cut deeper than any dagger. The sounds of clashing steel and the cries of her comrades surrounded her, creating a symphony of conflict that threatened to drown her. Facing her rival, Layla braced herself for the fight of her life, not only against her enemy, but also against every stereotype that sought to shackle her individuality. With each strike, Layla unleashed her fears, embodying the fierce spirit of the women who had come before her, whose stories were trapped beneath layers of history. The battle raged like a tempest, each movement marked by a desperate grace that shocked even the most cynical among them. And in that moment, beneath the veil of loyalty and courage, she confronted her true self, the assassin she was born to be. What began as a quest for vengeance transformed into a declaration of identity. She would no longer just be a girl in a man's world, but a force to be reckoned with. As she stood victorious amongst the wreckage, the smell of victory clung to her like armor, and Layla knew her place within the guild was cemented for good. Under the blaring sun of the grand festival, the air thrummed with merriment, laughter mingling with the scent of roasting meats and sweet spices wafting from colorful stalls. Amidst the vibrant chaos, Layla stood cloaked in shadow, the edges of her dark robes flaring like a raven's wings. Her heartbeat harmonized with the distant drumbeats of celebration. Yet inside, she felt only the raw, sharp adrenaline that twisted her stomach into knots. This was it, the moment she had fought for, The moment she would rise to shatter the chains of expectations that bound her as merely an assassin. Today, she would show the world and herself that she was not defined by her title, but by her resolve, ready to unveil a vengeance that would echo through history itself. The festival roared to life as Layla signaled her fellow assassins. A motley crew assembled not just for bloodshed, but for justice. As they moved through the throngs of oblivious revelers, each step felt like a silent drumbeat, a march toward destiny laced with palpable tension. She could hear the laughter and music blaring on every side, an ironic soundtrack to the storm brewing within her soul. Every chuckle from the crowd felt like a petty challenge, mocking her as though they knew her true purpose. But today, as they pressed onward, Layla was more than a ghost in the night. She was a tempest gathering strength, ready to unleash her fury upon the unsuspecting. Finally, they reached the elevated dais, where the governor lounged chaotically at the center of the merriment. A portly figure in fine silk, who was blissfully unaware of the threat creeping ever closer. With a steadying breath that filled her lungs with the fragrant aroma of spiced wine, she stepped into the spotlight. "Surprise, Governor," she exclaimed, her voice cutting through the revelry like a sharpened blade through flesh. The crowd's laughter faded into shocked gasps as Layla unveiled herself. A moment of pure irony as she donned the role of both assassin and avenger. A duality now visible for all to see. The vibrant colors of the festival suddenly dimmed, their vivacity replaced by an electric silence that screamed louder than any jester's foolery. When the fight ignited, it was as if the festival had entered a new realm, a grotesque ballet of violence amidst the confetti and ribbons. Layla moved like a seasoned dancer, a leader commanding rhythm and flow, her every strike fueled by years of training, and a fervor that burned brighter than the flares of the festival. Clashing steel rang from her blades, sounding like the snare drums of war, drowning out the last notes of music and laughter. However, with each opponent she took down, flashes of self-doubt danced through her mind, echoes of voices from the past, whispering that she was not enough. But she shrugged those doubts off, transforming them into fuel as her enemies fell one by one. And with each victory, her heart swelled with resolve, with sweat trickling down her brow mixing with the sense of spilled wine and the sharp tang of blood. Layla found herself face to face with the governor, a man who personified her darkest vengeance. Their eyes locked. A battle of wills igniting deeper than any blade could reach. In that moment, Layla felt her fears dissipate, replaced by a fierce light that surged through her veins, reminding her of why she fought. She was no longer just the shadow lurking in the corners. She was the storm unleashed. With a final decisive strike that sent her opponent crashing to the ground. She stood tall, an emblem of defiance and power, leaving her allies inspired, emboldened, knowing they too could break free from a past that sought to define them. As dawn dipped its golden fingers over Damascus, the air crackled with a mix of triumph and disbelief. Layla, once an outcast in the shadows, now stood tall like a beacon, her blade gleaming with stories of resistance. The governor lay defeated, a testament to her grit and cunning, a reminder that underestimating a woman is often a fatal mistake. A chorus of whispers spread through the guild, their eyes wide as they reconsidered their harsh judgments, wondering if perhaps women could wield the knife as deftly as any man. The scent of dawn carried hints of spices and sweat, blending into a heady perfume of change. And for the first time, it felt as if the city sighed in relief, ready to embrace a new era. Layla glanced around at her fellow assassins, their earlier smirks and scoffs now replaced with newfound respect. It was like watching a group of fabled giants squinting at their own reflections and realizing they were, in fact, dwarves. Ah, the irony. These men who had mocked her resolve were now faced with the indisputable truth of her strength. With each nod of acknowledgement from her peers, she felt embers of sisterhood sprout, a long-forgotten energy that had been choked out by years of masculine bravado. Even the wind seemed to carry the whisper of many generations, encouraging both men and women to stand side by side, wielding justice rather than prejudice. As she stood amidst her guild, high above the bustling streets filled with traders, horses, and the scent of freshly baked bread, Layla's mind raced with visions of a brighter future. Imagine a world, she mused to them, her voice rich with possibilities, where children learn not just to fight, but to protect, not just to win, but to uplift one another. The laughter of street children danced in her ears, and a burning desire ignited within her. She longed to accidentally set these traditions ablaze in the kind of poetic irony that could make even Shakespeare proud. How delightful to flip the script and make alliances rather than enemies, to blend blades with words in a duet that could rewrite history. The sunrise had given birth to a dream so vivid that even the naysayers began to lean in, curious about this audacious idea. It wasn't just about blades anymore. This was a call to arms against age-old stereotypes that had shackled the potential of countless women. Layla envisioned a class of young girls, eyes alight with ambition, training under the same sun that had bathed her in glory. The cicadas chirped in agreement, cheering her vision as if they were the chorus in a theater of revolution. She could hear them now, buzzing in her ears, shouting encouragement that no longer went unheard. Each woman who took up the blade would carry with her pieces of Layla's legacy, chipping away at centuries of disdain and doubt with the precision only an assassin could master. With the last rays of sunlight fading, painting the horizon in shades of orange and lavender, Layla felt an overwhelming sense of purpose surge through her. It was more thrilling than any blade drawn or body dispatched. It was the promise of a wave rippling through history. The guild that once turned their backs on women was now primed to embrace a fellowship of warriors, where strength lay in unity. A cheeky thought crossed her mind. Maybe one day her story would even make it to a historical drama series, playing out in grand style with dramatic music and slow-mo fight scenes. But for now, as laughter filled the air and hope sprouted anew, Layla reveled in the bold stroke of her own narrative, ready to inspire tales of women with blades dancing through the ages.